Say it again. Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Could you say that one more time, mailman? I didn't quite hear you. Did your connection go out, mailman? Maybe he's doing something at work.
Oh, sorry, I'm at work, so that's awesome. So yeah, I'm wondering, like, if there's a non-physical part of your body, how does that show that a physical body can come out of a vortex? I still don't get it.
Because there's regions where this occurs.
Yeah, earlier you said that there's no one seen it happen. Now you're saying that there's a region where this occurs. So where does it occur?
Well, specifically, we were talking about the North Pole, so let's go with that.
Okay. Sure. How do you know that it happens there?
And the southern regions as well, though. But let's just go with North.
Sure. Let's go with North. Okay. How do you know that it happens over there?
Yeah, so I was saying before, I mean, like I said, I physically in this lifetime have not been there, because of the obvious restrictions, traveling, all the rest of it. So when my awareness of this would be, like I said, memories of other lifetimes, previous, in the future and in the past, that I have memories of. It would be that, like, lived experience of it and of traveling there and being involved in a lot of the transformations that occur there and the lands that manifest there as well. And then there's even a lot with, Hyperborea and Agartha. I mean, there's so many ancient legends about this as well. So it's certainly not just me in that sense, but I have that part of myself. And then there's another part where I could essentially travel there through my consciousness rather than with my physical body.
So, but you have to, like, you're saying that you have evidence that there's entities coming out of North Pole, and your evidence is that you've lived in the future and in the past being there, and you can mentally travel to there. You have to see how that's not evidence for me at all.
Right. Well, I don't know if that's what you're asking for, but I think I already said I don't have any physical evidence. I don't have like a video I can send you or a picture or a moon rock, a sample, so yeah, I'm not
Sure.
I'm not asserting it in a way that I'm requesting that you believe it or that you even,
Sure. But it's like if I said that I had a dream where I traveled around the globe, you would say that that's just a dream. It's nothing substantial. But you take your evidence as substantial, even though it's subjective to you.
I wouldn't say you assumed that I would think that it wasn't substantial. If you had a dream, or even if you said that you had an out-of-body, how about this? Here's the most dramatic. Let's say you said you had an out-of-body type experience and you left your body and you saw the whole globe Earth. You saw the whole thing, zoomed in, zoomed out, North Pole, South Pole. you could see the whole thing and all the intricacies of it. And then you could even take that to the step further. You could see the moon and the sun and the solar system, and you could really
the whole universe.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Yeah, you would still be a flat earther if I told you that I had that experience, right? So it doesn't change anything.
That's funny. Oh man. Yeah. Well, no, but the point was, if you said that you had that experience, I would just hear you out. You know, I mean, I wouldn't try to tell you, oh, you had some, you know, false experience.
Sure. But then you'd say that if there's an astronaut in the VC, you'd say he's full of shit, even though he has like a physical experience of it, not a mental one.
Well, or he says he does, yeah. Well,
sure, but then again, you say that you've lived in the future.
Right, but I'm like responding to what you were asking in that sense, whereas the astronauts are making money off of doing it and claiming publicly that they're doing it and taking money from people through taxes. So there's a lot more involved in what they're doing. Meaning,
so if you get paid, well,
yeah, like if someone you met over the internet, basically, you know, because that is how we met. If they said, "Oh, I had, you know, this experience or that," that is one thing. But an astronaut that's actually claiming that they're doing this and is connected to all these, you know, financial and government and taxes. That's a.
Well, let's say there was the Chinese guy. What if he comes here who actually paid to get into the ISS? So it's the polar opposite of an astronaut.
I mean, I definitely don't think that they're going to space. There is no outer space in any way, shape, or form. It's just not part of the cosmology as I've known it for all of my existence. In terms of what this Earth is, has never involved a massive space vacuum with like balls and all of that. So yeah, I would say 100% that's not what's going on here. However, the consciousness is infinite and can do anything. So there could be a world that could be a globe, you know, so you could
that's another claim.
Yeah, on another dimension.
Sure.
So I mean, maybe
I'm in that dimension.
Like you could interdimensionally travel, have an actual real experience of an Earth that looks like the globe. And when you leave your body, you could actually go to that dimension and experience the whole globe. It might not even be this dimension, but you actually are interdimensionally traveling there and experiencing a real physical globe. It's, you know, you get into the idea of parallel realities and multiverse and that kind of thing. And then, come back here, even though this one's not a globe.
No, but maybe Discord is the bridge, and we actually are in different realities.
Yeah, you're on a globe, and I'm on a planar.
Yeah.
We solved it. Discord's the bridge, dude. That is funny. Yeah, we're literally we're not even in the same world. Oh man, that'll trip you out. That is hilarious, though, to say that. That just your voice, because it's coming through, you know, all these wires and who knows what, and it's being intercepted in the spirit world, and then you're actually in a world where the Earth actually is a globe. That's a good sci-fi movie. And I'm actually living on one that everyone's realizing it's actually not a globe, and it's actually a stationary plane, which is what all our ancient ancestors have.
Hey, did he say Discord's? Did you say that y'all are maybe y'all are in other dimensions? And he said Discord's the bridge.
Yeah,
it's bridging the. It's a tool.
That's fucking hilarious.
Because we have theists, we have atheists, we have flat earthers, concave earthers. We're just bickering over here with different evidences.
You say that, man. I've thought in my head, man. There's been a couple times where I was certain that YouTube is showing us different shit. Like I'm looking at something, and like I'll be over at Jose's or either Jim's or wherever, Brandon's debating, and I'm looking at something, and I'm like having somebody else look at it, and I'm seeing something, and they're like telling me no, no, that's, and I'm like, there's no way, dude. And I'm thinking, man, I know these people ain't retarded. Like they gotta be seeing something else. There's no fucking way that I've been talking to these people for all this time, maybe a couple of them might be whatever. But no, for the most part, they're intelligent and fairly honest, but they're telling me they don't see something. I'm like, dude, we've got to be seeing different shit, because I'm looking at something with my own two eyes, like a flat horizon or something. I'm like, there's a straight line right up against the screen, and it's exactly flat, or freaking like a cloud or anything, like a screw, an astronaut dropping a screw or something. And I'm like, and they're like, no, we don't see that. I'm like, what? What do you mean you don't see that? You didn't hear it?
I know. It's almost like they're looking at something different. Yeah. Like when things fall at Earth gravity. Remember that other time? What was it, like a microphone that just fell?
Yeah, and that one dude dropped, or he almost dropped. I forgot what it was, but you see him react. Like his natural reaction was to hurry up and go down to catch it. That's a natural
the screw
reaction.
Exactly. The screw's a great one. His head instantly.
Yeah, but that was
the way it does. Yep.
But I'm not even talking about the screw. There was the one where he had something in his hand. It's another one. I started to make a video because I had like 3 drops, and I was gonna put them together, make a video, but I got sidetracked. But no, this guy almost dropped something, and it wasn't a screw. It was something else. I forgot. It was something in his hand, unimportant really. But he fumbled it, and he just reached down, like he jerked down real quick, like you naturally jerk down to catch something as soon as you drop it to try and keep it from hitting. He had that reaction. I was like, it's funny, why would you have that reaction if you're in 0G? But I don't know. I just thought, some of these people, I don't really think that anymore, because I see that, yeah, their brain is just wired different. We're seeing the same shit. They just ain't acknowledging. They're just, I don't know. It's hard to explain it. I'm like explaining it like I'm just gonna have some great explanation, but really, it's still weird to me. Like whether you're admitting the Earth's flat or globe, it's still different than seeing certain shit and acknowledging what you're seeing or witnessing. Or it's weird, man. It's getting a little better though. It used to be even worse. Like you couldn't get a conversation for them to admit anything at all. No common ground whatsoever. They wouldn't budge on any single thing. It's lightened up since then. This channel's helped a lot. Bridge the gap. But I don't know, man. I heard him talking earlier about somebody, I think it was Brenda or something, talking about flat Earth, like we're just a few hundred people or something in a corner of the internet. And I was thinking, if they hadn't if they hadn't went to the Senate and pretty much planned and dumped whatever money they said in that Senate hearing. This is what people overlook. They say they're putting the box in where it says Earth's flat, or that's a archaic concept. But she starts off by saying that they will use whatever resources necessary to stop the disinformation campaign, such as flat Earth. And that's the part, to me, is the most important. In other words, they're willing to spend whatever it takes. They're willing to do it because they consider it disinformation and they want it stopped. So they flat out said, and that's what I was talking about, that video the other night with Witsit and that girl talking about, like, that's funny shit. I don't care who you are. And I looked at it, only got like not even 300 views. And I got video, like I got one dumbass video. Well, it ain't stupid, but with like 3,000 views. And that video only got it wasn't about flat Earth, the one that's 3,000 views, but that video is a little short, catchy clips, funny. Anybody who sees it could laugh at it, and 300 views. It was like, that's crazy, man. Should have got way more than that. So that just shows you that they're not only not promoting, they're shutting it down. Period, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. But even with that, no, it's not small at all. I mean, I think maybe back in 2015 you could have said it was pretty small, but now, no, it's. I mean, of course, not everybody necessarily thinks it's flat, thinks it's like a planar stationary type Earth. I mean, a lot, but there's a huge amount more that are at least not only like questioning the globe, but they know that there's so many people now that actually don't think it's a globe, that a lot more people realize like, wow, like I'll have to look into that at some point. You know, there isn't as much of that knee jerk, just ridicule type thing. It's like, you know, and then especially with the whole like pandemic thing that went on, like people I think are questioning things so much more. And then even at that, like Authentic Intent, when he used to do his live streams, like he would set up a table, you know, out in a park, and he would
I watched him.
you know, I watched so many of those too. Yeah. And I mean, he would get a lot of people that would come up, hey man, yeah, I already know, you know, I already know what's going on. And it was like, I don't know, what would you say, Brian? You'd say like 1 in 50 people, maybe 1 in 30. What do you think? Like that came by his table.
I'd say this, man. I'd say this. If you set up now compared to setting up 3 or 4 years ago, you won't get like, you know, the like you just said, the knee jerk reaction. Like it ain't you're an idiot, freaking, you know, where you're gonna sail over the edge or some shit. You know, you might get a dumbass comment, but you're not gonna get nearly as much as you used to. People, it's as most people have heard about it. Even the ones that don't agree with it, they've heard about it. And it's not, you know, there's enough people and enough stuff out there where it's not just straight up retarded. It's a legitimate debate. If nothing else, it is a very fair debate. And anybody's eyes who have looked into it, let's say that, or have heard anything about it. But as far as the people who haven't even looked into it, it's not a shock no more. You know, they've most likely heard about it one way or another, one place or another. What you call it made a comment earlier. It was, I think, New Perspective. He made a comment, and he's saying, you know, he thought that when he discovered the when he woke, he thought, you know, that he's just going to show everybody, and everybody's going to be, you know, wake up everybody. And that's funny because when I seen enough evidence and shit, and I had a good, you know, I had a good part of my mind thinking that it sure does seem like we're living on a plane, a flat stationary plane. I thought the same thing. I thought I was just, you know, going to show everybody, and everybody at least, you know, consider it, you know, like. But it wasn't like that. But I mean, it wasn't that bad. I mean, I hear a lot of people saying shit like they lost family or some shit like that, and I'm like, I don't. I've talked that shit to my sister and my brother, my dad, and all them. You know, they're not on board, but they're not like totally despising it and against it. They consider it. You know, my brother's pretty skeptical. He wouldn't call himself a flat earther, but he's, you know, and they fucked that with this latest shit, you know, lockdowns and all that. They fucked up by doing that, man. They lost probably 80% of trust to the people that if they had 100%, or let's say they had 80% backing now, they probably got 20% backing now. They lost a lot of people's trust.
They lost their army. Pretty much. They had so many more people on their side before this. Yeah. You said 20%. Yeah, I would say at least, I mean, probably solidly losing at least 20 to 25% entirely. Then there's probably a whole nother 20% that are pretty close to jumping ship, and then a whole group of others that are questioning things quite a bit more than supporting these current entities that are doing, you know, kind of in control, as it were, in power. So yeah, they're definitely going to lose their position now. They shot themselves in the foot. They tried to do a flex, and it went the wrong way for them, and now it's just unraveling.
Yeah, they fucked up. But I don't know, man. I'll tell you what, though, it's there's no stopping it. There's no stopping it because it's too legit, man. It's too legit. Like me, I'm not 100% sure, and that's me being honest. But I'm sure enough that it's fucking damn well possible and probable. You know, I'll hear some debates, and it'll have me skeptical and shit like that. I'll be honest. There's some things I can't answer myself and everything, but then there'll be some, debates and some topics, points that's just total shutdown for the globe, man, in my opinion, man. So like when I'm talking to my kids, I don't preach it to my children or nothing like that. My children are older now, but I tell them, they obviously hear me and from time to time, and I tell them both sides. I tell them both sides, man, and I let them make up their mind for themselves, man. And they all, they're all open minded. None of them think it's stupid. I don't know if any of them are like flat earth. I don't think it's really that important to them. But they definitely question everything. That's what type of children I have. They question everything. They don't just take the spoon fed medicine. You know what I'm saying? They're at least conscious to the BS and really the fact that they, I tell them that in my opinion, my true opinion, that nobody knows exactly what this realm is. That's my outright opinion. Is nobody knows what it is, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, on the human
Where's
level,
your stand?
we're only human on that level. So yeah, I mean, how could one human know it all? But yeah, like we're gonna be limited in always in some ways, unless like you want to get to some level of like complete transcendence or extremely high vibrational consciousness that you could be human but also have like omnipotent level of awareness of the entire realm.
Yeah, me personally, I'm pretty fucking sure it ain't what we've been taught. I'm pretty fucking certain on that one, and I'm almost almost as sure as I can be that we're not moving. That's the
Yeah.
two stance. That's two stances I'll hold the firmest, even in my own mind.
Definitely. I'm with you on both of those. Yeah. Like we're definitely not moving. We're definitely just
But I'll say this though,
stationary
like some of the things,
as it seems. I
some
mean,
of the things.
there is a lot
Sorry.
of there's a lot of movement within it, but the whole thing is not moving. But yeah, go
I'll
ahead.
say this though, G. This is just for me to you, like some of the arguments that first convinced me, some of the things that I heard before the debates and all that, and I've never hid from it. I've always went out and like we're on the forefront, the tip of the spear, whatever you want to call it. We want to hear what they have to say. We want the truth, and we debate and everything. But I consider most of the people in here, even some of the Globers, if there was some surefire evidence, they would switch. But some of the evidence, man, that kind of sold me on this, like turned out to be bullshit. You know. But at the same time, I've looked into it deep enough. I've learned a lot. I've learned a whole lot in this. That's another good thing about this whole debate, this whole topic is anybody who goes in it full force or even half force, you're going to learn a lot about, physics, shit like that. And, but so at the same time as I've learned their model fully, as good as I believe I know it about as good as anybody can anyway, or close to it. So some of the arguments that sold me initially, turn out to be, they got a perfectly good explanation for it. But at the same time, I've discovered other holes and things that don't make sense, man. So it's always evolving. This argument's always evolving, man. And it's I used to make a lot of videos where they contradict themselves, and that's one of my favorite things. And that's why I'm glad you record everything, because we can always go back. It's accountability, man. What you do in recording everything is so good because it's accountability for everybody, and it changes the dynamics of of the conversation, because we can always go back and listen, keeps it honest. And so every now and then I'll take the time, and when I notice somebody contradicting themselves, I'll point it out and make a little short video. That's why I initially made my channel, to show contradictions. And so as the debates evolved, they their side has kind of dropped the ball with a couple of the arguments, man, and contradicted themselves, man. Would you agree?
Which are
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Blue?
Hey, Gia.
Like the Horizon. Go ahead, Blue.
Huh?
Like the Horizon, Blue. I mean, some things seem like they're due to be updated. Like just for example, like the rumpus. Like, he won't even admit, even after we've made videos and pointed it out, showing him that that he used to call the horizon, the geometric horizon, and put it in a spot a certain distance and judge, and he would judge what's hidden. He'd measure it, what's hidden, and try and attribute refraction to it and all that. But it was always geometric, always in that spot, where we argued against that. And like, he won't admit that. That's why Nathan kicked him off, which I don't really agree with that. But Nathan kicked him off, says he's lying. But I don't know why he don't just admit and move on, man. He that the horizon, there's no set horizon. It constantly moves, and he used to argue for a geometric horizon in a certain place, period. Would you agree with that or disagree, Blue?
Well, this thing we banter around in distinction that we make between a visible horizon and a geometric horizon is a goofy kind of argument, if you really want to know my point of view. By definition, you could never see the geometric horizon to begin with, because we've got an atmosphere. You're only ever going to see the visible horizon, and that has to be refracted because of the atmosphere. So geometric horizon is kind of pointless thing to talk about, and it's sure not a hill I'm going to die on.
Yeah, that's probably a bad example I use too. I'll try and think of a better one. But yeah, I'll say this too. We're all spoiled, that. We have the luxury of being in a topic where so many people got out. I went and got me a P1000, where we can go shoot it ourselves and look at everybody else's photographs. So, because you don't really see the horizon like that, it's not crystal clear. You need help with. I mean, you could see it, but it, with the zoom, it's a whole different ball game. So we have the luxury of being able to see, like, from like Ranty to Plain Truth, Wide Awake, going out there to these same spots and looking. Yeah. So we get to see, to have this debate in the first place.
Yeah, you can see the fine details a whole lot better. So I blame Nikon for a lot of this mess, dipshits. Let's see, what can we...
That's funny.
I know what we'll do. We'll take a really shitty sensor that's not even good enough to be put in a fucking cell phone, and we'll stick a pretty good lens on the end of it. And a whole bunch of people will pay a lot of money for it. And then you end up with a sort of a telescope and a half-ass camera. But, it shows what it shows, okay? And, yeah, when you're trying to figure out whether a rowboat has disappeared or not, then you get all these controversies and all these questions. A
rowboat.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what you guys want to look at. You don't ever want to look at the really, really big shit that disappears. You want to look at...
I look at it, man. I look at it. I like, if you consider an oil rig big.
Well, a oil rig, yeah, okay, fine. I'm talking about something the size of a damn mountain.
I know what you mean, Blue. I'll tell you what, man. It when it comes to the photography, like the oil rigs, boats, any of that shit, even even mountains, things like that. I mean, it's fucking tricky, man. It really is tricky. It's not so cut and dry, you know, when you really look into it, man. It's a whole topic, man. That is it's easy to argue, man. Like Andrew Thomas Young even said, you know, like it's the he did. I mean, he's not saying that like the science ain't settled, but in other words, he kind of does. You know, like there needs to be more studies and stuff to do with the atmosphere, the conditions, and all that. You know, so it's more than a one man job, man.
Yeah. Well, I try to stay out of those discussions about optical observations like that, just because nobody wins those arguments typically at all.
Would you agree that we see further than we should be able to on a sphere?
I agree that you see exactly as far as you should see on a sphere on any given day at any given moment.
But do you think there's something that's extending the field of view, you know, more than what would be possible if it was only physical and geometric?
No, it's the thing that's extending your view is just simply the variability of the atmosphere. And that makes sense to me. It doesn't make sense to you guys, but it makes perfect sense to me. I have no issue with that.
I understand. I mean, I could make sense of it. I choose to keep an open mind, man. And I could argue a globe equally as well, man. I know it has to be a certain way. If you're gonna hold fast to a model, then of course, yeah, you know exactly what it's doing because you have the measurements and all this shit, you know. But I choose to keep open mind and I've always rocked the boat somewhat, man. I ain't trying to sink the freaking boat, but I like to I always come from a skeptical view, man. So, but I understand y'all's points. I understand that, but I just don't hold fast to the globe model, man. To be honest, so I'm trying to figure it out in a different way, man.
Yeah, I put more faith in hard measurements that we can make to do with something other than just optics. Information like like all that GPS data from Lake Pontchartrain. There's no way to square that circle. No matter what you do, you can't make the two ends in the center of that bridge fall in a straight line. They just don't.
I don't know, man. Like I said, when I was trying to figure out a test with one bridge and a flat bridge and a curved bridge. And the more I did it and looking at the math, there's no fucking distinguishing it. There's no test we can do. Like we figured out that the wall, if we're gonna do it with a bridge structure or something like that, it's got to be all connected. And like we were talking about building like just a 5-foot wall out of whatever, like 3 miles long, and then tip it over. And I was trying to think of ways to simplify that and just connect some posts, right? But you can't. It's got to be connected, or it don't work. The math doesn't work. I mean, it's identical if the ground is flat and water's flat, as if the ground is curved and the water's curved. There's no way to distinguish, man. I've racked my brain trying to come up with a test. You just can't. And so the question remains, like it's the satellites are given their position. So if you're going to position the satellite to be curving and the ground curving, it's going to be the exact same math as the ground straight and the satellite straight.
No, I don't think so, Brian.
Well, then show us a test. You know, you should be able to reflect that down here on the ground and come up with a test where we don't need a 3-mile solid wall.
Yeah, well, you're not going to build a 3 mile long anything that's going to measure the kind of curvature that you're talking about over that distance. It just isn't going to happen. 6 feet of curvature over 3 miles.
I think it can be done. It can be done, but
we'd only need 32 inch or about 20 something inches. You know, the mile and a half each direction. We wouldn't even need 6 feet. No, we'd only need the mile and a half, half of it, you know, to test, and it should be 20 inches or somewhere about 20 something inches out of whack. That should be not that hard to detect in a mile and a half. I mean, it ain't going to be that easy, but it ain't impossible either. But my point is the math's identical. If the ground is straight and the shit above or your walls are straight, your bridge is straight, it's the exact same as if the water's curved and the bridge is curved. Same thing with GPS satellites. If they're curving over us and the ground's curving, it's identical math to if they're straight overhead and the ground is flat. It's identical, dude. And if you've got a way around it, then we need to make that into a test, you know, here on terra firma, you know, and we could prove it. If I ever get a good enough evidence, man, I'm not stuck on this side, man. I'm not you know, I need something strong. I need something certain, man. I need a test that's gonna have to be a good proof, man. Something it's gonna. But if you can work out the math differential, we should be able to equate that to a test here on the ground.
If we definitively were able to measure curvature, I would not ignore that information whatsoever. I would absolutely. And if it was verified definitively that the Earth had the curve, then I would not deny that.
Well, that's exactly what was measured, though, at Pontchartrain.
I don't think that that's definitive in terms of GPS data because you don't have any control over those signals. You're a third party at that point. So that's not going to be, not for me, would not be definitive. It is interesting though, but it would depend on the actual GPS system to really verify that.
Well, when you find out how GPS actually does what it does, it becomes irrefutable in my mind. I don't see how anybody could question it. You can't deny that it accurately returns your position. And when you use very sophisticated GPS like Jesse Kozlowski used, that's got real-time kinematic corrections being made to it based on a stationary known reference, and that's how that's done. You can't deny that every point that system returned plots to an exact point on that bridge, exactly where he was. And I'm talking about within a few centimeters.
I don't deny that, man. Like I said, the math's the same. I mean, they do. I'll agree with you, Blue. But they do. Go ahead.
All right, I want to hear what we're gonna say. But they do what?
Well, I was just gonna say I do agree with you as far as the GPS and you know there's some good shit out there and all that, but I've also looked into it enough. That's what I've been studying lately and trying to learn more and more. And the one thing that is front of the list for me is the fact that they tell the GPS is where they are pretty much. They tell them where they are, and then they talk to each other, you know, if they need to, I guess. But they tell each other, but they're told where they are, and that's a big one for me.
Well, okay. Still, when you take that data, every point that you see after it's all corrected gives you an exact elevation above that lake. And you can see it just as plain as day, right? As he drove across there, he showed you the process data of 5.7, 5.8 meters, you know, whatever that number is. And that's right. I mean, you can go out there and physically measure that. That's exactly how high it is. And here's the problem. You can't get that number without applying an ellipsoid and the WGS84 geoid to the data. It will not happen.
If you apply the curve correction data, then and you tell them satellites that they're on a ball, you will absolutely get told it'll match that you're on a ball.
That doesn't make sense, Brian.
Well, that's
You'll
the way I
have to
see
show
it.
me how that could work.
Well, I recommend you draw, just get a little piece of draft paper just for the hell of it, and come up with a little test with a bridge or a wall or something, and just consider the water flat for one, and then erect like a flat bridge and a curved bridge, and then consider the water curved, and then erect like a curved bridge and then a flat bridge. Dude, it all works out. You'll see, dude. It's a fucking it's a fucking conundrum, dude. It's a conundrum because there's no way to prove it. It's fucking identical, man.
Well, I can't make it identical, so you'd have to show me how you did that. All I can make it do is curve. And there's no assumption made about the bridge, the shape of the bridge. No assumption whatsoever. Those are points in space.
Right, but the problem is you can't get it with just one satellite. Okay? If we could do it all with one satellite, that'd be one thing,
Of course not.
So what I mean by the math is if you could... sorry.
Which is what makes it even more believable. You can't just program one satellite. That's right.
Right, and that's just it.
You got to have minimum of 4 satellites. And at the same time, it's getting every position exactly right on that bridge. It's also getting every position anywhere in New Orleans right. And every
I agree, man.
We're in Lafayette, Louisiana, or any place else that was receiving that same bank of satellites at that moment. And even
I don't
when
deny
one
that,
satellite
man.
leaves and another one comes in, you still get the same answer.
Right. And them satellites, when they're told where they are, okay? So if we're on a flat Earth and there's 4 satellites, let's just say, just for explanation's sake, they're 100 miles above us. Okay, I know they're not, but let's just say that they're 100 miles above us. Okay, and let's just say they're spaced. Let's say they're spaced 200 miles apart, and there's 4 of them. We're measuring an 800-mile stretch. Well, let's bring it down a little bit. Let's just say we're measuring 100 miles, and there's 4 satellites. Okay, and we got 4 points we want to measure. We're directly underneath each satellite. So there's a measurement point under each satellite that we're going to check elevation for. And so the one in the middle is going to show, the one on the ends is going to show like about, not quite half a mile of drop from the 2 very ends, or the 2 ain't quite in the middle. So anyway, my point is this: if you have the satellites as curving, it would be the same height above it. If you're judging the Earth to be curved, and the satellites are 100 miles above each point, and you're telling the satellites that they're not level if they're not level with each other, if they're curving, it's going to be the same measurement as if the ground is flat, and you tell them satellites that they're flat. If the satellites are all lined up in a horizontal line, it's the same math.
Yeah, but they're not. They're not lined up horizontally in a straight line. They're splattered all over the place.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I was just trying to give an example of
coverage. They're all over the place up there, and that's not how it determines your position. It doesn't determine its position. Your GPS receiver is not determining its position based on any single satellite. It takes 4 of them, and it takes the intersection of those 4 signals to plot a point in space to say this is where I am. And simultaneously, any other point that on the Earth is able to do exactly the same thing. And you can't do that with anything other than the system that they've got. And that's what well, I think at some point I'm going to do a deep dive into actually how GPS does all these things. It might be worthwhile so that everybody understands a little better.
Did you see the video that I posted? It's a little 2-minute video with what's his name? George Hack, or I forgot his name, but he used to work with the GPS shit and all that, and he's showing. This is before the flat Earth debate too, before it got big. It was, but he showed the DMS documents, the engineering, the technical data for the GPS, showing how they adjust for the Sagnac effect, and it's not, and they have to adjust other places too. It's not. It says in the engineering specs, the old. I mean, not that old. I don't know how old actually, but the documents are in the video if you wanted to look further into it. But so it says, the Sagnac effect is not due to the Earth rotating. They have to adjust for the receiver, the receiver's motion period, and every other motion. And I'll post that video if you hadn't seen it. It's a short video, and he talks about it and shows the document. He shows how it does work and shit. So you might be interested in that. That'll give you somewhere to start on your video. He doesn't say the Earth is flat or nothing like that, but it says that the Sagnac is not due to Earth curve.
Yeah, you're not going to comprehensively describe how GPS actually works in a 10-minute video. You're probably not going to do it in 10 hours. It's fairly complicated.
I agree with that, and also there's a command center where all the signals they feed through. There's a central computer. I think it's the Department of Defense or the Navy or something or both. There's a command center, and like I said, that's this, and then there's another station that tells the satellites where they're at. And there's some information that's if you could bring clarity to it. You might sell me on that argument, which would be one more explanation, but this is going to be a tough one, man. I'm gonna post this video. It's like I said, it's a short one, and it'll have a document that you can look into. And
well, if you heard the simplicity of the argument I made earlier, though, that no matter what, you cannot refute the fact that GPS will return an exact position within centimeters. Within millimeters, actually, in some instances, if you've got a correct, a good high quality ground station set up and all that, you'll get a position that is unbelievably accurate every time, and not just at that point, at any point around it, And when you realize that data set plots a position right down that bridge at the right elevation, then you say, well, now, wait a minute. How did it get that elevation? Those numbers are all 5.7 meters. Oh, my God. The Earth is flat, right? No, it only got that by subtracting the height of the ellipsoid from that position data to start with and then correcting it for the geoid. That's the only way you can get that.
Yeah, so well, you should make a video, man. If you do make a video, I will watch it.
And the cool thing is, it's all open source. Nothing.
Hey, man, I think that also the proof is in LIGO. I think there might be some proof in LIGO, man. I've seen the documents and everything, and the surveying, the site surveying, elevations kind of contradict a little bit of the paperwork. But I seen what you had shown, and I seen the elevation. But I'm gonna go check it out this summer, man. Later on this summer, I'm gonna check it out. So that's gonna be. I'm kind of excited about that one, man, because there's a canal right next to it.
I'll tell you what's wrong at LIGO, and I'm looking into that right now, or getting ready to look into it. I want to try to find the final alignment data where they took actual elevations of the tube itself. That's been and I admit that is a legitimate argument. The pad definitely shows a 1 foot change in the elevation. That center of all of those pads is low by 1 foot. Okay. Maybe they're just idiots and they poured all the pads wrong.
No. If you add curvature corrections if you're using globe measurements, okay, then you've got to stick with globe measurements. You can't deviate or you'll get wrong shit. If you're going to use, there's a button on the total stations and everything. There's an earth curve function, and yeah, you know what I'm saying. If you're going to use globe data, after it's been processed, then you're going to have to follow it, or your shit's going to be wrong.
Well, yeah, it doesn't actually have literally a switch on it. There's a software.
No, it's a function.
Software selection. You can turn it off or on. That's not what I'm talking about, though. The fact is, the elevation data that you get from the as-builts pertains only to the pad, not to the tube itself. And so there are those out there that are now saying, yeah, but the tube is, the height of the tube above the pad is adjustable, so they could have straightened it out that way. Even though clearly the concrete pad is not in a straight line. That doesn't mean the tube sitting above it could not have been adjusted.
Yeah, I'm going to check them both, though, man.
So what I'm looking for is the actual alignment data on the tubes. It would be easy enough if you could get into LIGO just to walk down the length of the damn thing and see if the tube is a consistent height above the concrete. But there's water. There's water right next to it, so that's a simple 3-position. You don't even need a laser rangefinder. All you need is just a laser on a swivel. Right.
That's an easy one there.
No, it's an impossible one, and I'll tell you why. The only arm where you guys claim there's water next to it, although when you look at it on Google Earth, there is no water in that ditch that they dug over there.
Would you agree that if I dug down the water in 3 spots and let it fill for a couple hours, it would it'd be level?
Yeah, sure it would be. I don't.
That's what I was going to do.
I don't disagree with that. The problem is that arm is not level. That arm has a 4-foot elevation change.
Yeah, well, that's why I was going to check it against the water.
It is 64 feet at the vertex, and it is 60 feet at the far end of it. There's a 4-foot change in elevation, and both of the arms do that out in Washington.
The problem with that is if we take and differential level it, it'll show up as flat. You understand? Just the way I went down the beach and the water showed up as flat. If the curve corrections are added to it, then that means if I shoot it normally, 100 foot at a time, it's going to show up flat. So that's why I want to check it.
Yeah, I think it's pointless even talking about it because
I'm not going to use that as proof, Lou. I'm not saying that I'm going to shoot it 100 foot all the way down and say, hey, look, there's flat. I understand y'all's argument on that, like differential leveling. I'm changing angles, you know. But
Listen, what I'm saying is it's pointless to even talk about it because they're not going to let you do that. Why would they?
who's they?
They would be LIGO.
Yeah, we'll see. Why would? Well, I mean,
you're going to get
why
out
wouldn't
there
they?
and start digging holes and doing and screwing around? No, I don't think so.
Does that bother you?
No,
Why would it bother them?
because they got $1 billion machine sitting there.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch their machine, man. I'm not going to touch their machine, man.
Yeah, even then,
I'm not going to get nowhere near. I'm not going to get nowhere near their machine. I ain't trying to.
Even then, how are you going to get to make a measurement of the tube itself, Brian? It's inside a concrete Quonset hut, basically, inside a half shell, a concrete shell.
Okay, well, this is why, Blue, because in this scenario, if that concrete or the arm is completely straight, the way it's claimed, then the middle, that tangent you showed us, is going to be lower, elevation wise on a globe. So the water technically would flow toward the middle, toward that tangent. So that's going to be easy to find out. I only need 3 spots and a laser on a pivot. I can see where that laser hits from a fucking few hundred feet away if I needed to. I could probably do it off their property and fucking. That'd be a whole nother argument. It's refracting. You know, this could prove a globe, dude. To me, you know, if I see the fact that the tunnel, I'll check the concrete. If that's showing that it's lower in the middle at the tangent compared to the water, then you know I'll check to see the discrepancies in the tunnel. See if, and just visually from a distance. Like I said, I'm not trying to upset anybody really. This is personal shit. I just need 3 little spots, to check it. I could use a visual scope or a laser on a pivot. You know, just whatever rocks the boat the less. And I might be coming back with globe proof. You know, who knows?
Well, I'm just telling you and guaranteeing you that the arm you're talking about is not level. I guarantee you it is not. It's
horizontal though, right?
No, there's a 4-foot elevation change.
What do you mean it's not horizontal?
It is not. All right, do it again. At the vertex where the 2 arms meet, the elevation of the ground there is about 64 feet above mean sea level. At the far end of it, the elevation is 60 feet above mean sea level. It slopes down 4 feet.
Right, but it's a straight line though, right? It's a straight line. A straight horizontal line.
Well, depending on how, you know, here we have to get into those pedantic discussions about what horizontal.
No, I'm not trying to do that, Blue. I promise you, I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to come up with a word that doesn't do that. So that's why I said horizontal because.
Okay, it's sort of horizontal. I'll give you that. It's straight.
Straight, yeah. I'll say straight.
All right.
So yeah.
Yeah, straight line. Cube is in a.
That'd be a pretty good proof for me if I see that and I detect that. That's going to be in my mind, that's going to be a hard one to contest. But I still, you understand that I want to see that, though, right? I mean, not that hard to find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a hard one for me to contend with, man. I don't know what I could come up with. Like, I have a pretty good pre-conclusion. Like I said, if I'm going to use the globe argument, you know, the globe data, then I've got to match it to a globe mathematically. But yeah, if that shit's straight, then the water's gonna be not gonna be level with water, which is very easy to figure out. I don't even have to get measurements. I just need to see that it's not level with water, right?
No matter what, it's not going to be level with the water because it's not level.
Well, if the Earth is a plane, it's either going to be level with water or it's going to be sloping one way or another.
Yeah, it's
consistently.
sloping. We know it is. That's what they claim.
No,
Elevation data shows it's sloping.
no. There's a tangent in the middle of the that one arm.
Tangent. No, that tangent's not in the middle of that arm, Brian.
Either way, it's going to be a consistent slope. You know, it wouldn't be continuous.
Yeah,
on the
that's what
globe.
yeah, right. That's what it isn't. It is not a consistent slope, according to
Right.
elevation.
So this is about the best thing I can come up with, man, to see for myself. You know, so I'm not trying to avoid the globe, despite there might have been a time where I was heavy in the debate, and but I've been in this shit so long. I want to know. I want to know, and that I feel like that's the best chance I've got for me personally. Something I can do, and prove it to me one way or another, right?
Well, we've got as-built elevation data.
Yeah.
Signed off by registered professional engineers.
I've seen it, and they're using the least squares method out there too. You know that, right?
I'm sorry.
They're using least squares method with the shots and shit. They're using local, on-site, freaking. I mean, I don't want to say approximations. That's kind of crude, but for lack of a better word, like they were given a benchmark. They were given the benchmark, and they're following the data. So, in other words, like I said, if they were to shoot it, and you don't know that you're changing angle. If they were to shoot it with an instrument, let's say, I'm sure they probably use GPS and all this, but if they use an instrument, it'd be the same as you'd have to follow the globe numbers, but that would show you flat. Like I said, me going down the beach and to try and measure curvature over a couple miles, and the water doesn't show curvature, but if I'm changing angles, when I'm doing just differential leveling, just foresight, backsight, and leapfrogging, basically, I'm it's going to show up as flat because I'm not measuring them angles each time. I'm just getting the shots and maintaining the elevation. You see what I'm saying? So it's hard. I mean, I sometimes have a hard time putting shit in words, but it's like this. If I understand the argument that if I'm changing angles, that the same thing would happen. If I was changing angles and I didn't know because it was so slight, so gentle of angles, then that's a possible explanation for the globe.
What angles are you talking about changing, Brian?
Every time I set up my level, when I move up another 100 feet, if I'm ever so slightly changing angles and I'm not counting that, then that's a potential explanation for the globe of why how the water could be curving. It's just me being fair. I don't buy it at this point, but I do consider it possible. And just the fact that it's possible, makes me want to go double check against something that we have the numbers right there in our face, and let's go double check them. And yeah, I agree that it's going to match the globe. If I take an instrument and go all the way down it, it's absolutely going to match them measurements. It'd have to, but it's not going to be level with water. And this is the only situation I've ever found where I can be absolutely certain that it's not going to be level with water. And but it's still straight. And so I got to see that. That's the, like I said, that'd be a tough one to refute.
Well, yeah, you're guaranteed not to be level with water. It cannot be. Not have an elevation change.
Or continuous, like a continuous slope, a straight line. Like I might need a fourth shot if just to make sure the slope is continuous or not continuous.
Yeah, well, you can't go 2.5 miles and drop 4 feet and be level. It can't be done. And that's what that does. And both the arms at Hanford do that. The only one that's almost level is the what they call the southwest arm at Livingston. It's very close. It's 64. It's within hundredths of a foot end to end on each end, and a foot low in the center.
Blue, compared to the shit I've done, this is a pretty easy one, man. I just need to, you know, and plus I have the luxury of you having pulled the information, and so there it is right there. Like I said, the on-site elevations were a little bit contradictory, but that they don't really, you know, they don't take
How so?
precedent, you know.
How are they contradictory?
I forgot, man, to be honest, but I put it in the video that I made. It just showed them, and there it's a little bit like they were probably just leveling out the ground for the for the for the builders to come and find for the surveyors to come do their thing. So that's why I said I'm not really holding much weight, putting much weight into that. Guess it's like not the developers, but the freaking maybe I guess the developers. But it wasn't the surveying crew. The information you showed and put in that video. That's what I'll go by, you know, because that's how they built it.
Well, the as-builts are showing the elevation of the top of concrete. Doesn't have anything to do with the ground.
Right. I understand. Like I said, I'll check the concrete, and depending on what it says, I'll just, you know, I'm just gonna just visually just look at the tubing. You know, I might double check that in the middle, but either way, it's just it's pretty much you understand what I'm saying by like if they're using the globe data, you know, to lay out the survey, it's got to match that. In other words, even if the earth is flat, if I went from beginning to end shooting it 100 foot at a shot, like planar surveying, basically, it's going to show, it's going to match that. If it was level, I mean, but it ain't level. I mean, I see. I'm glad I put that in because that's a big deal. I'm saying if it were level, like a level on a globe, I couldn't tell the difference by differential leveling it from beginning to end. It would, but the fact that it's not level is why this is possible. So in other words, if I take the data and let's say I'm using water, okay, then I know if I'm using the water, let's say the beginning, I'm gonna be, let's say 4 foot off the ground, and then the middle of it, I'm gonna be 2 foot off the ground or something, and then the other end, I'm gonna be 4 foot off the ground again. Let's just say it is horizontal. If
it is that, right?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the southwest arm is almost level. Almost.
And that's not the arm with the ditch next to it.
No.
I'll bring my shovel.
Now I don't know how often that has any water in it.
Yeah, I'm not counting on that, man. To be honest, probably grown over, worthless. But the indicator of it's an indicator that it wouldn't be too much trouble to get down to where I need to. You know, wouldn't be much trouble at all. Wouldn't really be a bother. Be kind of out of the way of everything going on, really.
You can arbitrarily pick any point you want and call that your benchmark and level from that point.
True.
Doesn't make any difference.
If it's not level with the water, like I suspect it is, or a continuous slope, then I'm gonna say that the whole world's flat except Louisiana. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, you can go on. You can go if you're concerned about whether or not it's level. You can go on Google Earth and quickly see it's not level.
Man, you totally don't understand what I'm saying when I tell you that when I shoot down. Let me find another way to express this. Okay, if I take a canal, okay, and I measure 5 miles of it, okay, 100 foot at a time, differential leveling, the way they, the way surveyors do all the local data, survey data, I'm not talking about state lines and I'm talking about, elevation surveyors. All the local state planer surveys, they where they get their information and but they if I go 5 miles down the canal and I start with a benchmark at 4 foot, if that water's calm, when I get to the end of that 5 miles, it's still going to show 4 foot. And then I'll turn in my information, all my shots, and they're going to plot it onto a globe. But I'm going to measure it as flat. They're going to add the angles that I was angling, just them ever so slight angles. They're going to add them in because I'm not adding them in the field. I'm just shooting, just shot for shot, 100 foot at a pop, and then back shooting. And so I'm going to measure that water level, and I'm going to argue that it's flat. But well, before my butt. So if I go and look at my data, like say if they took my measurements and applied them to that area, it's going to show up perfect on a ball after they add the angles. They put the corrections to it, and it's going to show up perfect on their ball. And
who adds these? Who does that? I've never seen
everybody.
That
what do you mean?
I've never seen that done.
How do you think they survey for elevation? How do you think
Off a benchmark.
Right. I'm saying they freaking go one shot at a time to differential leveling, like our forefathers who crossed the country with the dumpy levels and shit way back in the day.
Yeah. There's no correction that goes on after that.
Yes. What do you mean there's no correction? Okay, so they're going to accept. So then there's flat because if I go 5 miles, I'm going to, and I don't add in the angles, I'm going to read a flat canal, Blue.
I know you are. You're that's what you're doing. You're leveling it. That's the entire idea.
In other words, if I start off with a 4 foot benchmark, at the end of 5 miles, I'm going to end with a 4 foot benchmark as long as that water is calm. And and that's flat.
That's level. That's not flat. That's
right.
level.
You see, that's what I'm saying. But that's the whole point. Now you see where I'm getting at. That's not measuring curvatures. That's not measuring curvatures.
Yeah, you are. You're measuring level, Brian.
Right. Straight and level, right?
Points that are at the same gravitational potential. That's what you're measuring.
Okay. Well, if nobody adds in any angle changes.
Well, nobody does.
Yes, they do.
Where?
It's curvature corrections. They add.
Where are you telling me?
Blue.
Where are you telling me that they added curvature correction?
Blue, if I back shoot, if I leapfrog 5 miles, how are you telling me that it's curved? If I'm shooting back at 4 foot and then laying out 4 foot in front of me, or double checking 4 foot in front of me, and then keeping on doing that. How are you telling me that that's not flat without putting in angle changes? Without angle changes, that's a flat plane.
The curvature in front of you is the same as the curvature behind you. That
right.
is what
Which means I'm changing angles, Blue. That's my point. If you don't put in them, if you don't calculate, listen, man, if you don't calculate them angle changes, then it's a flat Earth.
There is no angle change, Brian. Nobody puts anything in.
If there's no angle change, Blue, then the Earth is flat. I'm not trying to even argue this, but you're making it into an argument.
I agree with you. The Earth's flat. Have a nice day.
Then listen, I'm not trying to even claim that. You're like forcing it on me. You're forcing me to say it by not even acknowledging my point. My point is without, if I'm not, that was the explanation that I got from George Numchucks when I first freaking got into it. Because I went down the beach and I didn't go 5 miles, but I went a long way, Blue, and there was no curve. And he told me that I was changing angles. I got to add in my angle changes, even though they're ever so slight. If I don't add them in, then it's wrong. Okay, this was the first debate, and listen, I will consider that. That's fair. I'll say that's a possibility. Whether I agree with it or not doesn't matter. It's possible. I'll concede that, and that's the whole point. I'm not trying to argue that. I gave up on that a long time ago. What I did really is waste my time out there. But at the time, I was 100% sure that the Earth was flat. Because I didn't add any angle changes.
I'll be back.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Yep. Tough man to compromise with sometimes. But he's all right, though.
All right, I'm back.
You missed absolutely nothing. I'm not sure a word was spoke. I wonder if anybody else is listening.
I don't know. Who cares?
I like talking one-on-one, but it helps sometimes to hear some other input, to kind of bridge the gap in our views,
Well, when you did your thing going down the beach, you did it with a auto level, right?
Yeah, auto level. A Burger 24.
Yeah. Yeah, they're okay. I've got a Burger optical level. Old one.
What, the old one with the where you line up the bubble horizontally and or front and back?
Yeah, you gotta actually level. You gotta actually know how to level the damn thing yourself.
Yeah, I kind of like them better, to be honest, man. That's the kind that I grew up on,
But yeah, well, if you're doing differential leveling and you're using an auto level, there's no correction for anything built into it. You're going to necessarily end up with a level line. Every point's going to be at the same elevation as every other point.
Right.
That's the idea. And there's no way to prove curvature that way. That's not
right. And there's no way to prove flat either, right?
Right. It simply establishes level. That's all.
Right, and that's the beauty of LIGO, man. There's finally something we know for a fact is not level with that water, or not continuous either, continuous slope. So if the Earth is flat, then I'm going to have to get a continuous slope and or level with the water. If not, I'm going to have a hard time explaining that. You on board with that, right?
Yeah, if the if the tube at LIGO is following the concrete that we already know what the elevations are, then there's no way the Earth is flat.
Now, let's just say this, hypothetically speaking. If the tubes in the concrete are level with the water or a continuous slope, I could still, I could map that. I can map it as curved if I wanted to, but it wouldn't be. I don't even know why I threw that part in there. I was just originally going to say, if it matches level with the water, then we know that 5 mile straight line on the canal is literally a straight line. If I'm not getting you to concede, you understand, on anything's Earth's flat or nothing, but I'm saying, if, just hypothetically speaking, if the water is level, let's just say I go out there and it winds up being level. I know it doesn't show up as that, but if it did, then we got some talking to do, right?
Yeah. Wish I could share my stream here. I'm looking at LIGO right now, Livingston.
Hey y'all, what's the discussion?
We're talking about LIGO.
You know, LIGO's full of shit, right? They have some nice articles posted, but I'd like to know how we can verify that. Take the word for it that they're curbing above the. They claim their platform is so straight that it folds up 4 feet on both sides because the Earth is curving. You heard that? Just want to know how we can verify that. Because LIGO wouldn't lie to us, they would definitely tell us the truth. They had no reason to lie.
There you go, Brian. Gio, let me screen share. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this on your machine or not. Let me back up a little bit. All right, there's Livingston. Okay. There's the arm, the southwest arm. There's the southeast arm. Let's go up here at this end of the north end of the southeast arm. Just on the roadway, okay? This road next to it. And that shows an elevation, it shows a Google Earth elevation of 63 feet. Let's go down to the bottom end of it.
Sorry, what is elevated 63 feet?
The elevation of the ground, the elevation of the road surface. And down there at that,
there's hill. Just want to be clear, there's hill on the top.
I'm sorry, say what?
You're saying there's a hill on the top 63 feet?
No, I'm giving you elevations above mean sea level. So it was 63 feet up there at the vertex or close to it, and it's 59 feet down here at the other end. There's the 4 feet, Brian. Oops. I don't see Brian anymore.
Doesn't that mean it's just tilted?
That means there's a 4 foot elevation change, yeah.
Yeah, so it could be tilted up. You take a ruler, slant it upwards. There you go.
Yeah.
Does that prove anything?
No, and I wasn't trying to.
Okay. So here's another question. How do you... Okay, so Google is claiming that is a 63 foot elevation. What if I went 100 feet to the right or to the left? Would Google know the elevation of those places also?
Yep.
Can you try that right now and see what Google says elevation is 100 or 200 feet to the left or to the right?
Well, let's just go that far to the left. It's 59 feet right here. Over here, it's 50 feet. You go from 59 feet here, 59 feet here, where my little hand is. Can you see it? To there, it's 50 feet.
I don't see your hand.
See it moving around?
Is that circular thing?
Yeah.
So where to where is how much elevation difference?
That's not moving more than 20 or 30 feet. And you go from 59 feet to 50 feet elevation. And over there, it's about 50 feet.
Yeah, go over there. See what it says on that sign.
All right, 52 feet.
So what does that tell you? It's sloping down?
Well, from some point, yeah. I mean, and that doesn't really tell me much of anything. I'm only interested in the elevation of the tube itself.
Okay, a couple things. One, if it's 59 on one side and 63 on another side, does that mean that it's tilted up like a ruler?
Yeah. Yeah, it's tilting up, yes. I'll give you that.
And what would that mean as far as the surface of the earth?
In and of itself, it doesn't mean anything.
I have a question. How would Google, what is this program, Google Earth? How would Google Earth know anything about elevation of areas of the world? How do they know that?
Exactly how they extracted their elevation data is, I don't know. I can't tell you. But it's relatively, it's not precise. I give you that, and not meant to be. And I'm not trying to use it for any level of precision. But anytime you check it, it comes out pretty close to what a known elevation is in the general area. It's an amazing program.
If you believe it.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Now, if they had a surveyor that was at that location and then took a survey to say that it's, let's say, 50 feet from sea level, then I would probably believe that. But does that mean the whole world is surveyed? Do you see my point?
Yeah, most of it is.
Most of the world is surveyed?
Yeah, the land portions. Obviously, you don't survey oceans, but...
Right, right, the land part. Just the land part.
Yeah. Most of it
I have a hard time believing that.
Well...
Now, if you're talking about LIGO, we can assume that there's surveyors out there to make sure the land was flat when they built the project. That makes sense. So I'll allow that, but only if a survey did it, not anything that was taken from, not because Google Maps is looking at it, but because a surveyor was there and did it and recorded it.
Well, that's I didn't say. I'm not using this for anything other than just a rough confirmation of what the surveyors say is out there. That's the only reason I was showing this. According to the survey, this end is not 59 feet. The actual concrete pad that LIGO is sitting on is 60 feet. And at the top end, it's not 63 feet, it's 64 feet. That's what the surveyor said.
Now, does that show a curved earth?
When you take the center point into account, it does.
What's the center point?
The elevation at the center is
Which
not
is what?
in line. Huh?
Which is what is that at the center?
We'll have to go. We'd have to go back and look it up. Let's see. It should be, well, if it's 64 at the top and 60 at the bottom, and that's what they measured, then the center point should have been 62 feet, and it's not. It's 63.
So you're saying it's curving by a foot?
Yeah.
And how long is the building?
That's about 2.5 miles.
So 8 inches per mile squared. Let's see. 2 miles. It would be,
which is 1.25 miles.
32 inches.
1.25 miles from the center point.
Correct. So
now
8 inches is about 10 inches, so about a foot.
Yeah. Exactly where it should be.
So here's the thing, because it was done over Earth, right? Don't you think that the Earth can go up and down? As opposed to water, which water would be, I think, pretty consistent.
I think water can go up and down.
You think water can go up and down?
Sure.
Well, before we get into that, well, I'll give you the tube they have is got to be straight. It should be, anyways. I don't know if it is or not, but the tube should be straight. What does that have to do with the floor of the building?
Well, other than the fact
because the floor can bend concave, convex, zigzag.
Well, that's the
it can be off because of the earth can go up and down. Doesn't affect the tube that they're going to shoot a laser through. You see what I'm getting at?
That's what the elevation measurements are too. The elevations are the top of the concrete pad that the tube is sitting on.
Yeah, but you can have, okay, let me put it another way. You can have a concave or convex floor. Above it, you can have a laser tube that's perfectly straight that you just run a mile. So it's not the earth, it's not the surface of the earth you want to worry about. It's if the laser tube is straight, that's what you want to worry about.
Exactly.
So if you put the laser, you put the laser tube on the floor, that would be what you're looking for to see if that was straight up on the floor, not the surface of the building. Because as far as I know, all the surfaces of all the architecture have always been flat. There is no allowance for curvature, none necessary, none needed.
In this particular case,
Except this one, you're saying there's conveniently a further curvature conveniently to match the Earth's curve, but you don't need it because it's not the Earth that the floor needs to be curved. It's the laser tube. It's not the floor needs to be flat. Sorry, it's the laser tube needs to be flat. They're independent of each other, aren't they?
I know that.
How's that sound?
I don't disagree with you. It's the laser tube that needs to be straight.
Now, if we can get that laser tube lay on the ground, and it showed a foot bending up a foot, that would be interesting. That would show. You could say it's a curved surface, but you'd also have to confirm that, though. You can't just take LIGO's word for it, and certainly not Google Earth's word for it. I would probably take a surveyor's word for it.
God forbid we take somebody else's data. That's absolutely.
God forbid we take the person's data that we think is lying to us. Yeah, that would make no sense.
Yeah, God forbid. Don't do that.
I'll tell you what, though. I just want to confirm it for myself. Just send someone out there just to confirm it. That's all. It's just a request, you know. But yeah, the floor is not going to mean that whatever the floor is shaped, curving up, curving down, curving to the perfect surface of a ball, doesn't mean the tube is the tube is the one that needs to be straight, not the floor.
No, they had to level the tube was leveled.
You can level a laser tube with a leveler with a liquid, a tri bubble or what do you call it?
That's not what they did.
Doesn't mean that the floor needs to be level.
The tube was set using differential GPS.
Listen to what you're saying. The tube was used by was set from GPS satellites. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, I heard
that
myself.
Would be even more difficult to confirm.
You want to see the report? I'll be glad to show it to you.
Put the report in Livestream. But again,
hang on.
If you can't confirm it, it's just stories. You have appeal to authority.
Well, then
it's a nice story. I mean, it could be true, but
good evening.
If you can't go there and test it, it's just a story. And we know all reports are 100% accurate. No man would ever lie.
That's all you got to is a story.
You got a story unless we can go there and confirm it ourselves. That's all.
Except I've got a story that's got data attached to it. You've got nothing.
I'm just questioning this authority that you're trusting. And if you
which authority would that be? Chicago Bridge and Iron, Jacobs Engineering,
what a conspiracy is.
Caltech. Which one of those authorities would you call into question here?
If you have any sense of what a conspiracy is, they cover it up, man. They make it look like something else. That's the whole point of a conspiracy. Caltech, I wouldn't want to talk to the guy who did it. That's all. Let me just talk to the guy who put his name to that report.
Nobody's stopping you. Call Caltech.
That's what I would do.
Call MIT. Check with them.
Whoever made the report.
I know some of the CBI guys. I don't know any Jacobs people anymore, but used to work with them.
Now, is there any reasons for you to believe? Let me ask you this: is there any reason for you to believe that the laser tube, which I'm gonna give you, it should be flat, is somehow equal to the ground being flat or curved? I mean, does it have to be the same? No, right?
Wouldn't make any sense.
You can hover a laser tube over a curved surface.
Wouldn't
and
make
it'd be straight.
wouldn't make a damn bit of sense to pour concrete with a 1 foot elevation change over 2.5 miles like that. That precisely, it would make absolutely no sense to do that if you weren't trying to eliminate some additional problems when it comes to straightening the tube. Those
Okay,
additional problems would be every support point would have to be different.
So here's what I would find if I confirmed it. Let's say my hunch is right. I go there and I see that in the center, the laser tube is closer to the ground.
Yeah.
And then at the ends, the laser tube would be higher up off the ground. The difference between the laser tube and the ground would be whatever you're saying, 12 inches higher up.
I agree with you.
So that's what we would want to confirm. And then I would say you're on a good path to be right, or something else I can't explain. I have to say I don't know, but that's what I want to confirm. And I bet you don't have that information. That the laser tube is lower to the ground in the middle.
I bet you're right, and I never said I did.
I mean, that would be a good important information, because that would make me think that the ground was curving and the laser tube was straight. But not going off GPS and not going off Google, which I certainly don't trust. But it's a good, it's all we have, right? I'm not saying throw it out. I'm saying test it. I'm saying confirm it.
I'll just shut Google off. I was simply showing Brian Leakey.
Thank you, though. I appreciate that. I don't know where the other guy went, but I appreciate that. I think it said in the report in the wiki write up, it said that because the Earth is curving, the bottom of the platform had to be lifted up off the ground. It said it lifted up off the ground, not the elevation you're measuring, but that it was physically, there's a gap at the edge of the construction, lifting off the ground, which I'd like to confirm that, and which does not confirm the laser tube doesn't confirm what the laser tube is doing, just what the construction is doing. And by the way, you can form the ground to whatever shape you want: curved, concave, convex, flat, crooked, and you can build a building or a construction on top of that. Kind of like as people that have these bridges. Supposedly, these bridges somehow have equated the curvature of the Earth. And I asked, well, let me see the blueprint. What is it in the blueprint? Oh, the blueprints are classified. They're private. We don't show the blue. Oh, well, you don't see the blueprints, so you can't really confirm they're actually curving. So I wonder if these blueprints of this building are available, so we can see that they've allowed for a curve in the construction blueprints. That would be interesting. It might be the first blueprint we've seen with the curve.
Are you talking about LIGO now?
Yeah, that construction, the blueprints of that building. I wonder if they allow or they know about a curve, if they're even aware of it.
Absolutely. All you got to do is Google it. LIGO as-built.
I Googled, they gave us a story about how the thing is tilted up at the edges, confirming a curved Earth.
What do you mean they gave you a story? They gave you a complete set of fucking drawings.
That is not blueprints showing a curve.
Yes, it is.
No, I'm saying a wiki write-up is not blueprints showing allowing for a curvature.
I'm not talking about a write-up. I'm talking about the actual drawings.
Okay.
The LIGO as-built drawings.
Okay, I'd like to look at those. Do you have them that's showing the contractor figured in the curve of the earth when he built it?
Now, what are you asking for? I've got the elevation data and the drawings that show all the details of how that was built.
I'm looking for the blueprints that are supposed to measure the surface of the building, the bottom, that show that there's an allowance for
Okay.
8 inches per mile squared or some kind of curvature.
Yeah.
That's what I want to check.
Hold on.
Thank you.
This is so difficult to do. You've got to type actually 3 words into Google to find that.
You post something in Livestream?
Yeah, it's in Livestream. Livestream 1 text. Those are the LIGO as-built drawings.
I have 1 page. Is it more than 1 page?
What do you mean 1 page?
I clicked the link and it's 1 page, literally. And it shows I got 2 angles, one on top, one on the bottom.
You see the thing that says facilities? Hanford Observatory, Livingston Observatory.
I'm on my phone. It's really blurry on my phone. Oh, I see. Okay, there's links in here. Okay, observatory. Where would it be the blueprints?
Each one of those tabs is a set of drawings.
So I click on structural.
Or, yeah, whatever you're interested in. Architectural or civil, probably the best two.
Help me out. Do you have a place where it's the actual blueprint? Like when you build a building, you got a blueprints, the master blueprints that you roll them, vellum, and it shows the structure of the building. These have like.
Well, yeah, after 45 years of building power plants, designing them, I think I know what a set of blueprints looks like. Yes, I know. So I'll go back.
Okay, well, listen, I'm gonna take my time and go through this. It looks like there's a lot in here.
Yeah, there is.
No, I don't understand all these numbers, but I'll try my best.
Let's see. Hopefully,
maybe if you can highlight. I don't want to do this to you, but I'm gonna go through them. But if you can highlight where it's curving, that'd be something.
Well, I'll show you how you have to do it. Okay, if you can watch on my stream, because I don't think you've got a lot of experience looking at this sort of thing. I'm going to pick the Livingston Observatory, the one in Louisiana, and I'll just pull up the architectural drawings. Now, this is the list of architectural stuff right here. What we need to find, let's go down to the civil section, because that's where we're going to see all this stuff. And we'll start with a drawing index, drawing matrix. I'm going to open that one up. LAC 003 Rev 1. And then you get all kinds of different sizes of that particular drawing. Let's open that one up. Open one of those up.
Okay, wait, go back. Hang on, go back. Which one did I click on? Sorry. Give me instructions. Which one did you click on? I'm on now. Facilities, beam, tube, enclosure, living observatory. Which one?
Okay, let's go back again. I'm going to go to Livingston Civil. And
Civil.
the first one I'm going to pull up is LA-C-003.rev1. That's the drawing matrix. All of these are the same size, or all of these are the same drawing, just different sizes.
It's the first one in LAC 001 Rev 1.
You want the first one?
No, I'm asking you, which one is it?
Huh?
Which LAC do I open? The first one?
LAC-003. That says drawing matrix, right? When you click on that, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 choices, and it's all the same drawing. They're just different sizes. Some of them are A size, some of them are letter size, some are PDFs.
LAC 003 Rev 1?
Yeah. And when you open up any of those,
I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more links.
yeah.
Which one did I press?
Any of them, they're all the same. It's just different sizes, different size sheets.
Now, are you an engineer or an architect?
Yeah, I am.
Awesome. I appreciate that. Now, me being a layman and asking questions, thank you for your patience. Where does it show me? I'm looking for elevation, curve. What am I looking for? Elevation, curve, what?
You're going to have to look at the elevations. So I've got
Okay,
LAC.
hang on. So the elevation, let's say the one that you confirmed with Google Maps. That's all you have? You don't have the actual structure bending?
You've got
because elevation's on the ground, right?
You can't just look at a drawing and see what you're trying to see. There is no single drawing that shows all of that information. There's a lot of information. I'm about to show it to you. Let me blow this up a little bit. The one we were just looking at is this arm over here on the right-hand side. So if we want the elevation of the concrete and the pad section and all of that, up there near the vertex, this is the main building, the vertex of those two tubes. We're looking for LA. That's LAC-031. All right, so let's go back and see if we can find LAC-0031. Here it is right here. Southwest arm. And that's what you're going to see. This shows, let me blow that up a little bit.
You said I can't see what I want to see with one drawing. What is it that you think I want to see?
I'm showing you where the elevations are. And there's a series of these drawings to get for each one of the arms. There are, but it's quite a few. So this is the arm up near the vertex, 53.99 feet. There's an elevation. And every 100 feet, there's an elevation. 100-foot increments. And now you have to go to the next drawing and the next one and the next one and so forth. It takes a while to go through this stuff. That's how you're going to find it.
Okay, so you're You're looking at elevations.
Yeah.
But that's on the ground. But wouldn't the building also have a curve in the construction of the building, or no?
That is the building, so to speak. That's the pad that the LIGO tube is sitting on. Not the ground, it's the elevation of the pad. So LAC 031 showed an elevation of 63.99 feet. If we go to the far end of that arm, which would be this one, LAC 004 or LAC 040. Let's look at that one. That's the end of the tube, where the end of the tube is. And the elevation there is 60.03 feet. So there's
But you
the
confirm the tube is not the ground.
Huh? Say what?
I'm saying you can agree the tube is not the ground.
Yeah, I agree. So let's see which one would be somewhere near the middle. We know we got, let's just round the numbers off, 64 feet at the north end, 60 feet at the south end. And let's see what would be close to the middle. I want to go back and open up that matrix again so we can see. Which drawing we need to look at.
You know what I thought? Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that it was saying that if you go to the edge of that construction, it's up in the air, hovering off the ground. That's what I thought they were saying.
No.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, you are. Not hovering off the ground. They poured the concrete so it doesn't do that. The center of this thing would be LAC. Midpoint right there is on LAC 035. Okay. Let's go to that one. LAC 035. Let's see what that says. Where's the midpoint shown? That's the closest thing. There's the midpoint. And it's about 61 feet. It's about 61 feet. So now think about it. 64 feet at the north end, 60 feet at the south end. If that were a straight line, right, the center point would be 62 feet. It's not. It's 61 feet.
Right. So there's some interesting things happening here. What I thought it would have to be if it was a ball is that there would be a consistent curve from one side to the middle and from the middle to the other side. But according to the information they're giving me, it could just bend up like a V shape, like a mountain, is what you're telling me. Because
No.
knowing the blueprint says it's curving, it just says the elevation is different.
Well, there are 100.
Let me say that a different way. Let me say it a different way. What there should be is a consistent arc from one side to the other.
And there is.
Is that what you're showing?
Yeah.
Okay, I just heard you say the middle and the ends. Now we're gonna have to check the in between the middle and each end.
Well, I'm not going to sit here at 5 o'clock in the morning pulling up 133 different elevations to show it to you. You can do that yourself. But if you plot those elevations, it does form an arc. And the arc conforms with a radius of about 6,400 kilometers.
Wait a minute. You just made a leap there. How did you get to the radius of 6,400 kilometers?
That's what that arc would be.
It has the math in there, or are you using other math for that?
You can plot those elevations in something like AutoCAD, for instance. Actually, you don't really have to do that. You can look up the formula, knowing that's the sagitta that we just found, 1 foot sagitta in the center. If you know the length of the arc and you know the sagitta, you can figure out the radius of the arc. It's simple algebra.
Right. So I'm wondering if the tube is going to be closer to the ground in the center and farther away from the ground at the edges.
Yeah, that's the one thing I cannot confirm for you. I don't have that information.
I appreciate that. You have the construction, but not the tube inside, because the tube, obviously, they can move that up and down. We have the construction of a building that's shaped like it's built around a globe, is what you have.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, okay? This is just a general rebuttal I have. The shape of the building does not affect the laser tube.
I agree.
Because you can float a laser tube over. Now let me say something else. It doesn't make sense to me, and I appreciate you. It's late for you, and let's continue another time. But it doesn't make sense to me that they would try to make a building the shape of the Earth. Exactly. Because all they have to do is they can make, like you said, they can make a flat building and pour concrete. Okay. And that would make more sense to put a flat building and pour concrete. Wait a minute. Okay. It make more sense to put a flat building and pour the concrete so it's flat and draw a flat tube over a flat building structure than to have a curved building and put a flat tube over that. It would make more sense for the first one. They'll just have to dig into the earth another foot or so, another 2 feet on both sides.
Yeah, you got it exactly backwards.
Explain.
They built a straight, perfectly straight concrete pad over a curved earth, not the other way around.
No, they didn't, because you confirmed that the elevations are different in the center, which means it's arcing perfectly, that the construction is arcing perfectly around the globe. You just said that.
No, it isn't. It is not arcing perfectly around the globe. It is washing out the curve of the globe. If it were,
Okay,
if it
because
were
because we
arcing
just
perfectly,
let me repeat what I thought you just said.
for a second.
It was
If it were
2 feet
arcing
off.
perfectly around the curve of the globe, all those elevations would be exactly the same, or they would form they would fall in what appears to be a straight line from an elevation standpoint. That is a curve. They don't.
I don't see. We must be talking past each other. You told me that it was higher in the center and off at the edges. That's what you told me. That, by
No,
definition, is a curved building.
it's actually lower in the center.
Okay, lower in the center. Lower in the center and higher at the edges.
Yeah.
Is that not a curved building?
No.
So it's a flat building.
That
And the
pad,
edges are off the ground on both sides because of the earth is curved.
that pad is forming a perfectly straight line. The earth beneath it is not a straight line. That's the reason.
How many? Okay, so here's where you want to be suspect. How long is that building itself? 4 miles
2.5.
total.
Yeah, each arm's 2.5 miles.
Because here's the problem you're gonna have. Okay, this is just a general thing. You know that headline that Kansas is flat as a pancake.
Yeah.
Okay, so in any particular part of the earth, it's not going to be exactly curved to the surface of the earth. There's going to be ups and downs and bumps and higher elevation, low elevation. Okay.
Yeah.
The only time you'd wanna test the curvature is over water, because water should, apparently, if there's gravity, if there's a pull to the center, water would curve. But at no point on Earth does it need to curve in 1 mile and 2 miles and 3 miles, because you can have flat, curved, concave, convex areas of Earth.
We
And
know
what
that.
hang on. What you're telling me is that the Earth is exactly in that particular 2 miles, 2.5 miles. Somehow, the Earth at the bottom of the Earth is exactly curved to the shape of the Earth, which doesn't make
No,
sense
that's
to me.
not what no, that you totally misunderstood everything I said.
You just told me you can look it up and it'll form. If you do algebra, it'll form algebra. Yeah, it'll form to the surface of a sphere 64,000 kilometers, 100 kilometers. You just said that.
Yes, that's what I said. This is based.
That would indicate that the Earth is curved
built.
exactly what it needs to be to make us perfect sphere.
No. This pad was built by men with big machines and some really sophisticated instruments. And they built it to be perfectly straight. I don't give a damn what the ground was doing under it before they started working. They made that pad. They made that concrete
You're saying something different now.
I'm not. I'm saying exactly the same thing. You just don't understand what I'm saying.
You're saying, but you
No.
didn't say it. But
They made that pad perfectly straight. They made it perfectly straight to wash out, to eliminate the curvature of the earth. If you take the elevations of that pad and plot and figure this out, you can do it just using the 2 endpoints and the sagitta. You end up with an arc that has a radius of about 6,400 kilometers, 3,959 miles.
You're not listen, you're an engineer and you're an architect, you know numbers, but you're not making sense. Or you didn't hear my point. It just went over your head.
Yeah, you just don't understand.
Right, I don't understand, except you can't figure out why the Earth is going to be a section of Earth needs to be curved to the radius of a sphere with the diameter is given. That makes no sense.
Makes total sense.
Actually, it doesn't.
To any engineer, it makes perfect sense.
It actually doesn't. Because you're saying that Earth is going to perform a perfect sphere to the surface of the Earth. It wouldn't be
I
elevated
didn't
back,
say
up and
that.
down,
I
left or
never,
right,
I
higher or
never.
lower.
All right, you're
I
just
think
strong.
you're getting confused with water. Water should do what you're saying, but not Earth.
You're just straw manning me now.
Water should do what you're saying, but not Earth. Earth would not curve in 2 miles to the sphericity of a sphere.
What in the name of Zeus's butthole makes you think that those elevations are not referenced to water, to sea level?
Because we're not talking about water. We're talking about, you said that the construction was perfectly flat, straight, and then you said it's
They made it
elevated
that way.
above the Earth.
They made it that way. They adjusted the elevations above mean sea level to take out the curvature of the Earth. That's what the drawings show.
Well, now we have to check sea level now.
Check sea level.
You're not even talking about the drawings anymore. You're talking about sea level now.
The drawings are referenced to sea level. What do you think elevation is?
It should be sea level.
Thank you.
Where is the water, by the way? Where's
Who
the
cares
sea?
where the water is?
What?
61 feet below this pad is where it is. That's where sea level is.
No, but where's the sea? Where's the water? How do you know where the water is? This is a real question.
We know what the elevation is. The
How do you know
elevation is measured by the elevations are referenced actually to the North American vertical datum. That's what we use for sea level. All over the U.S., anywhere in the U.S.
Have you ever considered that sea level would work on a flat plane, but not on a curved ball? Have you ever considered that?
No, that's a ridiculous statement, and I won't consider it because it's stupid.
Well, you should think about it, because sea level would be lower if it was curving. It'd be lower because it was curving down, because the ball curves down.
Oh, good
So
Lord.
sea level would not be level. It would be...
Sea level is level.
It'd always be higher. Yeah, you always be on top of the ball, for example, if you're measuring in, let's say, at this Lagos point, and the sea level will be much lower, depending on where the water was. If the water was close,
no idea
level,
how the
then
model
it would
works.
be,
What you're telling me is you don't have a clue about how the globe model actually works.
Well, maybe I don't, but sea level doesn't work on a globe. It never would work.
It's the only thing it really does work on, because that's what we are on.
Do you know how they measure sea level?
Yeah, I do. Do
Can
you?
you before you go, can you enlighten me? I'm really interested.
No, you're just trying to play gotcha with me.
No, it's not a gotcha. I'm just listening. I actually have not measured sea level myself. Maybe you have. Maybe you know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. But it just makes it wouldn't work on the ball because it's not level. It's curving. It's curving down. The sea level is lower, obviously, than wherever you are if you're on top of the ball.
Rather than asking me, somebody who you clearly don't trust, why don't you look up how they measure sea level? And
I
how many
trust you to give me the information that the narrative gives, which is fine. Of course, I'm going to question it, but I think they'll give me the information that you know is true, or the one that they give in Wiki.
Those measurements are made very regularly, I think every few hours. And they're made over a period of roughly 19 years to arrive at a mean and average sea level. And that point that we use, which is called the North American Vertical Datum, is actually a point way up in the Northeast, almost in Canada. And every elevation, every sea level, every elevation is referenced to that datum. That's what's used. And that's what LIGO's referenced to. That's just it. That's it. And you bring it from one point to the next point to the next point. So elevations are accurately known all over the country. Anywhere you go, you won't be very far away from an established benchmark.
Okay, thank you. What do you mean by the measurement every hour? What does that mean? Someone out there every hour measuring? What do you mean by that?
I'll look it up if since you don't seem to be interested in doing it, I can look it up for you. But they literally measure the height of the ocean every few hours.
Who is that, and how does that have to do with the sea level given in the LIGO?
I'll try to find the guy's name and address for you. Jesus, I don't fucking know who did it. You want his bank account while I'm at it? I'll ask him for that.
Well, it makes sense that a sea level would work on a flat plane, but not on a sphere.
No,
and I want to know how it would work on a sphere if it's not level.
Level is level.
Level should be level flat, horizon to the level of the water.
Level is not flat.
If you're at the beach and the water level is right there, that's the water level. But then you go on a mountain that's 50 feet higher, then you're 50 feet above sea level. But if you went 50 miles north away from the water, guess what? You're dropping now below the sea level.
No,
sea level is 50 miles away. If your Earth is curving, it will be below you.
No,
it will not.
No, it won't.
How does that even work?
It doesn't, and you don't understand the model.
You know, I think in my mind, correct me if I'm wrong. If you put a straw, let's say you have a bowl. You have two bowls filled with water. You put a straw through these bowls, say a paper bowls. You put a straw through the bowls, and the water will go back and forth through the tube. Okay, that's how I think of sea level. So, if you bent those bowls, it wouldn't work at all. The water wouldn't go through because it's bending upwards. So the level of both the bowls are not level because they're bending around a ball.
Okay.
I guess I'm crazy, right?
No, you just don't understand the model. That's all.
Okay. Well, I have to look more into that. Thank you for your time.
Okay. See you.
All right. Am I crazy or what? Anybody? Questioning sea level.
Knock, and knock, and knock. Anybody home?
Yo.
Yo, yo, yo. Fleomorph? Pl- 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 How the fuck do you even say that?
Exactly like you said it. Pleo.
Fleomorph. Pleomorph. What the? Hold on, I've got to Google this. What the fuck is a pleomorph? I've got to Google it. Pleomorph. It better mean something. It better fucking mean something. Oh, now that's interesting. That is interesting. There you go. You learn something new every day. Pleomorphic is a word pathologists use to describe a group of cells that are very different from one another in either size, shape, or color. Interesting. What's been happening today, guys?
Just more, obfuscation and all the other tactics you can think of to avoid, the bullers from showing any proof of anything that they talk about. The Coriolis come up again, and they just referred to the manuals and basically, oh look, if artillery people say it needs to be accounted for, then it must be true. It's like, was there any evidence of this being accounted for? Of course not.
Well, I'm sure if artillery people say it has to be accounted for, it's got to be accounted for, doesn't it?
If it's in the book, yeah, if it's in the book.
Oh,
Official book too.
Yes.
Probably got some sort of stamp in it.
Like we have to. Oh man, I was pissed myself laughing yesterday when they fucking talking about mean sea level and fucking LIGO and mean sea level is on each of the footings and he gotta be gagging me. Oh. But it's on the website. It's on the website.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I love how firm you were with point A. You just did not relent.
Hey, come on. What was wrong with point A? What was wrong with point A? It was all about point A, my friend. It was all about
Brilliant.
point A.
Oh, you've got to have a reference point. Fuck yeah.
Don't be worried about bloody all the other points. Let's just worry about point A. Fucking numpties. Oh, God, it was funny. It was funny.
Look, if you're chasing the horizontal, you sort of have to, don't you? There's no way around it.
The fact that they actually brought into consideration the mean sea level is actually written on all the footings, and even going by their own logic, right? They want to build something that is perfectly straight, right, and doesn't curve. The only thing you are concerned about is horizontal from point A. You are not concerned about anything else at all, right? Because they're normal horizontal. Well, that if you did that all the way along, it'd curve, wouldn't it? At point A, B, C, D, E, F, all the way through to Z, you have this nice bendy, curved horizontal line all the way along. So why are you even worrying about anything else other than point A? Dipshits. How would you do it? How would you do it? I'd just worry about point A myself. And you know what? If I just worried about point A and got it perfectly horizontal and straight from point A, I would get paid. I would get paid.
Yeah, and if it turned out that the distances from that thing to some arbitrary point that they want to claim happens to match what they've got on the plan, then yay, good on it.
I know.
No
And
way
then,
to verify anything
oh,
either way.
and then they jump in. Then they jump in and say that the extremities of the arms are actually higher above the ground than the middle. Thus, that equals Earth curve. I nearly headbutted the table when they said that. Like, it's just like, so now we are on this perfect cue ball that has absolutely no topography whatsoever. And as such, this equals Earth curve. Yeah, but
Yep, that's where we're at, mate.
oh man. And then B-ball, then they started to tag team me there for a bit. I can't remember who else jumped in. But yeah, they got me. They did get me a little bit wild, I must say. I was being fairly what's the word? Persistent with my point, I must say. Oh, you're gonna be joking me. Eggshells must be listening. Oh, that is gold. That is legit gold.
Big delay.
A big delay.
Coo-wee!
Huh. Uh,
Shit.
so Riding must be listening on YouTube because he popped in the chat the blueprints of the LIGO of ARM.
That takes some research too. So he's not just
Oh,
listening. He's heard. He's heard through the grapevine.
yes. And so I just put a comment, right? And yet you can't show me that they reference mean sea level to build the thing. Right.
Damn.
So he does admit that he doesn't have much clue about it, but if I'm interested, it could be a good place to gather some information. And so I'm pretty damn confident that the info isn't there that they actually referenced mean sea level to build the thing. I'm pretty sure that that won't be there.
Yeah, so
Now I could be wrong now because they have a cross section that references mean sea level and the elevation of the LIGO in reference to mean sea level does not mean that they used mean sea level at all to build the thing. And what is the importance of mean sea level to be placed upon the footings in the first place? Here's a question I asked yesterday, which no one wanted to answer, actually. Now, mean sea level may be a very important factor, right? If you are building something that is below mean sea level, because you may want to build a dike or two around the thing just in case, because you're below the water table there, right? Just in case, all right? You gotta be prepared. But yeah, apart from that, yeah, no, thank you.
love a good dike.
Especially when she's got her finger in it.
Oh,
But
the little Dutch boy, hey? Poor fella.
Oh yeah.
Trying to plug all those holes in that dike. Woe is him.
Must be about that time when a few dribs and drabs will be coming in. Getting
Definitely.
ready for the morning shift.
Yeah, I'm just having a chop now to get ready.
About to
These guys are crazy.
punch that clock card on.
Yes. Morning, Ralph. Morning, Sam. Remember that? Of course you do.
Yeah. But they'll be listening on YouTube, waiting for their opportunity, their favourite topic to come in and
Oh, look, I'm
defend.
almost. Yeah, I'm almost at fucking Oakley level. I'm almost there with regards to.
I
I
actually
borderline
hear
don't want to entertain it anymore.
occasionally your comments in the background. I do, and I'm thinking, well, you're about to lose it at any at any second now. You're about to lose it.
I won't lose it very often, but I certainly won't take fucking someone trying to talk over me when they're saying shit. I suppose that that results in getting louder, but certainly not losing it, mate.
It's very interesting when they enter an argument, isn't it? And it doesn't matter what character comes in because they're almost like characters, White. They really are. They're like characters. And they come in and it doesn't matter what topic you are talking about. They're a bloody expert. They are an expert on the topic.
Definitely, with the assumption that you're just plain wrong, and you're
Like,
so dumb that you can't even see that you've got it wrong.
Yeah, and that was evident yesterday when we were talking about. Oh, I must have looked through it. I must have looked through those plans very quickly.
Yeah.
He actually assumes that I actually haven't looked at those plans before.
Oh, again, it's no different. Plans are no different to the artillery person's manual saying that you've got to account for some fictitious bloody force. Like, doesn't matter what it says. They need to verify it. Plain and simple. The age-old debate down to the verification of any of their rhetoric. Instead of doing that, they just keep spouting rhetoric. Even eggshells should be, able to acknowledge that.
So now he's putting in the chat that I haven't looked at the plans at all. Like, this is the first time I've even seen the plans. Because he dropped the information, the magical information for me.
So kind. Let's just shoot the cannon from the equator, north and south. Come on. Let's just organise that. Let's set up a GoFundMe to buy a big ass cannon or hire one. Could even be a tank.
Can we put a Glober in the cannon?
Possibly.
What Glober would you put in the cannon to test our hypotheses? Our hypothesis. Which one would we load in there?
Well, I think it's probably better if we get a really big wide diameter cannon and just chock it with all of them.
All of them.
Just pack them all in.
What, scattergun?
Yeah.
Scattergun.
Yeah, like rat shot, just boom. Yeah. And see what diffraction pattern we get.
Oh, that'd be funny, wouldn't it?
See if they collapse the wave function or not if we watch.
The double slit experiment. We could do that.
Yeah. Double twit.
Oh, that'd be funny. Come and put your money where your mouth is, riding.
Yeah, and it's not just a matter of us not accepting your evidence. Oh, the preponderance. There's so much evidence. Yeah, nothing definitive. You can't prove any of it. So bring it.
I found it funny yesterday that people with no building experience whatsoever are trying to give me a lesson on how to build things. I found that quite amusing.
It is funny.
But I read it on Google. Google told me so.
Okay, Google's pretty good.
And then they try and put words in your mouth, like, so you're calling the surveyors liars, are you? Right? It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, I know. I know.
Like, and so you're calling them liars. What? When did I say that? And then
And all the
Hannah
pilots.
yeah, and then Hannah jumps in and puts her 5 cents worth in as well. And it's just oh,
Pretty funny.
it was actually.
Today it was very similar, mate. Earlier today, just with the whole Coriolis thing. Oh, what? So all the pilots are lying, are they? No. You just don't need to think about it.
Like, why do they like? So you're calling all pilots liars. You're calling all surveyors lies. You're calling everyone lies. Okay, then
Mhm.
back up the tape, right? Clip out the bit where I said all pilots are liars, or
Yeah, good
all
luck.
surveyors are liars. Like, back it up, like, please. Because if I did, I will humbly apologise. But I don't think I'll be doing that. Don't think I'll be doing that at all.
No, you don't indulge that hard that you'd be forgetting stuff like that.
Oh yeah. But the Globers are fighting a position from being misinformed or just blatantly wanting to be right because they've got little old Google to back them up. We need to start up our own Google. We'll call it Floogle or something.
Yeah. North and south from the equator. 25-kilometer fucking artillery shell. Boom. We can do it.
Yeah. Wonder why they need spotters then. If they've got locations and all that sort of stuff. Why do they need spotters?
I don't know, maybe like, confirming the hit or the miss, to the left, to the right, up, down.
Oh.
Maybe the spotters have better eyes on more local to the target wind conditions and atmospheric conditions, etc.
Well, look, you
Not
don't
sure.
need it. You got all that information You know, I'm sure if Ruhif was there with all his weather balloon information and whatnot, and his refraction and
Bit of the whole corridor mapped, yeah.
exactly, like, yeah.
Oh shit. Oh dear. Where is Rui? He must have gone on a fucking holiday or something.
He's been over in Gems a bit.
Oh, right. Yeah, you don't have to take proof over there. You can just keep fucking circle jerking with everyone else. Here you've got to actually bring something. So yeah. Yeah. Weather balloon data just didn't really cut it. Even it was 9 million terabytes, just wasn't enough, was it?
No, not quite.
10 million might have done it, but 9 wasn't.
Look, if he had information from maybe one more balloon, it might have pushed me over the edge. But he was one balloon short for my liking. Tell you what, Jeremy was worked up yesterday with the hypothesis law thing. Like you can't do an experiment on a law or something. I don't know. I was in and out of the conversation, but
Yeah, it's what, again, it's sort of what I was saying before about the Oakley thing. You sort of get to a certain point, maybe on certain topics, or if you're in a certain mood where you just don't want to give them any leeway. You know, they all damn well know there's a difference between. As soon as you add the word scientific in front of any of these things, it changes what it means, and they know that. And that's quite often that they'll drop that word scientific and just try and use the word experiment or just law or just theory or, you know, to try and not even catch it out, but that they just know damn well that if they include the word scientific, it really narrows the description down.
well, yeah, you can do an experiment. You can say get a bit of blue tack and put it with some liquid paper and just see what the reaction may be. Like it's not very scientific, but you could just do it out of curiosity. What happens if I mix blue tack
Exactly.
with liquid paper? All right.
Yeah, you don't even need a hypothesis. Right?
No, you just want to check out what's going to happen.
Curiosity.
Well, that's how a lot of things are done anyway. Really, just out of curiosity. What happens if I put a little bit of this with a little bit of that? What's going to happen?
Yeah, that's right. Cause and effect is a little bit different. Why is this doing that?
Yeah. If you want to get to the old cause and effect, but we were talking about time yesterday. Like time isn't. Oh, what did they say?
Real?
No. Time wasn't a
Construct.
independent variable, I think. No, sorry, it's not the cause of anything. It's not the cause of anything.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's the cause of everything.
Well, pretty much. Actually, the conversation went on for a couple of hours. Buddy Ali was in here. SC was in here and whatnot. Doofus.
Well, that was every second day when that was my name. When I had time isn't real as a name, people were hitting me up in the DMs. Oh, you want to have an argument, do you? I thought that was funny.
Anyway, time isn't the cause of anything, and which is true. Like time doesn't cause anything, but time or a cycle, a length of a period of time. Now, what you want to call that time, whether it's cycle,
it's tricky,
whatever the case may be. Yeah, I know. I know who I'm talking to as well, so I'm trying to be careful with my words. It can be
a period of sun movement.
Yeah, it can be an influencing factor on things, right? The length, the period of time that something is exposed to. Now, that time doesn't cause that reaction, because the example was, if I put my hands in acid for 1 second and pull them out and wash it off, or I put my hands in acid for 30 seconds and pull them out. Well, after 1 second, I'm going to have burns on my hands, but my hands will be all right. But after 30 seconds, my hands would have melted off. So the period of time has influenced the reaction of what that acid has been able to do, but it wasn't the cause of why my hands actually melted off. It was the acid, but the time was an influencing factor.
Well, okay, yeah, you can look at it like that, but then again, the time is established on the sun's movement, essentially, and that's the cycles of the sun, and so essentially you're saying the sun moving has influenced how much my hands burn when I put it in acid, and that's just complete nonsense when you think about it like that. So time doesn't even have influence. It's just how many interactions took place with regards to your skin and the acid. Time is irrelevant, because if you put twice as much skin in the acid, you know what I mean, and did that quick dump as you're trying to suggest, you'd have twice as much skin in the same time being burned by the acid. So it's not time related.
Yeah, but how much influence that acid has on my hands, right? Well, how much? Well, that how much is measured in a cycle, a period of time.
Well, it's measured in degree of burns, really, wouldn't it? Be first degree or third degree burns. Wouldn't be time based.
Well, you're not going to get that third degree, first degree, unless you don't have that period of time attached to it.
Well, yeah, I suppose we can go around in circles. Again, it's not the time that causes it; it just allowed more interactions.
Yeah, but to say time causes something, that is incorrect. But the length, the length of that cycle, the length of that interaction, or the period of that interaction, definitely is an influencing factor on things. Like, it is a bit of a circle jerk of an argument. It's not a circle jerk to say that time causes something, because time doesn't cause anything on its own, but time can be, or a period of cycle can influence something. Well, not even influence, change give you a different result. I don't know. See, now we're going around in circles now, aren't we?
Well, I suppose it's like a millimeter. It's just a measure of something. It doesn't. Yeah, it's one of those things. I think the fact that it's had a label of time, and they've constructed, or not constructed, but they've put time into like physical reality, like with the whole time and space thing.
Oh, yeah.
I think people seem to think it has to be more than just something we've all agreed upon as a measurement, like an increment, like, but they think it sort of manifests like time and space, and like, the expanding space is time and created all at the one instant, you know what I mean? So I suppose as time goes on, it's being created as the space is expanding. I don't know how it all fucking works, but time actually is something physical in their story. Whereas, take time away and never have time, and what would we look at? The sun moves and things happen.
Well, yeah,
that's pretty much it.
Yeah, before the construct of actual timekeeping itself, which was for business at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think the Globers will say it was all to. Well, I suppose I don't know what come first actually, whether it was required for business or they needed it to actually navigate. But yeah,
I think that's what I've looked at there.
Because I think accuracy of clocks come with navigation, from my memory. But that may have just been the type of clock, actually, that was able to keep time on a ship. That whole, you know, time fucking expanding and contracting, or whatever they call it. Dilation, time dilation.
Mm-hmm.
What a fucking crock.
I think Writing's under the impression that he's the one that introduced me to the blueprints of LIGO.
Oh, yeah.
That I haven't seen them before.
Like 5 years ago.
Mm.
Mind you, they could have fucking rejigged them. They could have rejigged them.
But I do appreciate his vigor on keeping a close eye and ear, right, on the YouTube stream, Writing, to actually know that we were talking about LIGO, to actually know that this is the time that I have to put the blueprints of LIGO in the live stream text, so we have something to
Just to sort everyone out.
Yeah, I do appreciate your conviction and your commitment to the globe endeavour. It is commemorable, to say the least. It is commemorable. So,
A committed convict.
So yeah, so shout out to Riding on Eggshells. Yeah, if you haven't subscribed to his channel, please subscribe, like, and share to see the latest and greatest motorbike spills.
And flat earth memes.
And don't forget to subscribe, like, and share to Earth Awakenings, both here and on TikTok, for all the younger generation out there. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Fucking hell, Bandy.
What?
Stepping up for Jeremy. Jeremy's shout out.
Yeah. We've got to do the right thing. Got to do the right thing.
How many people are listening right now on YouTube, Bandy?
I've got no idea. Well, we know Riding is, so there's at least one.
Fucking hell.
At least one.
I've never actually looked on the YouTube.
I'd have to log on, check it out. But yeah.
You quit smoking again, have you?
No. Why?
Oh, I just haven't heard that lighter.
No. I'm right as we speak, I am replacing the flint.
Ah.
I'm doing that as we speak. Come on, peoples. White is in a mood, right? He needs to
Pleomorph.
Yeah, I was very interested in that.
Oh, the books have got it all wrong, mate. As usual, the books lie.
Okay. It is an interesting word, though. Why don't you write yourself a book?
I am.
Oh, cool. Cool.
Yes.
Very good.
Would you clear it out last night, Bandsaw?
Sorry, buddy?
I said, would you clear them out last night?
Man, they were insane. Did you hear them attack me on LIGO, Jeremy?
Nah, I don't. I must have missed that.
Oh, man, it went on for about an hour. It was insane. Fucking B-Ball, Doofus, even Hannah. Even Hannah popped in and gave her 5 cents worth in, telling me how they built this bloody thing according to mean sea level.
Yeah, but I mean, Bandsaw, you got to realize LIGO proves the globe.
Oh,
somehow.
obviously. And it was so funny. We were talking about it last night, and anyway, it came up just before Jeremy, and Writing must be listening on YouTube. So he has graced us with the blueprints of LIGO in the live stream chat, right? For my viewing pleasure. Thinking
Well,
that it was doing
if they wrote it down, it's got to be true. I mean,
of course, my friend. Of course.
There's no way they could write a blueprint down and it not be.
Yeah.
No one's ever wrote correcting a blueprint.
Yeah, and apparently, Jeremy, did you know that on each of the footings of LIGO, they have a reference point to mean sea level, right? On each of the footings. Thus, that proves globe because they have a reference point to mean sea level. Now, the sea is about 5,000 kilometers away, but don't worry about
That's
that.
easy.
Yeah,
That's easy
yeah.
peasy.
Yeah, don't worry about where the sea is, right? But we've referenced the sea on the footings, all right?
They've just extrapolated it out.
Bloody nuts. Oh, God, it was funny.
They dug down and found it.
I swear to God. I got quite hot under the collar there, Jeremy. I did a U at one stage. I was getting hot under the collar.
I'm fucking losing on him right now. Listen, did you hear Zanuck last night?
No, mate, no.
Goodness. I was arguing with me all day yesterday about a scientific experiment being a hypothesis test.
Right.
Then he comes in, Jace to back me. That guy Jace, he's like, yeah, it's a hypothesis test. I'm like, no doubt. Zanuck comes in and goes, yeah, no, it is a hypothesis test. I've been telling you that all day. Scientific experiments are hypothesis tests. And then he's like, well, not all experiments. He fucking double spoke in 2 minutes.
He deliberately kept
Ridiculous,
dropping
man,
the word scientific, Jeremy. He would agree with you when he said scientific test, and then he'd say, "Oh no, but not all tests." And then he'd say, "Oh yeah, scientific tests or scientific experiments, yeah, they're hypothesis tests, but not all tests." He kept on just conveniently dropping the word scientific.
You guys are ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Words have meaning, and they know it.
Nah, definitions are meaningless. Shouts out to Ruif.
B-Ball and bloody Doofus. Fuck, man, they were driving me insane yesterday.
B-Ball's a nightmare.
They've got
constantly interrupts.
Oh man, they have a little brass plaque on each of the footings referencing mean sea level, and it's just, you fucking numpties. How would you do it? How would you do it? Right? And all I did was I just referred back to point A. That's all I kept on doing, referencing point A. horizontal from point A, my friend. That's how they did it. Right? Because you wouldn't want to do it horizontal from point A, B, C, and D on the globe. You wouldn't want to do that. The thing would be fucking bent. Right? And we know the arm ain't bent. We know the arm is perfectly straight. So you only want to take horizontal from one point, don't you? You don't want to take
I'm not
horizontal
so
from
sure.
any point.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that arm's straight, but I mean, yeah, you can only be horizontal at one point.
Exactly.
If they ever say anything is horizontal, got them on a gyroscope being horizontal. I'm like, which part of it?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm saying the whole thing is we're definitely not on a globe. It's the whole gyro's horizontal. What's up, kiddo? What are you gonna do, Bandsaw? What are you gonna do?
What am I going to do? I'm waiting for writing to come in here.
You got the blueprints, bro. It's all there.
But his endeavour to defend the globe is admirable. How do you spell admirable?
ADMIR.
Yeah.
ABLE.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I thought so.
It's kind of weird. If I knew something was true and there was some idiots out there that I thought that it was that thought like the antithesis of that or the opposite or whatever, I wouldn't give a fuck. I definitely would not spend all day arguing with them.
Oh man.
God no,
Like,
man.
what a waste of my life. I feel that would be.
Exactly. These guys have got mental health issues. Definitely.
It is. You know what? You know what is actually sad with people like I feel sorry for Brian, right? Because that guy's so genuine, right? The guy and he actually talks to these Glovers with genuine intent, saying, "Look, I've got this idea, help me out." And all they want to do is just try find fault and take the piss out of him. That's all they want to do. Yeah. That guy has a heart of gold, and he is genuine, and that's all they want to do is just take the piss
We
out
all
of him.
have a heart of gold. We're all genuine.
No, you've got a heart of
All they
stone.
can do is take the piss.
My heart's an icebox.
Yeah.
At least you're honest. Oh shit. Heart of stone. But
Don't be bashful, writing. Come in here, right?
Ugh.
Don't be bashful. Come in
yeah,
here.
come in writing. Bring some
Don't,
evidence. Oh no, sorry, proof.
don't be trying to battle me in text. All right?
I can't even. I haven't looked at text and fucking. I did post some citations. If I ever post anything, though, I post something and leave. Like, I don't read anything before, after, anything. I can't stand text chat.
It's quite funny though how they listen on YouTube for their moment just to pop in. I find that amusing, actually.
Don't laugh. That's part of the mental health problem, Bandy. It's an actual problem, mate.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Shouldn't laugh at it.
I don't want to be. Yeah, I don't definitely want to be making fun of anyone that has mental health problems.
No, it's a big thing. Big thing these days, man. Yeah.
Yeah. No. I take that definitely. So all those out there.
I mean, I might try to set someone straight. Like if they were like pigs could fly, you know, I might go in that room and be like, yo, you got what makes you think that? You know, you guys are nuts. We've never seen them fly. But that wouldn't last long. I mean, maybe an hour tops.
Not 7 years of your
Something.
life.
No.
Yeah,
Come on.
no.
Yeah, I can see a chat room for that. Pigs do fly, pigs don't fly. Google it quick, see if it exists.
Yeah, like just the shit wouldn't last long because it has no validity to it. Whereas something like this, there's obviously validity. If there was no validity to this, what we're saying, these people wouldn't be here. It'd be like the pigs could fly room. They might last 5 minutes and then they would leave. They definitely wouldn't stick around for years.
Yeah, I think their analogy would be that there's this server somewhere where people are saying pigs do fly, and they've got no evidence for it, and they've been saying it for 7 years, and they want to come in and see this. They want to come in and see this spectacle, where there's these people who say that pigs do fly. Meanwhile, they've got no evidence that they don't.
And it's quite.
That's
It's
where the
quite.
mental health issue.
It's
Sorry,
quite.
guys.
It's quite funny too how the tactics. Like Jeremy, we were talking about the hypotheses and law yesterday with writing and a couple of others. And anyway, that's not something I've actually got into myself. That really hasn't interested me too much at all. Now, the definitions that you may find on Wiki or Google or whatever, I'm kind of fairly happy to go along with those without really too much thought like put into them, like on first glance, you know. But then if you go along with it, right, then all of a sudden that is used as ammunition, right, like against you, which I found like a very interesting tactic. It's like, oh, well, Bandsaw and other people here in the room are agreeing with me, Jeremy. What do you say about
Yeah,
that? Like, they're all agreeing with
consensus
me.
again.
Exactly. It's like, hold
Yeah.
on, like I've got no fight in the game here. Like I've just said myself that I don't really know too much about the subject, haven't looked into it whatsoever. I'm happy at first glance to accept the definitions without putting any thought into it. And now all of a sudden I'm against Jeremy. All of a sudden, just like that. Like
Bro,
I'm against Jeremy.
I found a dope ass thing last night. Zanuck was saying we don't prove things in science. We
Yeah,
validate them.
yeah,
So I
yeah,
went and found this. Thing. Hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. I know I saved a screenshot of it. Hold on,
yeah, yeah.
the first one right here. So Zanuck saying we don't prove our. Zanuck was saying we don't prove things in science. We just validate them.
Yeah.
So I broke them off with this. This is from Merriam-Webster. What does it mean to validate something? Validate, confirm, corroborate, substantiate, verify, and authenticate all
Yep.
mean to attest to the truth or validity of something. Validate implies establishing validity by authoritative affirmation or factual proof. And quotations, a hypothesis validated by experiments. Fucking perfect.
Boom. Boom.
Fucking perfect. That was a good one. I can't believe I even found that one last night. They'll take that down in 6 months. That'll be gone.
Well, you screenshotted it, so it's there forever.
Yeah. These guys are playing word games with us,
That's what they
saying
do.
it doesn't prove. Because listen, I'll tell you why they say it doesn't prove things. Because there's a lot of pseudoscience out there that they use, and it can't prove things. It doesn't have the ability to, because it's pseudoscience. So Of course, now they're saying science doesn't prove things because their bullshit pseudoscience doesn't prove things. It can't. That's why they did this. They used to tell us science proved the globe. They used to say science proved things.
Yeah, now it's definitely changed. Like
Yeah,
science
but hang on.
doesn't prove anything, and White's all over this one. He'll go, science doesn't prove anything. All right.
No, but when they say science, when they used to say science proves something, what they actually meant when they were saying that was consensus proves things. Because back then, even the science was completely corrupted, and it was whatever was being bought and paid for. And so now that we've brought all the definitions to like bear, like all the words, you know, what's the actual meaning of this? What's the actual meaning of that? What do you mean by this? And like science, there's it has very what am I looking for? Like a finite definition. You know, it's not loose. So when they want to try and again like appeal to consensus, so they all agree with me, or how many people? If I went and asked 100 engineers and they all said this, then what would be more likely? One engineer saying one thing or 100 saying another thing? It's like, well, what's true? Doesn't matter how many fucking people. What is true? You with me?
Yeah, it's an appeal to consensus fallacy. That's how they live their lives. Some of them.
Exactly, man.
Well, cannot science prove an apple's an apple?
Possible.
Apple's just a
Water
word.
exists. You can't prove water exists. Nothing.
Like, that is
Anything
insane
in
to
reality,
say.
dude. That's what these guys say. You know why they're hard? It's solipsism. Another word. When you
It's
think you're a brain in a
insane.
vat.
Like,
They
I
say
just find
They
that.
say all this shit might not be real because we could be a brain in a vat. It's called. I think it's called solipsism.
Yeah, see, I just find it insane to say that science can't prove an apple is an apple, or science can't prove water is water. I just find that an insane pop out,
Yeah.
really.
You can't prove apples exist, water exists, nothing. We could all be a brain in a vat. Ridiculous. That is a ridiculous argument. When they say that shit. Yeah, I can't prove water exists, really? Or an apple or something? Come on.
See, the thing, look, again, I suppose I'm just going to keep playing devil's advocate if I think it needs to be done. And that is the fact that although, you know, there's this thing, you know, genetics, and we can show that it's like an apple is genetically the same as this other thing that we call an apple and they look the same and whatever. Yeah, sure. We can say fairly definitively that that's a fucking apple. But at the end of the day, we could have been tricked. Someone could have orchestrated that and just put the pulp through there of an apple so that when we genetically tested it, well, you know what I mean? Like there are things beyond, I mean, no one's going to try and do that to us, obviously, trick us with an apple, but it could have been done. And how would you definitively prove that? Right?
Look, see, now you're getting into the, I don't know. Yeah, look, I hear what you're saying. Like, if someone wants to deliberately try and trick you, manipulate something, like that is possible. But you know,
We haven't been
yeah,
getting tricked our whole lives. This isn't the fucking Truman Show. Apples exist.
exactly.
You know what I'm saying? What kind of elaborate conspiracy is this where they replaced all the apples with what? Then what are they? Well, I love an apple.
Yeah, but it's even things like, you know, when we think of carrots, we think of orange carrots, but
Purple.
carrots were never naturally orange, right?
Purple,
That's something that was done to bloody make some king happy all these years ago, and now there's just natural fucking orange fucking carrots. Bananas like aren't what they. There's all these things that aren't actually what they were or ever intended to be, but we actually think of them as natural, or that's what they are. So shit, I
That's
suppose to
fine.
say, is this apple an apple? Fuck, are you comparing it to an apple now or an apple back then, or because you wouldn't
Yes.
recognize an apple from bloody 200 years ago?
Or a banana. Yes, some of the fruits have changed a little bit. We've modified them. However, today we know that what an apple looks like, or a banana.
how would you prove that it's not actually a pumpkin and that we haven't got it wrong and that pumpkins are actually apples and apples are actually pumpkins?
How would I do
I
it?
mean,
I'd make a go.
Or is that just a word? Is it literally just a word?
Well, obviously, it's a word.
it's the word we use to describe a banana or an apple or a pumpkin or whatever.
Yeah.
We know what a pumpkin looks like. We know what it tastes like, what it smells like, what it feels, all that shit. You know, I don't know how I would prove to you that a pumpkin's a pumpkin or whatever, but it's
Quite
just like a
easy.
fact.
What you do is you put a blindfold on, right? You make a pumpkin pie and you make an apple pie, and you go, what is what?
Mm.
It's called a blind test, right?
Yeah, if you'd never tasted those things before, though, Bandy, like, what would you do? You taste apple, you taste fucking pumpkin, and go, I don't fucking know what's what. Shit, I've got no reference point.
Well, then, obviously, right? Obviously, that person gets to decide what a pumpkin is and what an apple is.
Awesome. Awesome. I wonder if they'd get it right. 50-50, I suppose.
Yeah, that is.
Does apple sound sweet? Does apple sound like it would be sweeter than a pumpkin? Like, would they go by the name?
Pumpkin is very sweet.
Yeah. Oh, a different
Can't
kind of
stand
sweetness,
pumpkin.
isn't it?
I hate pumpkin. That pumpkin pie shit. Ugh.
Oh, yum.
Ugh.
Pumpkin seed bread. Oh my god, that's to die for.
No, I don't do
Yeah.
pumpkin shit.
Oh,
I do
yeah,
pumpkin
that's
shit.
Jeremy. You're a barbarian. That's your problem. You're a bloody barbarian.
I have refined, exquisite tastes. Okay, I'll have you know. Lobster all day. That's funny because they used to feed lobster to the fucking, the poor people and shit. It is the slaves.
Come on, writing. Get off YouTube. Come in here. Defend your convictions.
The bandit wants to fight.
Oh man, they're going to bring up LIGO again. Damn right. I'll argue about LIGO all day long, rather than a law and a hypotheses.
3 words, Bandy. Horizontal datum line.
There we go. Point A, Jerry. Point A. Refer back to point A.
Boom.
Wasn't that funny yesterday, man?
Oh, that was exquisite. It was
That,
just, he just sat back, it's like, dude, horizontal. He just flipped out.
they were just crazy, right? And the funny thing is, though, Jerry, like even on their model, they want to build a perfect straight line. They can only take horizontal from point A. Even on their model, they can't take it anywhere else.
Yeah, it's tough.
They kind of painted themselves into a corner with that one. Wonder if you were to get a rifle down one end and fire it all the way to the other. Right? How much Coriolis deviation would that bullet, right, drift within that tube?
We're gonna
How
have
do
to
you
get
know?
Zanuck in here for that.
How do you know it's Coriolis though? It could be actual deviation.
Well, they tell us, Jeremy, that it's Coriolis. Come on.
Somebody wrote it down. It's right next to the LIGO blueprint. So
Uh-huh. Exactly right. I'm sure if we go to the blueprints on LIGO, there will be a Coriolis blueprint for the laser beam that they have to take into consideration. That'll be coming.
I asked Brenda about that if an experiment was a hypothesis test, but I forgot about the shoe thing. And somebody had just mentioned it like 5 minutes before that too. Remember the shoe thing?
Yeah.
Wrong person. I asked the wrong person on that one.
Don't forget the birds either.
Birds humping.
No, how humans could see infinitely far, but
Oh, that
birds
was a
could
good
see
one.
farther.
Brenda's the best. She's the GOAT.
Also, there's
Brenda's the
space.
fucking
There's space time in donuts, or in the center of a donut.
in
That's another
tables.
Brenda special.
Oh,
FaceTime and tables.
That one was a classic. The donut thing.
The donut
Fucking
one. I loved it.
Yeah, Brenda's the best.
back in the day, Brenda used to be a hardcore debater. She
I
was
know.
everywhere she was.
Yo, one of my favorites was she would debate someone for like 30 minutes and then ask them when are we going to debate? Like as they're in the middle of a debate. Fucking great.
Did you guys ever see the time when she and Right the Hand clashed horns?
Oh yeah, that was brutal.
Oh, that was brutal. That was absolutely. I can't remember if it was on Ranties or wherever it was, but
Yeah,
yeah.
and like the best part is Ranty was trying to like calm her down, and he said, "Look, you told us how you feel, and that's great." You could tell he was being sarcastic, and she was like, "Fuck you, Ranty."
Is that when she just kept swearing? Is that the one that you guys
Yeah.
talking about?
Over and over.
Yeah.
She wouldn't stop. Yeah, she was like stuck on repeat.
Yeah, look, Right the Hand did. There was a lot of low blows by Right the Hand in
It
that,
definitely was. Yeah.
which triggered her, which probably should have been brought to a halt way quicker than what it was. But anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why I like this here. We never let shit get too crazy because shit can get crazy. Like real crazy, quick. But
Yep.
people in on it. Some people used to come just to trigger people. Not here, but other places. Their goal is to trigger people. And they were good at it.
That sort of is my intent, really.
Just trigger
At the end
people.
of the day. Well, yeah, the ballers. I want to trigger them into bloody admitting they can't fucking provide anything definitive.
You can't prove anything in reality.
No, but you can
You
be
can't prove
definitive.
anything. You can't prove. There's nothing definitive. Not even Apple.
Well, the
Yes,
thing
there
is,
is.
you could prove stuff to yourself, but it seems like proving things to other people, especially if they think that you're a flat earther, it's just impossible.
It's flat
Everything
or
has
it's
like a
fucking curved,
stipulation.
Jeremy.
Well, we have
That's
a
definitive.
higher standard of what's definitive.
It's flat or it's curved, mate, isn't it? Like there's no in between
True
ground.
dichotomy. Yeah, it's really like a true dichotomy.
It's just a test, mate. That's all.
What if it's the tip of a pyramid, though? Would that still be considered flat or pointy?
The tip of the flat tip? Because there's got to be a flat spot, surely.
I don't know. No, just Mount Meru and the North Pole is just the part of the pyramid. I don't know. It does sound like a dichotomy, though, flat or curved.
Even if it's concave, that's still curved, essentially, just the other way. I haven't come across another model that people have proposed that gives us another option.
Has anyone ever heard Reconor talk?
Yeah, it's my man Arnold.
Like Arnold.
Several times, yeah.
Okay.
It's fucking real choppy and shit. It's hard to follow.
He still maintains that that's his actual accent. I think
I can't follow him. It's way too choppy, right?
It is, yeah.
Get to the chopper. Sorry.
I must say, he does a very good impersonation. If it's not his accent,
It must be human sheeples.
Just everyone from Austria sounds like that. Didn't you know that?
yeah, absolutely.
Dude, I can't believe that human sheeple guy, man. Holy shit, dude. Unbelievable. How do you know who's who? Are you even Australian, Bandsaw?
Nah, I'm not.
He puts it on.
Nah, mate.
Nah, mate.
I'm a Kiwi.
Ansel has the Aussiest accent in here out of all the Aussies.
No, my wife's Kiwi though.
Is she married?
No.
No.
She's a Hakia.
Hakia, yeah, I was going to say.
Yes. But
Has she lost the twang, mate? Has she lost the twang?
oh, it actually depends. Well, when she gets really tired or she's had a couple of shandies, the twang comes back. But no, generally it's not too bad. Well, she's been here now for 20, 22, 23 years. It's not too bad. But when we go when we go back to New Zealand, which we do a couple of times, she's there about half an hour, and it's just like she opens her mouth. I can't understand a word she says. It's like, what the fuck?
Classic. Still waiting for Riding to come in here, right? Back up his words. I'm itching. I'm itching. Did you ever see that? Well, I'm sure you did. What did you think of that little series, that Beach Does series, that cartoon series that went on for some time, about 10 years ago? Do you remember that from New Zealand? Beach Does, bro. Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
Yeah, I think I vaguely remember it.
Oh, I got no teeth, bro. You want to chop? Yeah, I want
Hey,
to
bro.
Oh, fuck. That shit cracked me up. That was like real early on in YouTube, man.
One of the best series around was that series that Chris Lilly did with the Tongan Summertime High. I think it was
Summer Heights High.
Summer Heights High.
Yeah, that was really good. That was so good, actually.
I don't know. I cannot believe that they actually pulled it. I cannot believe that they pulled
Yeah, yeah, I know.
it.
Oh my god, it was 14 years ago. Oh my god. And it got, it's got 9.9 million views now. Anyway, I'm just going to share it. I think it's fucking pretty funny.
Isn't that interesting how Riding thinks he's destroyed many? I don't know. What idols do you have, Globus, that Riding has destroyed?
Idols?
Yeah, apparently he's destroyed our idols.
I'm definitely not into idolatry of any sort, personally. But I mean, if he's referring to some of the prominent flat earthers in the scene, I'm not sure who he claims to have destroyed. Certainly hasn't destroyed anyone within this server.
No.
And I think in this server, we're on the cutting edge. We're at the tip of the spear. So, if anything,
Nate.
Oh, no one's plotting against anyone.
Nate
Consciousness.
Triple time at the moment. I'm reckoning he's on triple time. He's on the clock big time, Nate. Yeah.
Ambush.
Here we go. You got what you wanted, bandsaw.
Here
Here
we-
they come.
Here we
Oh,
go. Here we go. One by
no.
one. And they're lining up. The chum is in the water.
Hey, man, they sounded a cavalry charge. They were like, da 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 da.
And here they come, one by one. Okay, step right up, step right up. Who wants to be the first? All right.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
Good
Dave.
morning.
No,
Good
no,
morning.
God.
Hello.
Here we go. Here we go. And they're here. Boom. This is gold. This is
The
absolute
crew team.
gold. Here we go. All right, guys. So,
Ready for my ambush.
well, I don't know. We're waiting for these idols to be destroyed. Right? This self-proclaimed destruction. We're very interested in this actual.
But I have
Self-
destroyed too many of your idols.
Okay.
Too many of your cherished beliefs have been crushed beneath the feet of the titan that is gimpy eggshells.
Gimpy eggshells. Yes. I could actually picture you with latex on. To be honest with you, eggshells.
Jesus Christ. You poor bastard. Fucking hell.
No.
So,
I hope he's
so
not
what,
on his motorbike.
so what did you think that I would find in those blueprints there?
Useful info. I don't know.
Useful
I
info.
have no idea. You love talking. You were talking just the other day about how much you like talking about
Uh-oh.
the thingy.
Yeah.
You know, what's it call it?
The thingy.
LIGO.
The
You
thingy,
trying to
the-
game at the same
Yeah.
time, Eggshell.
Yeah,
thingy.
I'm currently
This
playing.
isn't
I'm
gonna
currently
work.
playing Apex. What do I
Uh,
pipe? So I
What
don't
have
know
you?
what you want from me.
What have you got in your mouth? I don't want to know what you got in your mouth.
You don't
Actually.
want to know.
Mum's dick.
A hairy nipple.
Oh, damn. Yes, well, the blueprints are rather interesting, but they really do nothing for the globe at all, do they? To be honest with you. Did you even have a look at what you posted? Or not
No,
really?
not really. No.
No, I didn't think so. I didn't.
I tried to find some that with a end, if you know what I mean.
That what? Yeah,
Mm.
so
That
So
was
you-
it was of the arms, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, you thought Blue Marble was a good reference point to bring in to try and debunk something or reference something, maybe, perhaps. Kind of fell short on many a level, as we found out last
Fallen
night.
short from what?
Well, falling short from everything. Like,
Look, did it fall short from posting it on Discord to a server I'm a part of? I feel like I
Yep.
did that bit successfully.
well, it
No,
fell
that fell
short of trying to do what exactly reference the globe, which is what the point was. What of trying to
Which point? Whose point?
well,
point
the
in
point
time?
was the point of LIGO and how it was built to Earth's curvature. All right. So why else would you have dropped it? Why else do you think?
Conversations come up a fair bit. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah,
But
yeah, yeah,
it seems that you think that my posting it has to do very specifically with a particular belief of yours. Is that what your feeling is?
A
Because I can
belief of
dissuade you.
mine.
I can
Well, no,
disabuse you of that.
Don't get
notion.
defensive, Eggshells.
Yeah,
Don't get defensive.
a belief of mine. No, not a belief of mine. That's how they had to get it straight.
How many
Right,
people
so
are
it's
on
not
the
a
globe
belief
side?
of mine.
How many people are on the globe side?
How many?
I killed a consensus.
Well, if we want to take a poll of how many people are on the globe side, look, I wouldn't have those figures, but I'm kind of gathering that who's on the globe side would be a rather high side, a high figure.
Right. Would it then be also safe to say if it's a high figure, they probably have diverse opinions. They think many different things about many different things.
No, that wouldn't be
No.
safe to say.
They know the
They
same
all
shit they were
think the
told.
same thing about LIGO.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
most definitely.
I'm learning.
When they
I'm
come in
learning.
here, definitely when they come in here and they reference LIGO, right,
Yeah.
and Earth curvature, right,
Yeah.
they are all referencing the same thing. So they're not thinking different things. They are all thinking the same thing. It's like a
And
hive mentality. A
what one
hive
thing is that?
mentality. Oh, that they built it in accordance, taking into consideration the Earth's curvature.
I certainly think it's probably the case that one end that there should be a point at which it is perfectly parallel, and then towards I would presume the ends of the arms it would be a little bit higher. Sure.
Oh,
If you
so
took it from a local body of water or something like that.
so you think that they took into consideration the curvature of the Earth when they actually built the thing? Do you? Do you think this, or no? You're not going to say you're
I
you're
think
going to be
that.
you're going to be different to the rest of the
No, I
hive.
think that's probably.
So you're willing to go with the hive and say that they actually use the Earth curvature to get this thing perfectly straight. Really?
Hive shell.
But I don't know about used. If I would say it as used, but like would need to take into account. Yeah, I could go with you on that.
Really? Why? Why would they need to take into consideration the curvature of the Earth to get this thing perfectly straight and horizontal? Can you explain to me why they would have to do that and how they went about this?
Fuck, sorry, man.
Hello? Bad timing.
Oh,
Do you have to
sorry,
service your motorbike?
No, I just
Did you get killed or something?
I just clutched a win for the team, but I didn't manage to save one of the dudes. So
Oh no.
Damn.
What are you playing?
I didn't fully clutch. Well, I'm about to revive him playing Apex. It was a pretty good play.
Oh, revive him. CPR style or what?
I gotta go in a moment, but
All right.
I thought they were interesting. To people talk a lot about the plans of LIGO. I feel like I've heard you say in the past, well, where is it? I haven't seen it. Where are these plans? So
No,
I
I've never
posted
said
plans
that.
in. You've never asked for the plans.
No, I've never asked for the plans. No.
Oh, it just seems like a useful place to start.
No, I've never asked for the plans myself. No, never asked for them.
Or like
Never.
something that I would have, I guess maybe you've asked for things that I would assume you'd need the plans to
No, I myself
Eggshells.
have never asked for a Glober to give me the plans of LIGO. Never asked for that.
Cool.
Doesn't mean he hasn't looked at them.
I'm not sure how this ambush is going from your side, but from my side, it feels like you think that I think things, and you think that those things are wrong, and in some way,
Well,
I'm
I
getting
don't know.
boned
Well,
right now, but I don't fully get it.
seeing you have avoided my question that I just asked you, and you have to go. You can go, but that's all right. You have
can ask the
avoided my
question again.
question. I'll let you go. I'll let you go because it'll probably get into it, and then you'll have to go again, and then we'll all accuse you of running. So I'm quite happy to get into it again when you have more time. So I will let you go, play Apex, enjoy reviving, surviving, and killing, and all that sort of fun stuff. But there are other people here that are willing to fly the flag while you run in defeat with your tail between your legs.
Oh my God.
All right. Well, have fun. I hope the ambush went to plan. I'll see you later.
All right,
See you,
then.
mate.
Have a good one.
Catch ya.
Have a good one.
Leaders extra.
He ran away.
He did. He came in saying that he had to go. They're not answering the questions with a caveat that I have to go because I've got to survive people and revive people. But I don't know. Is there anyone else that's willing to fly Riding's flag of honor? Or lack
Obviously,
thereof?
there's no Apex that he's playing. He just won.
He just ran. We all saw it.
Yep.
It's all recorded. He ran.
Yep.
Another one bites the dust.
Again.
Yeah.
An idol has been slashed and smashed once again.
I think there's a good way of winning these debates. You just wait and talk and talk and talk until someone has something to do, and they're leaving, and then you just say, "Oh, it's flat," and then
Well,
there's no way.
well, not really. He was summoned by Nate, right? He heard the call. He came in, and then he ran, right?
I
So
warned him not to
That
join.
he has to go.
I told him you guys were plotting his downfall and you shouldn't join VC.
Yeah, you try to warn him.
Yeah.
Go.
Just pure
But
sleazy tactics on behalf of.
it's best way out. From now on, I'll
Yeah.
just ask people, "Do you have a lot of time?" They say yes. I'll say, no, then.
All
If they
right.
don't have a lot of time, then
Well, that was very
So,
underhanded of you, BSO. You know.
yeah. So is that why you're not prepared to take up his fight, Mailman? Because you two have Apex to play, and you two will have to run
Yeah.
without actually being able to put up a good argument.
Well, I'm at work, but I didn't even listen to the argument, so I was just reading about the left wing thing.
You're at work, okay then. So you'll start the argument, then you'll have to go back to work, and so once again you'll be defeated. Okay, fair enough. So that just leaves who?
What was the argument?
We're talking about LIGO and how LIGO had to be built with the consideration of Earth curve to get it perfectly straight and horizontal.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, what was that? Probably.
I said okay.
Okay, so do you have an argument for that, or you have to go back to work?
The only argument that I have is what's been said about the place, that they need special concrete pouring in order for it to be horizontal, and they use GPS to get it horizontal. So
They use
that's
GPS
the only thing I have. Yeah,
That's the only.
that's what the
That's
builder
it?
said.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. So really, you got nothing either. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's just the story of how it was built.
Fair enough. I don't know. I'm feeling very flat at the moment with this lack of substance in the argument. But
What are you hoping to hear, though, BSO? I want to
Do you want me to give you some more substance, Mandy?
okay, Terry. I know you'll come with something, but yeah, I like you, Terry. I don't want to destroy you too. Like,
Well, do you want me to destroy everyone in the room, or do you want me to just sit back and be quiet?
no, Terry. You are more than welcome to pipe up, seeing as here is where you can talk, because you can't talk over where you usually hang out. They go destroy us.
Well, what's us Globies been presenting you with today?
Today, yesterday, a month ago, that LIGO had to be built. The arms of LIGO had to be built, taking into consideration Earth's curvature.
Well, not so much the construction of it, but the actual setup had to be aligned with its mirrors to allow for the curvature.
With its mirrors?
Yeah, well, with the tubes that were made for each arm, they were made by doing the surveying to be elevated to be at a certain height above sea level. And then they had to fine tune the instruments again after they constructed the tubes that ran down each arm. That's what I know.
Okay, so the mirrors that beam the laser down the middle of that tube had to take into consideration the.
No, they didn't have to take into consideration the curvature. The construction of the arms where the tubes were built above the elevation of the ground, above sea level, at the heights that they were built with the taking into the curvature. Because I've got I've got some measurements here somewhere if I can.
You got like a blueprint type of arrangement.
Oh well, there is an actual blueprint for the place which I
Yeah.
know you can get hold of.
Oh yeah, very easily. It's all over.
Yeah.
It's all over Google. Yep, blueprints are everywhere. Yep. So why did they have to take into consideration Earth's curvature to get it perfectly straight?
I don't understand why you mean they had to take into consideration. They just built it.
Of course, they
They
just
built
built
it.
it, right?
Yeah, they built
The
it above.
argument has been, Terry, right? Especially yesterday, right, and previously, that they very specifically had to take into consideration the Earth's curve when building this, so they could get it perfectly straight. That's been the
Okay.
argument. I know it's strange. I know. I can hear you're perplexed with that one because it perplexes me too.
Okay, I've got that. This shows you the elevation heights above sea level for each arm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the southeast arm and southwest arm.
Yep.
I haven't got the places of each position of where each station is. So it goes from 64 feet, 61, and then 60.
Yep. All over the place, and apparently they have little brass plaques on each of the footings that reference mean sea level. Apparently, I was told that yesterday.
Okay.
I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I was told yesterday.
Okay.
I know. Interesting little fun fact, if it is true. So my point still remains: why do they have to reference mean sea level or Earth's curvature at all to get this thing dead straight?
Well, it's the measurements taken after they've built it that show that there'd be a curvature there.
So it's not through the construction of this thing.
That's after. That's after they built it. Then you notice
Yes.
that there's a curvature.
So when you're building it, you don't worry about it at all. All you're worried about is topography underneath the arm. You built the footings to suit to get this
Yeah.
thing straight. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Thank you, Terry. My God, someone that sees sense, right? So you just built this thing dead straight from datum point A.
Which is like with the plumbing.
Straight.
You get your pipes dead straight. Don't matter if they're elevated up, down, whatever for the fall. Long as they're straight to a certain elevation, and then you look back at the measurements and go, oh, this end's above sea level is that amount, and this end's above that amount. Okay, why is there a difference in the elevations? Oh, there's a curvature to the topography. Well, not the topography, but to the sea levels measurement.
Maybe that reference can be done later. But when you're actually building it, you're just working off datum point A. You're getting it perfectly horizontal to that datum point A, right? You build it, you get it right, you send your bill in so you can get paid, and then you go, oh, let's take a few. Oh, damn! Look at
well,
that.
then people can come along with and gather all the measurements and go, okay, there's a curvature of something. Why is there? Which boils down to the curvature part of it.
Look, I'm more than happy with that, Terry. Right? I'm more than happy with that. Right? But
Well, why you been having problems with something so simple?
I have not had any problems, Terry, as you have not had any problems, right? You and I
I
are
just
on the
got
same
here,
page,
Andy.
right?
I just got here.
You and I are on the same page, right? We build this thing from datum point A, and we build it perfectly straight and horizontal from datum point A, right? And then later, we can take a couple of reference points later, and we may be able to go, oh, look, there's Earth curve, maybe later, but not when we're building it. We don't do that at all. So we are on the same page. So you need to talk to the rest of the mob and set them straight.
Yeah, I think so. Where are they when you need them?
Well, they went down. They were like rats jumping off a sinking ship yesterday, Terry. It was crazy.
But you know I'm not a flat earther, Bandy. You have to realise that.
When did I? When did flat Earth even come into it? Right? We are just talking about
it's just the others.
practicalities.
It's the other people in the channel that might be listening, Bandy, just in case.
No, we're talking about the practicalities of building something perfectly straight and horizontal from datum point A. That's all we were doing.
Yeah.
Right?
And what happened was all the Globers ran, apparently.
Well, they did. We had
No, I'm
Doofus,
not here.
we had B-Ball.
I'm here.
We had everyone else.
But I've got no one else here to back me up.
Terry, you're agreeing with Bandsaw. You're not a Glober anymore.
Yeah, but I know. I've known Bandy for a long time. It's easy to.
I'm messing with you.
Hey, Bandy, these are just the guys that weren't invited to the Apex game.
Yeah, there's a 3-person limit. There's a 3-person limit. It's sad.
Yeah. Exactly. But yeah. So do you agree with us, Scummy?
And kind of. I mean, I'd add in that they actually specifically have to make sure they don't take the curvature into account. That would be the difference. Is if you make a bridge, you want it to be level, which means you need to take the curvature into account. But when you make LIGO, you want it to be perfectly horizontal, which means you need to make sure you're not taking curvature into account. So it's the complete opposite of taking curvature into account. You need to make sure you don't take curvature into account.
Well, you could do that quite easily, couldn't you? Just by working from datum point A, couldn't you?
Well, it's got to be over 3 kilometers?
4 mile.
Yeah.
It's pretty.
4
it's pretty
kilometers or
long.
something.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to worry. You wouldn't worry about it at all, right? You'd only worry about your first reference point. That's all you'd worry about, wouldn't it?
Well, no, you'd work. The problem would be that you're not able to establish multiple measurements, because every time you make a new measurement like a datum, every time you use a new datum, that'll be along the curvature of Earth. But that's not what you want. You want the perfect horizontal. So you need to make sure you're not taking the curvature into account. That's the point.
So when they built it, they even went along that point of where they wanted to build it, and picked a certain point along it to build from. They just couldn't start at the end or the end of it at where it joins in the middle there, where it intersects.
The base station, yeah.
Yeah, they couldn't just start there and work their way out. They had to survey the land wherever they were before they could even start building it.
Well, yeah, you want your construction to be as easy as possible, but if you want this thing to be horizontal and straight from one datum point, you're working from one datum point, right? Regardless of Earth curve, right? You're not even going to take Earth curve into consideration whatsoever.
Yeah, no. If you're built, my bad, Bandsaw. If you're building that thing, you're definitely going to start from one point and work your way out.
Exactly.
How else are you going to know? How else are you going to know where it's level from, or horizontal, or whatever you want?
Exactly. Yeah. But so the point is that when you're doing this, there's two things that you need to do differently than if you were to do it like a normal, for example, bridge that wants to be level, because you want it to be horizontal. So one thing you want to do is you want to make sure, or you cannot use plumb lines, because of course we know that plumb lines go along the curvature. So plumb lines are completely out the question. Except that one singular point.
Sorry, no, I'm going to pull you up right there. 100%. You will use a plumb line. 100%. You will use a plumb line.
Yeah, sorry, a plumb line, but you cannot use plumb on different positions on this arm.
Well, you can claim that, right? And I'm happy for you to go with that claim because it keeps your globe model intact, right? But you will use a plumb line, and you will use a datum point at point A, and everything will be referenced back to that initial datum point.
Yeah, And I agree with that. That's why I
Everything.
retracted what I said.
Yeah.
I'm not.
So
I retracted. I'm not saying we never use a plum, but I'd say we only use plum at one location. If we were to do it at multiple locations, the plums would deviate.
well, you can make that claim thinking that you live on a globe, right? I'm going to say myself, they probably use plum multiple times, right? Because it is on a planar surface, right? I'll make that claim, right? But I'm happy to go with the claim that they only used one plum, but they would have had to use at least one as a reference point, and that is what they've used. And regardless of the Earth curve, right, whether it be flat or curved, right, doesn't even come into consideration. The only thing that comes into consideration is the topography of the land. And anyone in this debate that says anything else really has their head so far shoved into a dark cave, it's not even funny. Right? Because that's all you are concerned about. All you're concerned about is where those piers are going to be, the height of those piers, that those piers hit bedrock and that they are secured properly, that arm can sit all the way along them. That is how any construction works. They work from a single datum point, and everything is taken from that single datum point. Now, you can move that datum point, you can transcribe that datum point to many other points, but you are always working off one initial datum point, which is your main one. That's how any major construction works, any of them.
Definitive.
And that is definitive. Most definitely.
The most you'd have to account for the vertical and other places for would be to have a rough idea how much concrete you might need for your footings. It doesn't have to go down to the fucking median sea level. It just has to go down to the local topography, like Bansor said, the bedrock for structural integrity.
Yep.
Main sea level. Fuck off.
Why have we got Globers in here actually talking a bit of sense tonight? What the hell's going on?
Hey, that actually makes me think, Bandy. What about when they're doing these, these very intricate underground fucking tunnels, like mining tunnels where they go down, say, 1 kilometer and they go across, X amount of distance or whatever. Are all those little tubes, are they all curved? Like over distance, or are they hanging plumb? What are they doing in there?
Well, when they dug the English Channel and they started from either end, and the way they did the surveying, they were actually pretty much able to meet those two tunnels up in the middle. It was quite an incredible engineering feat with what they did. And look, you and I would probably say that they probably did use plumb lines and horizontals to make sure that they were going to meet. But the globe side will say that they had to take into consideration the curvature of the Earth and all that sort of stuff, and gravity and everything, and considering all the way along that English Channel, gravity is going to be slightly different because of the oblique, pear-ish shape structure that we live on. It is surprising that they ever met at all using plumb lines and horizontal, if that was the case.
I was thinking more of the mine shafts, how they've got where all the trucks go down and they go into these different tunnels. They got people cutting out little fucking bits left, right, and whatever. They would have some of them go for quite some distance, left and right under the ground, perpendicular to the surface. They would have to have like sections whereby if a guy stood at one end of the tunnel and another fella went off in the tractor or whatever it was, whatever machinery, the cart or whatever, it would actually appear like they're disappearing over the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Because these tunnels are apparently actually curved if they follow the Earth.
Well,
and I wonder if anyone experiences that in the tunnel, or whether they just get to see them forever as long as there's light.
well, they
Look, there's
would
half
probably,
of Billy Bob. He's over the curvature. I don't
they
know.
would probably say that all these tunnels are curved.
Yeah, but wouldn't have to experience it. Like as a miner under there, you would actually see like obstruction, like curving obstruction.
Well, looking over the curvature of the mine shaft, how far is the horizon of a mine shaft compared to a 6-foot observer? Is it 1.22 to the square root of the 6-foot observer type of equation?
Well, if it follows Earth curve level, you know,
It
then
would
it'll
have
have
to
to
be.
be, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if they're just hanging plumb lines, there's no way for them to know whether they're truly linear or whether they're truly arcing with a curved Earth.
Aren't they actually more interested when they're doing that sort of stuff in chasing veins anyway? More than anything.
Possibly, but then they could also be doing it for like excavating out things for maybe nuclear waste, you know, storage, where they do all these tunnels deep underground and shit like this.
Yeah. Or whatever construction that they have to build, you know, where they're building, you know, air vents or whatever, you know, you probably want to go in a very certain direction, very certain coordinates. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Doofus must be listening in on YouTube. He's also too dropping links. They do this, don't they? They listen. They drop a gyro theodolite.
Oh, come on. It's called a gyrolite. It sounds heaps better. Gyro theodolite.
In surveying, a gyro theodolite, also a surveying gyro, is an instrument composed of a gyro compass mounted to a theodolite. It is used to determine the orientation of true north, and it is the main instrument for orientation in mine surveying and tunnel engineering.
Beautiful.
Very, very interesting, Doofus.
Yeah.
He actually does come with some interesting sites. I'll give him that. I'll give him that. He dropped one yesterday of the stoplight experiment, where you mix some chemicals together and they go from green to yellow to red, which is pretty cool to see, actually.
What was the catalyst for that?
Oh, it was on mute. I just watched it, so I don't know exactly what they use. I was just watching the reaction in the background.
Missed that one in high school. Damn it.
Yeah,
Must have been
it was
sick
pretty.
that day.
It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. It came up yesterday when they said when we were talking about time being a cause of things, and the stoplight experiment came up that time was a cause.
Cause. I like it.
But yeah. Well, at least Terry was on the same page, agreeing with basic construction techniques.
Well, it's common sense, isn't it?
Oh,
At the end of the day.
Like seriously, the way they're going to argue common sense and how stuff is being constructed is just mind blowing. Really, it's just mind blowing. They go to a lot of trouble to set up that initial datum point, especially in major construction works. They go to a lot of trouble to make sure that it is secure and true that they can continue to reference it.
Yeah.
It's not disturbed at any point. They go to a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you know, I wish I had the time and the energy. But like, somebody should make like a parody video of like a Glober tying their shoes. So like, you know, like they've got to get a datum set. Like they've got to like, you know, detect the current. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
Yeah.
plumb bob. Like, you know, check the fact that plumb really isn't level. You know, or isn't fucking. You know, like do all these calculations. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
Oh no.
You know.
It was actually funny there because Gummy had to check himself when he initially
You know,
he
cite the
came out.
ISS. They got to
Yeah,
cite the
yeah,
ISS real
yeah.
quick. It's right. Go on.
It was funny actually that Gummy initially said that they wouldn't use plumb lines, and he very quickly had to check himself.
Yeah, I really don't know enough about the whole what you guys were talking about with the construction, but yeah, it's interesting. But you know, you know what too? I look at it like, you know, these are such complicated topics. It's like it's like if we were talking about celestial navigation and you get like you know what I mean? Like you misunderstand. It's like, you know, I have so much leniency, but they do try to cover all the bases, like without ever conceding anything. Like,
Yeah. It's not really complicated at all, Isa, what we were talking about with the construction. Right? They're just talking about building something that is perfectly straight and horizontal, right? And you know, it's a very logical thought process to say that they work from a initial datum point, like point A, and they get their horizontal from there, and it's a perfect straight line from there all the way out to the end. Like it's fairly simple.
well,
Right?
how far is that distance?
It goes about 4 kilometers, right? So you've got, which is about 3. It's about 3 mile, I think, close enough to 3 mile.
Yeah.
So you've got, what's that, 60 something inches of drop over that. What sort of voice do I have? What sort of fucking voice do I have?
You don't want that sort of voice, Ben, so that's fucking disgusting.
Fuck off, mailman.
That mailman, if that was in the pub, oh dear.
Oh, damn. I don't even know what bloody. Do I even want to Google what that is? To be honest with you, do I really want to Google?
You
Shots
probably
fired.
can't. It could be
So,
harmless.
get a better mic. Come in here, mailman. Come in here. I'm gonna
Look how flat that earth is.
ASMR is basically a bunch of weirdos who think that, you know, strange sounds are like soothing. Any type of strange sound, like rubbing something or like opening packages or scraping your nails along. Yeah. And they listen to this stuff for hours and I don't know, they get off on it or something. I have no idea.
I don't want that picture in my head that mailman is sitting in a dark corner somewhere listening to my voice, Jerry. I don't want
Yeah, he's listening to your voice circle jerking. That was his reference.
Oh,
yes. Hence I said you ASMR sicko.
Damn. Oh well, you're more than welcome to come and dissect this circle, mailman. But
Some of them, they like listening to people chew with their mouth open. It's disgusting.
oh, Jerry, you know too much about this topic, I must say.
Yeah, that's also tough.
It's the latest thing.
Oh damn.
All the kids are doing it.
Big boy.
Hey, mailman. Mailman.
Maleman.
What do you got for us, mailman? You want to break up this circle jerk, do you? All right. What
No,
are you going to do?
no, it's going well.
Female
I mean,
woman.
this is one of the best circle jerks I've ever heard.
Yep. It's very back-padding.
You know, somewhere like Gems could never compete with this kind of circle jerk.
Yeah, there's too many people there for this kind of circle jerk.
Oh, imagine how messy that would be.
That's
Yeah,
what
would be
we like to keep our circle jerk small.
Oh, it's disgusting. Keyboards probably never even get a clean.
Small.
Would it be but for Globers, would it be a spherical jerk?
I told you, man. Your boy Kosho's sitting here letting us all go down. None of your globe people are defending the globe. What's up? We think pigs could fly here.
Okay.
Jeremy, they've got no evidence. They know it. They've come to the conclusion.
Day out. They come here, right? But look, they have to wait for the appropriate characters to get here, right? To kind of start the fight, and then like little chipmunks, they'll pipe in occasionally with a little comment, a little here and there, right?
I'm still baffled because Geo proved that there's a magnetic vortex in the North Pole where beings come out of. So I mean,
No, he didn't prove it. Don't lie.
Yeah,
He
are
did.
you putting words? Well, I don't know. Are you putting words in Geo's mouth here? Because I've never.
He's proven it to himself. That's very different.
Okay. That's well, no. If he's proved it to himself,
proving it.
no,
so he proved it.
Well, he's proved it to himself, right?
Sure.
Okay then.
So
okay.
Just like you with the ball, mailman. You've proved it to yourself. You can't prove it to me or Bandy, but to yourself.
Yeah.
All good.
Sure.
You can. Well, can you refute it? Can you disprove that he has proved it to himself?
No.
Okay then. So he has proved it to himself.
Yep, that's what I said. He proved it.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
No. You
Oh,
missed
okay. So
out
it
the
didn't.
words to himself. That's what you've missed out. All right.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Mailman turns to mole man, eh?
Yeah.
Mole.
Can you change your name on Discord? Like
what?
Like change your username.
I can change your name.
I've always been formal.
Do you want your name
No, no, not in here, but like in like the whole Discord, like my username, my original username. Can I change it?
Oh, I think you can. Maybe.
Yeah, because I would like to have more. Much better than Mailman.
You want Mole Man, do you?
Yeah, MOLE, man. Yeah.
Hold on.
Female.
I'll change it for
you. Give him female woman. Change it to female woman.
Female woman.
So, what do you want, Mole Man?
It's just a mole. MOLE, man.
Man. Okay.
Yep.
Done.
Yep. Cheers. That's good.
Done. All right, mate. Done.
I think someone in Nathan started to call me Mole Man, and I was like, I like this. So I got the mole as the PFP.
You're always digging deep, eh? In an attempt to not find the truth.
Yeah.
Nice.
But you can't disprove mole people.
Please tell me you've got a giant mole on your face that moves around every time you go on camera. It's in a different location.
That would be good. Yeah.
That would be.
The mystery mole.
I cannot believe that people are actually watching the Depp versus Heard thing.
I've
Well, yeah,
seen some videos, like short clips on YouTube, but I can't give two fucks about it.
I have not watched 2 seconds of it.
I can't care. There's no way.
Exactly. Who cares? Exactly right, Gio. Who cares?
hang on, but what about Ukraine? I haven't heard anything about Ukraine lately.
Hey,
Must be all
Bandsaw, have
fixed,
you heard
eh?
that? Oh, sorry, I know you're bringing up something different. Hey, have you heard that Ranty is now doing live streams every day on Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
No.
Yep, go check out his channel. He's got about 30 videos all on it, and he's just streaming Amber Heard, Johnny Depp, nonstop apparently.
Is he breaking
Who's
it
doing
in
this?
or
Ranty.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? I remember when him and Riley came in, everybody thought those two were just hucksters on it. You know what I mean? Like, just because Ranty had Ken Burns. Like, it was too rich.
Oh my god. He's
someone will get?
actually, well, someone must have, he's jumped on onto a cash cow now, because his channel has jumped from about 2,000 subs up to 25.
Of course.
Those are bots from joining the Globe, though.
Okay.
Yeah, you saw they did a Twitter bot thing on Biden, and like half his followers were bots.
Yeah, but imagine how many plebs are following this fucking Johnny Depp bullshit, though. If he's
The only
pumping
thing
out
that's
videos.
Yeah, that's sad though. But I'm not surprised. But you know what's
Hmm.
crazy? The one thing about the whole Amber and all that shit show, I like to think anyway, is that the normies are getting exposed to like the wackiness of celebrity lifestyle, so that when the hammer drops, like people are like, yeah, I could see how that would happen. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's just prepping the people to be, you know, like jars of cocaine. Nobody knows. You know what I mean? Like, you know, or like shit, even in what's that Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, they talk about
Love that movie.
adrenochrome. Adrenochrome. You know, you guys know all that story, right?
Yeah, mate.
Yeah. But like, you know, normies are getting clued into that kind of a lifestyle. So when the Hunter Biden shit drops, they're not surprised, I think. But it is odd that fucking Ranty's doing. That's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious.
Well, after he kind of claims that he went back to the Globe, he created that channel which was called Flurfspective, I guess.
Yeah.
So he kind of tried to do that to get Globe Earthers, and it just seemed to kind of peter out. And then he just changed the name of the channel. All of a sudden, now he has 25,000 subs, and he's just doing videos on Johnny Depp and Amber Heard.
Well, smart move. Probably getting the fucking GoFundMe to keep it up. You know, who knows? It's hilarious.
Probably getting live chat.
Yeah, because he's not getting shadow banned anymore.
Well, that's like I used to say. Like, if I could, I'm sure that unfortunately I could write a bestseller with like a diet on like how to walk through walls. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like and like and like, you know, you could create a national bestseller with like, you know, a bunch of people attempting to walk through walls.
Bro, that's real science, bro. That's real fucking science,
Well,
Issa.
of course, that's why you could get away with writing a book about quantum fucking diets. It's quantum chicken salad recipes and how to walk through walls.
Damn.
Dude, they sell stickers to people that you put on your phone and it protects you from 5G. Like it's a fucking sticker. Like, get your sticker for $35. They can market anything, mate. There's enough plebs out there.
Dude, they should set a room up with like $1 billion in it, and there's no doors, right? You have to walk through the wall, and whoever gets inside like hits a buzzer.
No,
And
dude,
they
that's the
win.
premise. Hey, yo, hold on. That's the premise for the book because like somebody
Look it up.
wins. Like yeah, like the winner actually writes the book. Like you'd have to set up the book for it to be the bestseller, you know. So you'd have a video of like those people doing that contest, and then come out with
Off
the book.
to school.
Do you remember that app that
I
came
wonder what
out
the
a little while ago with regards to clicking? And if you were the last person to tap, like in this sphere or whatever it was, you got the prize in the middle. And it was like, you know, an unknown mystery prize worth X
You got 'em.
amount. And all we had to do was pay X amount of dollars for a number of taps.
All right.
Do you remember
Thank
that?
you. Have a good day. Sorry, guys.
cheers, Jeremy.
That was very clever. Whoever come up with that was fucking brilliant. People all around the world were paying 10, $20 for X amount of taps to then sit there and literally just tap on the screen. And they either got the last tap or they didn't. It was fucking brilliant.
Actually,
You can make a paid app. Make a paid app that costs you like €5, and then you can the last person to let go of the screen wins. But then you never give the money to anyone. You just say that there's still someone holding the screen.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
There's lots of shit like that.
Yeah.
A bit like the
Killing crystals and
company that promises to keep rain away from your wedding day or your special day. And they charge you 50 grand and they give you the money back if it rains. And obviously it's a flip of a coin. Some people they have to give the
Oh,
money back, but
Jesus.
lots of people they don't.
That's the best business ever. It's like, I'm going to
It's pretty
gamble. If
good,
there's
isn't it?
rain, I'll win anyway.
Exactly.
he actually had 550 people watching his stream on Depp and Heard. Damn.
Fuck yeah. Yeah.
I think people
He
are
really
interested.
dramatized it.
He's jumped all over that cash cow. Definitely. Good luck to him. Good luck to him.
Well, do you remember when Corona first came out and he was like, it's a bio weapon, and he had all these mystery people coming in and he was doing interviews and fucking shit? He tries to jump on anything.
Any
Yeah,
bandwagon.
he's trying to.
Any bandwagon.
He's trying
Yeah.
to get hot. Clearly, money was a huge motive for him.
Well,
Yeah. If you want to make money on the internet, you just got to pretend to be a vegetarian or a vegan and pretend you want to save the planet from climate change, and everyone will give you
Well,
heaps of money.
my boys sent me a link to this young girl in America on YouTube, and all she does is unbox boxes of stuff in them, whatever that stuff is. You know, ping pongs, toys, you name it. It's whatever it is, right?
That's legitimate, though.
Well, yeah, no. This isn't
It's a service.
against her. Like, you know, people are obviously tuning. What I was gobsmacked at though was that this girl had 17 million subs, right, to her channel. Like she's 8 or 9, right? 17 million, right, for unboxing things, like a blind unboxing. What's going to be in the box today? Type of thing. Incredible.
Yeah, you think of the
Absolutely
dopamine
incredible.
hit that all the kids get from that sort of shit, though. Oh, I wonder what's in the box. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can see how that stuff's super fucking popular. It is hard to fathom the numbers, but when you think of the scope of the
It's sort
globe,
of easy. People make money. People make money so easily nowadays. Like that. Like just unboxing shit on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, there's your millions. Cheers.
Or how about these like teenager guys that make these videos of like filling up a bathtub with breakfast cereal, stuff like that.
What?
yeah,
They get like millions of views and they're making tons of money.
Oh, damn.
I mean, there was the channel with the car, the Dodge Viper, that you can pay the guy to scratch and break, and he got more money than the car was worth. So he made
Of
profit.
course.
So you could just pay him $100 to paint the car pink. Like, okay, there you go, paint the car pink, and then just make a lot of money from donations. And at the end of the day, you get much more than the car was worth.
Yeah, there are people who hold like raffles essentially for their property, and they end up with much more money, and someone wins a property. You know what I mean? It's a much better way to
it's
sell
just lottery. Yeah. It's like weird, like Mr. Beast. It's weird. He just gives out money and makes profit.
Yeah. Yeah, perceived generosity.
Yeah. But I think that's a good thing because he gives it to usually to someone who needs it.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Fucking nice.
Yeah, like Mr. Beast, who does videos where he sets up a car dealership and every car only costs $1.
Yeah.
Does anybody who comes with $1 gets a car?
I know people are just so confused. They don't believe it. They're just like, what? I have to at least go and look.
His videos are pretty entertaining, though. I don't know how we got on that cycle of like making so much money that he's also giving out. Somehow found a way to do that thing. He does other ones where they'll buy like every product in a store, like in a grocery store. They'll walk in and be like, "Hey, can we buy every single thing you have off the shelves? Clear out the whole place."
Big Dawes TV that does that. He like a GameStop, buy a shit ton of stuff, like set up a table outside and just hand it away. Best thing ever was the guy that wanted to help poor people. I told you about that, Gio. He gave out like rice or something, and the line was like long line. It wasn't a lot of that's not a lot of food, but like people were starving and they needed food. He didn't give him rice. He gave him like 15,000 shekels or fucking rupees or whatever was in the bag instead of the rice. You know, nobody would have stood in line for that much food. Like if somebody told me like, yo, a 1 pound bag of rice, you just got to stand in line for a little while and you get it. You know, I wouldn't stand in line. I got like the 15 grand or whatever. I don't know how much money that even is, but like only the people that really needed it got it that way.
Yeah, makes sense. It's like some of those videos where someone pretends to be a beggar and they'll ask someone for like $1. Oh, can I have $1 to make a phone call? And the first 3 or 4 people might say, "Nah, man, fucking, get a job, you bludger." And then someone goes, "Oh yeah, here, it's my last $1 too, but I can see you really need it," and then they accept it, and then fucking the guy, or girl, whoever it might be, turns around and fucking gives them like $1,000 or $500 or whatever the amount might be, and the people are just like, "What the fuck? What are you doing?" They get a lot of views, those types of videos. Looking for honest people, pretend to drop your wallet and you give $500 to the first person that gives it back to you, that sort of shit.
Yeah, those are interesting. It's actually pretty touching to see certain guys, people that are like homeless on this, completely homeless, and then the guy's asking them for, $1 for bus fare or whatever, and it really is like in some cases, it's like it seems like it's near their last dollar, and they give it to them anyways because they, really just want to help, and then the guy gives them $1,000 or whatever, and then they start, he starts crying, and it's pretty touching sometimes.
I fucking hate the ones where they show you kids that are in danger and people don't do anything. There's some people that will stand up and do something to protect the kid, or like an innocent woman, or even another innocent man, I suppose. But then there's so many people that fucking won't.
Yeah.
They'll literally just ignore it. It's shocking.
Yeah, it's like you can pretty much beat a child in public and no one will even do anything.
Yeah, and
My
if you come
God, one
across the
time
one person that does, you want to watch out because they'll sort you out.
one time I was in Lowe's or Home Depot or something, and my kid was bugging, right? So I took him out to the car, but I was carrying him, and he was like kicking and screaming and shit. And like nobody even stopped me or said anything. I walked by a whole handful of employees and shit. Like no one said anything to me.
Crazy.
Like my kid was like, "Put me down."
Stolen. That's how you do it.
Jerry, is that your own advert?
Well, it's like the police will jump in if they're there, but it seems like most people
Yeah,
just
that's me.
most people don't want to
That's-
get involved in some dispute.
I think it's interesting that I think the most profitable YouTube channel over here in Finland is the hydraulic press channel, where they just compress things with the hydraulic press.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I think it started as a joke, but now it's a full-time job. Just pressing.
Yeah, you finish like to just double down, don't you?
Yeah. Yep.
Keep on doubling. Probably quite lucrative every now and then in poker, hey? When you just double down, probably have good runs every now and then.
There's also people over here who take donations and then make a video of them playing with those donations. Because, it's also quite lucrative.
Yeah. Then there's that chick who just pours eggs over herself in a bathtub. And there's all these dirty old fucking men that want to pay for fucking photos of her doing that. Not even video, just a photo of her pouring eggs on herself.
It's the same like people just buying used panties. It's like,
oh no, come on. At least you can smell them. You can get a good deep breath.
but you could just buy some unused panties and just put some fish on them.
Well, when you need a new mask, you just
Yeah.
purchase some.
Buy a used one. A little bit of blood
Just
on it.
$5,000 to Madonna, and you can wear one of her panty masks.
Do you guys think they're going to bring the mask back, or what do you think? Or are we done with them?
I think we're done. Same way that the Japanese are. I think we get used to using them if we have to or something. Like
Like, you guys
You've
think this is
gone
just
really
a
low.
break of no mask, and they're going to pull something to try to push them again?
I don't think.
Definitely. Mole man, come out from under the ground, mate. We're losing you. There we go. That's it.
There's
Now
still a
check
few
out.
places around here that are rocking a mask. Like you're shocked when you walk into it. It's like, oh, whoa, I need a mask for here.
We're just heading into our flu season, so we're going to see all sorts of shit after the election this weekend.
Well, we
Coming up.
got rid of the flu last year, right? There was no flu.
I've been
Well,
touched.
you know what we mean.
I've been touched by the big C myself.
No,
Well,
you had
not
a
me
test
personally.
that said.
Not
He
me.
means
Well,
he means cock.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Exactly, Jeremy.
The big coastline.
Yeah. You and your what is it? What was it? ASMR Deltones.
Oh, the sound of waves lapping. That's ASMR. If you enjoy the sound of waves lapping at the beach, you are one dirty fucker, Bandy.
Yeah, no, my daughter got it actually. The big C, apparently.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Hang on, she's also the big V as well, isn't she?
No.
Unfortunately.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
good.
No. She's the only one out of all the kids that has, only because of her job, unfortunately.
She is the big V.
Yeah. But
Right.
she's only had one of them. All right, only one of them. She hasn't returned for any return business. But
I know they say the opposite on the news, or at least they were during the peak of that. Like, oh, the people that didn't get the V, were worse off or whatever. But I know it's somewhat anecdotal, but it seems to me like in my life, like the people getting it are the people that got, like the people getting the C are the people that got the V.
Yeah. Well, she got it. For the first day, she said it was just like a really bad cold. The second day got a bit better, and by the third day, she was all cleared up, no symptoms whatsoever, absolutely zero.
Wow.
Like so it lasted like 2.5 days, type of thing. So
Did she spread it to everyone in her house?
Well, no, the rest of the people in the house did not get it, but have been exposed to it. But yeah, they haven't got it, which is funny.
The mystery of virology, hey?
Well, yeah. And it's not as though she shut herself in her room and barricaded the door from everyone. She just went about her life pretty much normally. She just wasn't allowed to do her placement or her uni course. Is all that restricted her from doing that.
Has anyone seen the experiment? I think it's like a 4-hour video from my understanding, and you can speed through it, obviously. But it's an experiment based on like the contagion theory, but to do with surface contact. And they put a little bit of tracing dye or whatever it might be, fluorescent dye, in just a tiny little bit of something within a room. And then they have people in that room just, go about their whatever they're doing. It might be a dinner party, or it might have been a poker game. I can't remember the exact scenario. This was years ago. And then at the end of this 4-hour session, they fucking, turn the light out and they put a dark light on or whatever. And they show where all this fucking tracer had ended up. And it's like, fuck, and now, like shit. So even if people were to isolate, even just using one bathroom in a house, like straight away there, you can try and be as clean as you want. You can wipe the door down after, you can do this, you can do that. But there's no way, even just contact alone, that you'd be able to stop it from spreading, let alone if it was truly aerosolized and you could cough it out.
No.
Like,
Yeah, well, it's definitely not as contagious as what they say. Like, none of her kids got it. Her husband didn't get it.
What do you think about the testing, Whites? Like, do you think the testing is actually picking up what they claim it is? I mean, because it does seem like it's picking something up. Like, you can get these, home tests now, and so people will, get sick, and then they'll test positive, and then they'll be sick for a week or two, and then, usually pretty mild for most, and and then they'll test positive for a couple days after, then they won't test positive anymore. So do you think like it actually is picking up what they claim it is, or do you think it's like picking up exosomes that just come out of us when we're sick always, whether it's a common cold or a flu or whatever, and then they found a way to have it pick all that stuff up?
Well, the original sequence for the PCR, and I'm not sure if it's a smaller portion of the same sequence or a different sequence for the rapid antigen test, was a small section of our own chromosome 8. which everyone obviously has, and express, at different times. Now, whether we express it when we've got certain illnesses above and beyond other things more than other times, I couldn't tell you that. But it could also be a function of, as we found out now with Pfizer, probably shouldn't. Anyway, they have deliberately put out saline, right, placebo, out into the public. And so they've acknowledged that now. There's nothing to say that there isn't something funny going on with the tests in terms of, let's just have 50% of them automatically come back positive. And it's literally a complete random when you go and buy a pack of 5. You could get 3 that are positive and 2 that are negative. And depending on who takes them and when they take them is what happens. Like, I don't fucking know. I know it doesn't make sense if there was a pathogen that could go from one person to another. Like everyone in a household should get it.
Well,
But at
you
least
would think
90% of people. Yeah.
That doesn't even happen with the flu or the common cold.
What do you mean?
When the flu comes into your house, not everybody always gets sick.
Right, so you
out
question the story, mate. Fucking God. Thanks for bringing up more examples of why you should question the narrative. Excellent.
Yeah, that was questioning the narrative. Okay, yeah, right.
Well, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, if they're going to try and say, it was the other people's immunity that meant that they didn't get infected, like they were exposed, but they didn't get sick because their immunity was stronger, then they should have been doing something from the very outset to make sure that everyone on the planet had a better immunity.
Oh,
but they didn't give a shit about
vaccination.
that. No, like vitamin D levels, a bit of sunshine, some good nourishment from meat, that sort of stuff.
Well, I would say
fucking
within a
vaccination.
family, most people have the same diet and same nutrition. I mean, give or take, pretty damn close. So, no.
Not necessarily. But yeah, on average, you could probably say that, yeah.
Well, it is strange that how things were spruiked to be like the most spreadable, deadly plague to hit us ever. Right? We have to barricade ourselves in. We have to go to all these preventions to stop it spreading, and yet you have it in a household and one person's got it and no one else gets it. Like, go figure. This most spreadable, deadly thing kind of isolated itself to one person.
Yeah, it's amazing. That's not anything that they said.
Absolutely. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yep. Yep.
And so many of the people I know that that got it or claim to test positive for it are also like avid mask wearers. So obviously that doesn't work.
There you go.
Well, mask wearing doesn't work unless the other ass. Mask wearing doesn't work unless the other asshole wears the mask.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, well.
I suggest to anyone who likes to wear a mask, right, be honest with yourself and realize that if it's your standard mask and you put it on and you're doing anything other than just sitting very fucking still, which you can also, if you're doing anything, shit, just lost my fucking earpiece.
Well, any viri that actually reach into the fibers of your mask that stay there for long enough die, because that's how, when they become exposed to the air, it is going to result in them dying. So now, let's say you're just reducing incidence or contact with live viri. It's not a perfect system, but you have to admit that it reduces.
It's like trying to
Waving
keep
your hand in front of your mouth.
No, I guess I disagree.
It's like trying to keep mosquitoes out with a chain link fence.
After about
but my point was,
15
if you have an oximeter on your finger, if you put one like an O2, pulse ox on your finger and put a mask on, you'll watch your dissolved oxygen slowly go down, unless you change your mask every 5 minutes.
No, that's not true.
What?
No, I
It is
worked.
true.
I worked in the ER. Worked in surgery. I wore a mask 8 hours a day, and that's just not true.
And you had a pulse ox on the whole time, did you?
No, you didn't.
No,
Don't
no,
lie.
I did wear socks all the time, but I wore it for 8 hours a day without taking it off, and there was no effect. There was no
I
problem.
understand they're only good
No,
for
there was an
15 minutes.
effect. You just weren't aware of it. 5 minutes, they're already too moist to effectively let you get the carbon dioxide out, and you rebreathe it. Right? That's a fact. And you can watch your O2 go down.
They spread germs after 15 minutes. I don't.
Well, they would, yeah.
You wore one
They
for
breed
8
your own
hours?
bacteria.
The other gentleman?
Oh, yuck, yeah. Good point. But anyway, that's a side, but yeah.
The whole
Now,
thing was
as far as the
germs.
pulse ox, isn't the solution to that as the carbon dioxide in your bloodstream goes up, your body is instructed to beat your heart faster and to breathe faster, which then reduces your pulse ox?
No, because your pulse, your breathing respiratory rate needs to happen at such a rate to effectively evacuate the CO2.
Right.
As soon as it goes up to a certain point, it can't do that effectively, no matter how fast it goes.
Well, the point is, I mean, it's not a detrimental thing. I mean, you could walk around wearing a mask all day, and it's not going to be a detriment to your health.
I think after 15
Anything below
minutes, that might be
94%, and
incorrect.
you're doing any
Yeah.
cells. Man.
After 15 minutes, it's going to be, you're going to have to change it after 15 minutes.
Why? What happens in 15 minutes?
What do you mean? The buildup of microorganisms. You
Moisture,
think
mate.
Your
wear
own
it longer
microorganisms?
than 20 minutes? And it's
Your own
not going to spread
microorganisms?
germs or build up germs after 20 minutes?
Your
You're
own
going to wear them? Really?
microorganisms you're worried about? The ones that were in you?
Irregardless,
again?
I mean, you know, we could bat it around all day long, and everyone's going to have their opinion of it. But you know, I don't think it's worth us getting aggravated at each other about.
Well, no, but I mean, I asked you to test it, and you said you did it for 8 hours and it didn't matter. But I asked you to test it. I'm sure if you saw the level of your oxygen go down, you probably would have changed masks or taken it off for a while to get your oxygen
Changing the
back up.
mask isn't going to change the pulse, I mean, except for that one breath where the carbon dioxide ends up in the mask. You know, after that, you're going to be at the same level after 1-2 seconds. What do you mean?
Well, no, because the
15
moisture,
minutes.
the moisture level builds up and it restricts the mask. And that's when it becomes really detrimental. That happens quite quickly. So you put a fresh mask on and you'll breathe comfortably through that for a few minutes until the moisture builds up again and it becomes restricted again. That's the
I would
problem.
say within like the first 5 or 10 seconds of using the mask, actually, I already felt uncomfortable. I don't like rebreathing my air.
Well, there's your body telling you already it's wrong. Don't do it.
Maybe your body's not the best arbiter in this situation.
Oh dear, yeah. Listen to Fauci, mate. I reckon he knows. Oh no, I reckon he knows you better than you.
He's the man.
Your body
is.
doesn't have any clue about the outside world beyond the tools it's been given to look at. It can't tell that there is a pandemic going on. It can't tell anything like that.
It can. Called exosomes. Look into it.
Yeah, look into exosomes. Yeah, right.
Okay. Well done.
Why don't you look into it?
No worries.
Contagious exosomes. Makes good sense to me.
Never said anything about contagion.
Well, contagious exosomes. I mean, you go into the office and you get the flu from somebody else. You caught the exosomes.
Do you?
Wow. Let's see. There you go. Exosomes.
You get the flu from someone else. What's the flu? And where has it gone the last 2 years? That's
Still there.
mystery, isn't it? Still there, but not there. Maybe it was just a lack of testing, you reckon?
What's
What
that?
that was. Was it just a lack of testing, you think?
What do you mean? What was the actual flu rate?
Well, 0 here, I think, for the last 2 years.
0.
But we're being told it's going to come back with a vengeance this year. That's what the ads are telling us.
Let's go and look up what the head of a 0. Where are you talking about?
Australia, mate.
Australia. Okay.
Yeah, we managed to eliminate the flu while we had the big C going on.
We're going to be fact checked live here. By the sounds of it, right?
I mean, any country in the world
Can
that
I
probably
add
would
the
have the biggest
caveat of
effect, any
relatively
country in the
zero?
world that would have the biggest effect on the flu would have been Australia, because they did have stringent lockdowns and stuff.
Fact checking. That's what we do. We fact check.
God, you're an idiot.
Could I jump in? Could I jump in for a second? Could I jump in
Please
for
do.
a second? Yeah. I wholly agree. How you doing, Banso?
Yeah, good, Alex.
Yeah. It was about that. Someone mentioned the placebo effect, right? So imagine this, right? They did, when they do drug trials, they do give people a placebo that's got a certain problem, right? And it works for them, right? And you think, well, how does that work? Does that must mean your mind has got something to do with that? So then I thought to myself, right, okay, that's fucking interesting, right? And I thought maybe your mind could make you ill. And then I looked at it and I said, well, it can give you stress, right? So from an outside influence, you can get stress, right? So your mind is creating that illness and it makes you lose weight or lose hair or whatever it does to you, right? So imagine now, right? Let's go a wee bit further. Imagine now that someone, and I've done this before, imagine someone now tells you that if you get these symptoms and stuff like that, you've got this disease or whatever, right? And your body creates the certain chemicals that make you ill, and then if your biology gets read, PCR test or whatever, it's actually because the core of it is because you've actually created the chemicals, the system, the symptoms and everything. So that's maybe why.
That's what's happening.
Yeah. Maybe I says that. That's just mad. It's been mad because for years I'm thinking, well, because the placebo, that word fascinates me because, as I say, there's so much proof is that if you're told something, right, say, for example, if I came to you, Banso, I said, you're not looking too well today, immediately that's going to impact you. And I've done this before, just for fun, many, many years ago. I was a dick when I was younger, 18, 19. But I learned, I was. But I learned that, right? But I didn't realise what I was actually learning until 40 years later. 30 years later. No, so. But I think the placebo, that just tells me that there's something else going on with the mind. The mind's a bit more powerful. It can create chemicals, or it can create cancer. It can create illnesses within you if you believe it enough. It's like just a natural law. That's what happens to us. If we are convinced or something, we can actually create this in our mind, which controls our chemical biology or whatever. And there you go. That was it.
I firmly believe that's the case. I'd like to see some decent trials where it's done, though. And I know there's plenty of placebo trials out there, and people, on the placebo spontaneously, go into remission or whatever. I know there's plenty of instances like that, but there's also plenty of instances where those people also changed their diet. They also started, going down for beach walks and all these other things as well.
Yeah.
Which can coincide with your health turning around, or even stop working. There's a whole bunch of things that can change in someone's life when they've been given a terminal diagnosis of some kind.
Yeah, but that was the point. That was the point I was making. All right, let's take the stress thing. That's my kind of thing. That's my kind of proof that a thought, right? That's where I take that, what we just talked about. That's when I take that. Well, you know, if we're stressed, and stressed is, it's not it's a metaphysical, it's only an idea or your environment. It's the way you're handling an environment. You know, I've been stressed, yet I've been sat next to my partner that sees this situation in a totally different way. And he's not getting stressed, but I'm getting stressed. It's not making me feel too good. So that's the kind of thing, it can actually make you ill. And so I kind of extrapolate. Yeah, I extrapolate and understand I'm extrapolating, but that's my sort of biggest proof that a thought or a feeling can actually affect your health. So.
Yeah, if you're stressed, your cortisol goes up. If your cortisol level's too high in your blood, your red blood cells actually form little rings, which is visible under a microscope. So you can actually see if someone's got too much cortisol in their system. And if someone was living on the edge constantly like that, then all of those little rings are too big to fit down your little capillaries, which we have kilometers and kilometers and kilometers of. And therefore, all of that hemoglobin, oxygen, can't do anything for you. So you've got all these red blood cells that can't even help you. So you might be a third or even 40% of your blood volume down, even though it's in your system, or because you've got cortisol. So you're right, it will affect your health big time.
And you're kind of overpowered. I'm actually going to agree with you. And maybe, you know, the power of thought or whatever won't make you better, but you're overwhelmed with exactly what you said with the cortisol. That's or what you said. I didn't know. I've just learned something. I knew you knew what you were talking about. I think I've heard you talking before, but I knew you were talking. You knew what you were talking about, just the way you were talking about it. But it's cortisol that actually produces that, yeah.
Yeah, there's many other flow-on effects, but just physically with your red blood cells, they form little rings, and those rings are too big to go down the capillaries, which is, a big detriment to your health.
Well, apparently, guys, the World Health Organization, WHO, and the American Lung Association have issued statements debunking big myths that the Big M does reduce and cause carbon dioxide intoxication and weaken the immune system. This is a rumor and myth that has been fueled by social media, apparently.
Wow. Are they claiming that pulse oximeters are somehow corrupted, or they don't read correctly anymore since COVID?
Investigators found no concerning signs of hypoxia or reduced blood oxygen, apparently.
Wow.
But would they tell you? This is the thing. That was a great question that Math Powerland talked about. You know, if they did go out into outer space, they seen the Earth was flat, would they tell you? Well, it's the exact same thing. If it did cause all that, something that had been peddled by the government or whatever, if it did cause that, would they tell you anyway? You know what I mean? There's people out there, you know, we get two sides to the story. There's always two sides. It doesn't, but that's the question. Would they tell you if it did cause all that stuff that all those people would be coming out with? Well, to me, if I was an evil controller of the world and wanted to protect my business, even though I'm a scrupulous person, but in the mind of what these people's minds, I wouldn't tell nobody, man. I would know I'm going to lose money. I'm going to lose my fucking big house, my private jet, and everything. Well, you're fucking right. I'm not going to tell anybody. No, and
but the evil part. Go on, sorry.
No, I was finished.
The evil part is that, you know, on the box it says that, you know, you've got to change them when they get moist, or, you know, for different masks they've got different times. And the evil fuckers know that people don't even read the box, and they know they don't change them. And when they do the tests for whether there is any drop in your oxygen, they would guarantee change them the minute there is any restriction, they would swap over for a new mask and go, look, if you use the mask as directed, your oxygen doesn't drop. But who's going to use 30 masks during a shift of work and then buy another box the next day? Nobody. So they damn well fucking know no one uses them as directed.
And I actually thought that the masks that they wear, mainly in surgery, mind you, in the surgical room, was to stop debris, whether that is facial hair or spittle or whatever, falling into an open wound, or when they're dealing with a wound when they're back at their bedside and whatnot, similar sorts of things. That's
Yeah.
it wasn't
Yep.
actually for what was in the air. Initially, it was to stop a foreign object, being beard hair or moustache hair or spittle or some skin cells or whatever falling into an open wound. That's what I thought it was for.
Yeah. Nothing to do with viruses. And then
No.
other than that application was dust, like particulate matter in the environment. So if you were going into a clean up a really dusty or moldy room, you might wear a suitable mask for that purpose. Other than that, it was never for viruses ever. They knew it was bullshit.
Yeah, that was
just tried it out
strange.
on people.
Everybody has to admit, right, what happened the last, 2 years, that was a very strange experience for everybody, whether you be a conspiracy theorist or whatever, because now it's gone away. Is what Bandsaw said. This thing was coming to kill humanity, man. That's what the British Prime Minister told my father. That's the only reason I'm pissed off. I didn't buy into it, but it's not the point, no. And my dad, I phoned my dad and I had to sit and listen to him and try and hold my mouth and not say, Dad, fucking forget it. Get on with it, or whatever, right? So that's what upsets it. It's not stopped me living. I travelled freely through Europe just because I'm a truck driver, which meant there was no chance of me ever catching the disease whatsoever because I'm a truck driver. I've got special immunity for some reason. I don't know, maybe it's in my genes or whatever. It must be something like that because I walked into restaurants. I travelled all over fucking Europe. I could have spread this fucking killer of humanity where it was going to kill billions and billions of people, and then it suddenly just disappears, man. So anybody that doesn't fucking, if that isn't a big enough wake-up call for people that are, they're not at least sort of sitting back down in a nice comfy chair and go, let me ponder that, what that guy's just told me or what these people are telling me.
Now, Ali, did you see WHO is going to take control over some shit coming up?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you guys saw that.
Who was that? What's that?
Yeah.
Fill me in.
Yeah, the theory is WHO is going to gain control over some kind of authority over all these countries, and I'm just wondering if they're going to not try to bring it all back. But I think everyone's had fucking enough of it. But it's interesting. But yeah, I was just curious.
Both of our prime ministers, whichever one's elected, have said they're going to sign on to the treaty, which is fucking a scary thought. Which means that as soon as they themselves declare a pandemic in our own country here, their fucking rules go. Our constitution
What's crazy
goes out
too
the
is
window.
the leader of the WHO is an Ethiopian fucking Ethiopian. I guess he was a rebel, and he was backed by China. So he's guy who's the president of the WHO. Used to be a soldier that was funded by China. So he's going to return the favor, I'd imagine.
Yeah, actually, that's an interesting subject. Actually, Issa, I was watching because I believe it's I've got a belief that it's just China, Russia, all these countries are the same, right? But I watched a video there, and it's sort of because I believe what they're trying to do is they're trying to get people pissed off with voting for politicians, right? So that the actual government, so the saviour will come along. I look at your politicians, look what they've done to you, blah, blah, and getting this big long list, and people are going to go, yeah, right, let's have a world government, or whatever. But it's going to come under the
Exactly,
guise,
mate.
it could be coming, but it could be coming, what Issa says, it actually could be coming. I could be totally wrong. It's all everybody's reading from the same book, you know, the leaders and stuff like that. But it could actually
They've told
be
us.
coming from the east.
They're going to make people beg for a one world government. That's what they're going to
Yeah.
do. They're going to make
Yep.
people beg for it and want it, right?
Food alone, mate, will do it soon. You watch. Food alone. It's getting tough already for a lot of people. And then interest rates going up here, slowly but surely, are going to force fucking a lot of people out of their homes.
See, I'm still
Or take on government, you know, take on the government suckle, nipple.
I'm still pro-spiracy about it, though. You know, because I think, like, you know, if they try to implement that kind of an overreach, well, you know, the people have been primed up for the last 2 years to put a middle finger in anyone's fucking face that's going to say you need to do X, Y, or Z. Especially in light of the contradiction with, at least in the States, like, you know, like this Roe v. Wade, because it's like now it's my body, my choice, where it was 2 years ago, it was fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, you know, so it's like I think we've been primed up to be ready for this bullshit to not accept it. You know what I mean? To put it in the fucking gutter, which I think is interesting. Because I
Decade
don't.
of vaccines, mate.
What is it?
2030. We've got a lot more to sell.
Well,
As I keep telling people around me here, our country has just finished building a multi-billion-dollar facility to produce mRNA vaccines of all sorts of varieties for fucking the next 10 years. Right, millions of the fucking things. They're not setting that up and doing that for fucking no reason. Like they got plans for this shit.
Right,
Like
but
even
under
brown
like
snake, you're gonna be able to get a fucking an injection so that you could be bitten by a fucking brown snake here and it not affect you, apparently.
right, but
Like who would
people
take that chance anyway?
right, but people want that. That's the problem. Is like in a capitalistic market. Remember we were talking earlier about like coming up with all kinds of schemes to be able to make how easy it is. You know what I mean? Like people are gonna want that, and so like there's nothing. It's the idea of the forced part that is
Of course, mate.
that's the part where
Yeah.
we run into. That's where I think they're gonna have a hard time is trying to do any of that. Maybe not in Australia or something because it seems like they've just steamrolled right through everybody. But I know here in the States, like I doubt they're gonna push too hard with that.
But not, I think people were bluffed into being forced quite easily. Quite easily, they were
Well,
bluffed
that's it. And
into
that's
being forced. They made a conscious choice to actually go and get it. But you know, there were consequences, right? You know, the government never turned around at any particular time and said you must get it, right? They didn't dare do that, right? Because
right.
No.
if the government had have done that, then it would have fallen back on the government. What they did very slyly was put the onus on the employer, right? To say you must do this if you want to work here, right? And now the people can only go to their employer for any sort of compensation if something goes bad. Like it was my employer that made it, but the government now has very slimily just washed their hands of all sorts of responsibility. But a lot of people willingly, signed up for it. They may not have wanted to do it. They felt as though they had no choice. Where in actual fact they did have they did have a choice, but
Well, that's what gets me right now, Bandy. Is like
They
for
were
instance,
coerced.
I've talked to some old
yes,
timers, and like you know, like or I was talking to one old timer in particular, and he was like, you know, he's like, I'm so pissed. I believed him. You know what
yep,
I mean? Like you know, and this is
yeah,
why I feel like how interesting that like I mean to me, I see it all as like a grand FBI sting. It's brilliant the way I see it anyway, and I mean I know it doesn't look like that right now. But at the same time, like, you know, all these characters have been flushed up to the top. And now we see them. And now when they come, like, you know, and all these people that have been, you know, taken and done whatever and been coerced and realized after the fact that there really was no, like you just said, the government didn't force them to do it. They just, they bought the ticket.
Yeah.
And like, you know, and I think it's kind of interesting, almost like, you know, they're going to be wiser for it. We're going to be wiser for it. And I think that is to our benefit and to the, you know, the bastards' detriment. You know, when they try to implement these things. But the problem is that they've got 100 ways till Tuesday to fucking slice it up.
Yeah.
And like,
not
you know,
only,
But imagine Issa. Imagine this in Issa, right? Do you know how, for example, right, if I create a garden, right? Say I create a garden, but the only way I'm going to create this garden is because I've got a customer. The customer tells me the environment that they want to feel. They've told me all their feelings. I know exactly when the sun shines, or if they want to go out at night time for a midnight drink or whatever, but there's still light and whatever. So I create that. Imagine that how easy it would be if you created the animals or whatever that wanted to live within that environment where, of course, I've got to, my electricity is getting scanned and I have to buy extra if I use too much. You know, of course, man. And you're creating through the education or whatever that entity or human beings are going to accept it. My daughter is all for fucking the earth getting warm, and she's 18-year-old now. But my son, he doesn't believe any shit. but my daughter, she's all for it, and all her friends are for it. I could ask any of her friends. There's not. I think there'd be probably one out of 100 that said, I don't believe in global warming or whatever. So what they're doing is they're creating young kids that will be taking these jobs or whatever with their focus. They believe their worldview is the earth's
right, but,
warming up,
and that's
or
why I agree. And I think you're right. Like, I know, you know, like, should I have a cousin that was like, you know, I know that there's diehards out there. But, and this is why I think, why I've always been so adamant about learning this system that we live in, because being that it's a republic, regardless of what 300 million fucking sheep are doing, you know what I mean? Like, you know, we have like the right to question their authority and point out their inconsistencies and destroy them for it. So, like, you know, I think, you know, like, again, it's like, you know, the individual is supreme, and I don't think, like, I think you're right though. Like, there are going to be a bunch of people.
but it's for us to keep talking though, Issa. It's like people like you, me, Geo, or anybody that's involved in a discussion, whether they be for or against. It's for people like us to have that hardcore. Of course, the kids are going to, but there'll always be people like us that maybe question it.
Well,
And
you
it's
know,
for
I
us
gotta
to
say, man,
talk
I
about
gotta
it.
say, like, at one point in my life, like, you know what I mean? Like, shit, I was reading Che Guevara. I was reading, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I was into all the, you know, whatever. And then you learn about Trotsky and you read a couple of books and you're like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, you know what I mean? But then, like, but even still, like, you know, I know people that like have accepted that propaganda from years ago and are still on the same chain of thought, train of thought. And, you know, I just think, you know, the mass, I don't know, man. It's like, it's to our benefit that there are those people though, because, you know, I love that, like that line, like there's always, it's so gay, but cliche, but like there's always room at the top. Like there's always room in the good spot because the rest of them aren't going to figure it out to get there. You know what I mean? But I think collectively what is going on is the herding of the sheep to a certain extent. And it is a little scary, you know what I mean, in a lot of ways. But I don't know. I guess I've been observing it for so long, I'm not too terrified of it. Because I think they'll still get wrecked. You know, like these guys, like Like, how interesting that the people for the last 2 years have had to go through this kind of awakening process to be able to take on the necessary evil. I mean, it's almost like Morals and Dogma. And I really, it's like I love that story from Morals and Dogma where the adept comes along and he's fighting he's fighting the Satan or whatever, Lucifer. And as he's fighting him, he finally gets good enough to kill him. And when he kills him, Lucifer turns into the Christ. And then the Christ says to him, "Now you're ready to join me on the battlefield."
Yeah,
But first,
and if you take that metaphor, if see for example when Masons, when they talk about light, think about it enlightened and stuff like that. It's actually light is just knowledge, and like what the guy Prometheus gave light, but he gave light to the humanity, right? Prometheus in the Greek or whatever it was, I think it was Greek mythology, right? He gave light. They're talking about knowledge, and Lucifer was actually the bringer of knowledge, not Satan.
Well, I'm not going to get into all that because that's theological stuff, but it's just
yeah.
that.
But I read Morals and Dogma, Esau. That was the thing. In my brain,
so you know what I'm
how
saying?
about this? How about this? The best saying that I got out of it, I read all the, how Albert Pike was actually complaining about how the Masonic, all the traditions were getting bastardized. But anyway, the other story. But he wrote, he said about Lucifer. People, Christians always quote what he said about Lucifer and doubt thee not, he is a king or whatever, right? He's the bringer of light, right? Lucifer. But the fact is, what he did say to me, and what my father taught me, he said, even the fool can bring light. And that means, don't judge anybody because you think they're a fool. They'll bring knowledge to you. And that's where that light and knowledge, light's just, it's knowledge. Sorry, Lisa, I just wanted to get in there, but I read Morals and Dogma.
I like also the concept of like, what if like enlightenment just means like being light and airy? You know what I mean? Like not being burdened. You know what I mean? Like light. Also there's that connotation too, which I think is good.
Yeah, exactly.
But to that extent, I think like our society has gone through that kind of. The fuck is happening outside? Oh, okay. Like our society has gone through this process of like, I hope anyway, some of us have, and I think others will come and whatever, is like that, they've had to fight off this encroachment for the last couple of years and they're sick of it. And they're seeing that their friends are sick of it and they're not alone. And now they're waking up to the idea that, hey, wait a minute, you're right. No one forced me to do this. I decided to do it. Like, fuck these people. And like, when I think that is what is needed to happen for a long time collectively, and I think this has spurned quite a bit of that, and I think it'll be it's a healthy thing to have happened to society, like kind of like I think we were talking about another with somebody else, like it's almost like your horrible ex-girlfriend, like, but without her being in your life, you would have never met the love of your life because you never would have gone to fucking therapy or something and met your fucking love of your life waiting in the fucking, I don't fucking know. But like,
Do you think they've become complacent, Issa? Do you think they, as in they, like whoever you think they are, but you understand it's not what you say. Do you think they have just become a bit arrogant and complacent and underestimated and or do you think they're doing it on purpose to say, wake the fuck up or whatever?
Well, I think in one sense it's being used as like it's like a Saul Alinsky tactic of like making everything so ridiculous. Like they like who's that guy Solinsky or something who wrote like they know we know that they're like we know they're lying. They know that we know that they're lying. You know what I mean? Like, but they continue to lie. Like and it's like this it's like a stall tactic. And with our bureaucratic system, that does them a service in gaining ground over time. However, I think our bureaucratic system, much like the American people, is a, you know, fine, slow, grinding, fucking, you know.
But do you think they're getting arrogant or just complacent? You know, do you think they're getting, fuck you, look, we've been doing this, or what? What do you think is it arrogance or complacency?
No, what it is, it's like, you know what it's like? It's like, imagine like somebody's hired you to go like fucking murder some bunnies because they're tearing up their crop, and a couple of them have gotten away. And they're like, no, come here with the carrot. Come here, you fucking thing. You won't fucking take the bait. That's what they're at. You know what I mean? Like, you know, they're at like, you know, they're trying to like lead these things into destruction and lead all of us down that path if we'll go. But they can't just, you know, if we're not on their property, they can't fuck with it. You know what I mean? Like, or something like weird like that for the analogy.
Yeah, they've
But
got
like,
to have
like
our
you got
acquiescence
to
or
get you on the
agreement
property.
to
Like, you know,
contract.
it's like the rabbits are hiding on posted land. You know what I mean? And like, fucking, you know, they can't fucking shoot them over there. They got to entice them into the fucking trap. And we're over on the posted land. Like, go fuck yourself.
You know, it's like that. Do you know what I believe is right? They've got, as I say, I think they've been studying us or humanity or the psychology of humanity for so long, right? And I think during the 80s, it was like what you were talking about just there. They've got their people in place now, or someone was talking, right? They've got their people in place now where they can sort of instigate these ideas that they've got. They can start them moving or whatever. And but I think they know, you know, they know the how we are going to react, kind of thing. So they know they're playing the odds. They know there'll be a certain percentage of people that don't buy this shit, right? But
you know what it's like, Gary?
no,
I look at it like this.
one second, Lisa. How about this? Because this is a bit of the perverted, what do you call it, humour, right? Is the fact they're taunting people that think out the a little bit different or whatever, right? Don't accept the narrative. They're actually taunting people like myself or you or people, anybody that questions. There's millions, hundreds of millions of people like me out there, right? It's just we haven't connected. There's so many people that think the same or whatever. But do you think they're actually taunting us, Esau? You know, they're fucking, look what we can get away with, you bunch of wankers, and looking at us like that, or what?
I mean, I don't know what's up with them, man. It's like I don't check for evil, you know, in that regard. But I do think of it like this: is that it's like just like when you come into these debates, it's like the idea is like, or the whatever is like, if I can only change one person's mind, right? You know what I mean, in the debate or whatever. Well, like, you know, they look at it like, as long as I only let him change one person's mind, I win. So if you change one person's mind, you think you won, and then the same party that you're, you know, arguing against thinks that they won because you only changed one person's mind. That's how I think this is. And so, like, you're never going to get a concession. You're never going to get, like, you know, because they think they won too. You know, in some weird yin yang fucking step through time. You know what I mean? I don't know. But, you know, I think, like, you can check what's what because, like, I think you have you have debtors and creditors. You have people who create and people complain. But they're both needed. And what an interesting time to be alive. You know what I mean?
I had a conversation with my friend when I first got hardcore into the law side of it, right? And I explained to him, you know, the best way I could say, do you know, if you agree with someone, right, it's a contract. So we had a wee bit of fun. And I sat down, I told him about the rules under, you know, if, for example, if I said, oh, any chance of a cup of tea, or he asked me for something, or I said, here, do you want this? Or he would say, like, am I obliged to take it, you know, if I was passing a smoke or a can of beer? And we had this little this little to and fro, just
Yeah,
practicing that.
you start talking like kings.
Yeah, but you actually begin to get the point of what you were getting actually told, and I think you come to the discovery of who you are, kind of, or you kind
Well,
of
you
go,
wind up.
"Oh, that's
You know
in."
what's so cool? I find when you use like the proper, like if I were to speak in complete proper, always asking a question kind of a thing, because because that's how I look at it. Like, you have to make sure that whatever you've said, if it is a question, it's less offensive, and it makes sense, and it's more agreeable. Whereas if you make a statement, being that the rules of the game are that you can't prove anything, and the facts are on the moon, you sound like a dick and you lose. But if you make it
I
a
get
question,
that.
and pose the proper line of reasoning, then you inevitably come to a certain conclusion that is either for your benefit or, and I think it's like, I find if you're hanging out with your friends and you start practicing this shit, you wind up just sounding like royalty. You know what I mean? Because someone's like, would you
But
care?
I had mates, honestly, I had mates I explained the rules of the game, though, Issa, right? I explained it, and we were having fun with it, because I explained, and I was lucky enough that a couple of mates, so we would have just normal conversations that we wouldn't even think of, right? But like what I said, do you want a beer? Am I obliged to take that beer? My mate would say to me, and then I would have to think, of another way around, which would actually expand their brains, plus tool me up. It was a weird thing. It wasn't. I didn't sound like royalty. I was just, what I mean. It was.
Well, what I mean by royalty is like, and what I'm referring to is when like I've done it working with different people trying to get them to get it, and like the idea would be like, would you care for a beer? Well, the correct response is, why would you think I wouldn't want one of your beers? You know what I mean? Like, because that's a question and that sounds kingly. My point is, when you're doing it right, you sound like a king or a queen. What's even interesting is how the chessboard got how the queen became the most powerful piece, because it was I forget queen whatever from England or whatever, they were playing chess, and she said to her her court, she said, "Do you mean to tell me that the queen is the least powerful piece on the board?" And that's how the fucking piece became the most powerful piece on the board. Because anyone who was going to fucking say, well, actually, was going to get their head fucking chopped off. So, like, but she made it request. Do you mean to tell me? It was a request. It was like, and then, the consequences are severe sometimes. But, like, that's how that piece allegedly got to be the most powerful piece, And, like, I just think when you're doing it right, you sound like royalty. Because it's like and that's what something so interesting to me, and just the context to put it in is like the idea that as a king or a queen, it's too rude because of the power that you wield to ask someone to do something, or to tell someone to do something for you. It's not kingly.
Yeah, but I think the the thing that I used to push, Ethan, right, was the idea of the contract, right? That was all, nothing else. I wasn't saying, I try to cheat you. I said, and I would say to my friends, right, do you know everything I say? Think about it. What you said is about asking the question. It's more confrontational. That's true, because if someone comes up and says, "Oh, you're a dick," and then you could turn around and say, "Oh, is that what you believe?" And they'll say, "Yeah," and then you can say, "Oh, why is that?" And then you can bring, because now that person's, so that is the best ways to always ask the question. I never even thought it that way, about it being less confrontation, until you said it. I thought, well, that's right, because you can. But the point I was saying about the royalty, all I did was explain what a contract was, and I said, now we're going to have a conversation. When I offer you a beer or offer you something, just say, am I obliged to do that? And they would get it so quick.
But here's what's so interesting too, though. In real life,
law's tricky, man.
Well, and a great book is Brian Blum's Contracts, Examples, and Explanations, and because remember, words speak, or actions speak louder than words. So, like, if you offer me a beer and I give you a little head nod and put my hand out, then that is signifying the contract over that beer. I don't have to say anything. Do you know what I mean? But I feel you when you're trying to get people into the notion that everything is a contract.
Yeah, but that's right. I explained that as
Everything
well.
is a contract, you know.
But that's right, because I explained that. You can make verbal contracts, you can make physical by a nod in the head. But the thing is, if you want to dispute, if that person that nodded his head then disputes it or says, no, I wasn't meaning that at all, you have to bring in evidence or whatever. And I explained all that, but I'm saying, like, a shake of a hand is enough. That's a physical agreement. But to prove it in law is, you know, I explained that.
Well, the question is this then. In law, that's why it's interesting, like, and this is where the judges look at it and everything like that, is they just look at it like, did you take the beer? You know what I mean? Well, yeah, I took the beer, but, you know, it wasn't the beer I wanted, and but you took the beer. So,
but you wouldn't say that. You would say, yes, I took the beer. That's where you would finish.
Well,
and then
no,
the
but
judge would have to ask you the other question.
If someone were
well,
disputing,
how about this, Isa? If he said, did you take the beer, and you could immediately say back to him, does that mean I signed a contract? You could say that. It might be totally, but you could say that.
well,
you know
yeah,
what I mean, you could.
right, but you would get laughed at because the point is like,
no, but he's not allowed to laugh. That's a judge you're talking to. He has to give.
He could totally laugh at you. Totally fucking. It's his courtroom, but he fucking.
No, it's not his.
Well, fair enough.
He doesn't own it. He doesn't own it.
Right, but he's licensed to run it.
No, he's only licensed to what do you call it? Adjudicate, not practice law.
Right, but exactly. But he's allowed to do it the way he sees fit, and he could laugh at somebody if he wants to. But the point is,
he's not allowed.
Well,
he's actually dishonoring the court, and you can ask for his instant removal.
Maybe what's being laughed at was a dishonor to the court too, though. Like someone saying, "Well, did I sign a contract?" The point is, and the judge is going to.
No, but that's the point, do you? Because if someone gives you, wait a minute. So someone gives you something, you take it, you drink it, and that guy turns around and said, "You owe me 100 kroners or whatever." You've got to show agreement. You know what I mean? To me, anyway, I'm just being pernickety, by the way, because this is stuff I ask myself, and it's good talking to you about it because I can test my arguments. That's all it is.
Well, yeah, I just think, I think the issue I've seen with people regarding this stuff is they wind up so busy on jurisdictional complaint, like jurisdiction issues, or agreement issues, like you're saying here, like, did I sign a contract, or, you know what I mean? Like, show me your authority, like all this kind of stuff. And I just think that, I think once you understand that you are the authority in a certain regard, like those questions, like the judge knows anything you're going to bring to him. All you got to do is bring proper procedure, in my opinion. And I just think when you can come to an agreement outside of the court and outside of their need for, a trial or anything like that, that's where you come into, whatever. But a judge in that regard to a beer, like if you turned around and she said, "Well, you owe me $1.25," be like, "Well, I was in his fucking well, weren't we just in your garage and that was a friendly beer?" And then the guy might go, "Well, actually, weren't we at the bar?" And he goes, "Oh yeah." So at the bar, it's different than in your garage. You know what I mean? Because if you give me a beer in your garage, I'm not expecting to give you $5 for it. Like, you know what I mean? But if we're at a bar and you buy me a beer, that's different. You know what I mean? So like context and, that's why law is so cool, because all these things do come into play. And did he owe you $50? Well, what does the $50 have to do with the beer? It's like, it's just like, it's so interesting. And it's really like law is such a study of the human consciousness or mankind's consciousness. And, and if you think about it, mankind's consciousness is the only place that any of us really live.
It's spiritual, exactly what I agree with you. It's law is actually, it's when I actually through law or studying what I thought was law or whatever, or contracts and all that kind of stuff, I've been through it, been through all that. I had an epiphany, which was I was overwhelmed because I actually discovered what part, where I stood regarding who I am, you know, my freedom. I'm not going into Constitution, but it's spiritual. That's what law is, basically. It's a spiritual, once you realise who you are, not actually where I came from or that kind of thing. It's once you understand who you are when you interact with the police or anybody, your boss, once you understand what position you hold, that's the spiritual thing. What I've found for me anyway is spiritual. Law ended up being spiritual, where I came to the conclusion, or it led me in the direction of maybe there is a creator and there's not a big bang, or there is not a big bang, or there is a creator, or
Well, the thing that's intriguing to me is like the idea that like regardless of anyone's particular spiritual persuasion, this is how our legal system looks at it. Like the idea that, you know, in the Christian tradition, you know, where it says in God we trust on everything, on your money and in your fucking courtroom and everything, this is their system. This is what they have deduced it to be. You know, like the legal position has deduced it to be this and operates from that position. You know, whether or not anyone else accepts that is, you know, it's moot. You know what I mean? But they operate in such a way that they know, as I accept also the idea that, you know, because the only place you could ever live is really in your body. You know what I mean? And so, you know, you're not your body. You're not the name. They can't own it. Doesn't God own everything? And so I just think like this is how our legal system looks at it. And I think they truly grant, they truly operate from that position. In my eyes, I've seen it. And I just think that, you know, almost like no weapon formed against us shall prosper, because like, you know, and this is where all of the doctrines and all that philosophy, it comes from these, like the Bible was a law book, you know what I mean? Like this is the law. And so
It's interesting as fuck, man, because like if you look at the schools and all that shit, right? Trying to take religion out of everything. Make it something that you only do at home, right?
it has to be like that though.
But our legal system is completely based around religion. The whole fucking put your hand on a Bible
Right.
and all this
Right.
shit. When are they going to change the legal system?
Well, no, but here's the thing. Here's the
do
thing, though, Branch. They can't, because the people have asked for a secular system.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And that's why. And now check this out, Branch. That's why you have the globe. The globe is the secular cosmology. So you have a complete like secular world that resides alongside, but never mixing with the republic.
I mean, outside of the whole globe stuff, right?
Well, I'm just bringing that into context, just to like further exemplify the point. Is the idea that look, you needed a secular. That's why you have the Big Bang instead of a creation story. You have Big Bang because it's a secular cosmology. And really, what's interesting is you look to the French. You know, even like the Revolution was so. You know, like the Renaissance in some regard was almost atheistic in its origins. Like, you know, the idea of the contempt for the religious, you know, in a certain way. And like in that way, they needed a model for
I
everything.
wonder how long it's going to take for them to get rid of this whole religion side in court.
Well, why would you think they would? It's the foundation of it. And
I
that's the
think
point.
they have
That's
to,
what,
dude.
how about this, Grant? That's the
They
point.
basically just got it out of schools, right? They literally just got it out of school. I bet you the next thing is going to be to get it out of everything.
Right, but it's the foundation of justice as far as mankind is concerned. And I get it that I get it that there's a certain swath of society that wants to get rid of that, right? At the same time, the law just stands there and gives you the fucking middle finger.
You know what's funny though, right, Issa? Let's say they do get rid of it, right? And you go put your hand on some book now, make an oath.
You
What do
can
you do?
put your hand on any book, Branch. You can fucking ask the court to make it be any particular religious book you'd
Oh, you
like.
can? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. You could have Aleister Crowley's satanic fucking Bible, and you could probably swear on that if you'd like to.
Dude, that would actually be pretty awesome to do that shit though.
Right, and that's the point. But the judge is going to be like, interesting. Take this into account when I'm sentencing. You know what I mean? Like, because you got to remember too, it's like they come, but then also, I think if you came under the correct way, as some of the ways I've talked about with the rules of the game, you could get away with doing it with any religion because it's
Right, as long as you do it the right way. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
The judge may actually see it as a favor on you, you know, like you're actually seeing, like, let's say if you're actually trying to prove to the judge that, you know, I'm living by the law of the land, then doing something like that could even be part of your, could be favorable for you.
Check this accounting idea out, and this has like been observed a couple times or whatever. But like, so like, if when somebody discharges like some kind of a penalty or whatever, or gives the state a bond that's going to cover the amount of the crime and more. Dude, one state fucking this guy discharged one of his fucking a complaint, and fucking they built a new courthouse. Like, because what these instruments that potentially we can create are doing is minimum, like lessening the debt of that particular county or state or whatever to the point where they have now a new credit limit for their funds. Like, this is real accounting, and I'm saying like this really applies, like in the sense that like you can discharge the obligation of that entity to have to pay back anything, and you are the only one who has the authority to do it because you're the one who gave them the birth certificate that created the money in the first place, because the interest rate is owed to you and everyone else, and everyone who gave over a birth certificate to whatever financial system under the IMF.
I don't know, man. I think money, the whole trading and stuff, is what created this evilness within people. If you think about it,
it's the love of money.
Before the whole trading thing, right? You only knew your clan. It wasn't even trading with other clans, right? So you didn't have a fucking notion of mine and theirs, and therefore there was never any jealousy. There was never any hate. All of those types of feelings.
Wait, where was this? Where the fuck was there no jealousy?
La La Land.
What fucking movie are you watching, dude?
No, I mean if you're talking about just like let's say like a very early day, like even an American tribe, right?
Dude, they used to fucking cut each other's heads off, bro. What are you talking about? They were brutal.
What do they have to be jealous about?
Hold on.
They're sharing everything. What do they have to be jealous about?
Hey, Branch, check it out. This is why we created the law, because it puts people who won't be kind in an imposition, and in a way, and in a position where they have to fucking pay for what they've done. That's why. That's why we created law.
Is it? Is that really why a lot of the laws are there?
Yeah.
You don't think that some of the laws were there because of are there from slavery times?
I don't think, dude.
For other reasons.
What, you mean the Africans had a fucking code?
I mean, you don't. I mean, I'm asking you legitimately. You don't think that there are some laws out there that were made right after slavery that are still around today? We're talking
about the theory of you're going from old timey first tribes in America to fucking new fucking law.
I know you changed the subject. That's why.
What I'm saying is like that justice was created to law was created to implement justice in a particular society or to protect the society from anyone who would encroach on it unlawfully. And so, if that's why these things were created in that regard. Now, were they implemented perfectly? Probably not.
You've just gone from someone who hates the law to being a big proponent of it.
I'm a big proponent of the law. What the fuck are you talking about?
I thought you didn't like the law. I thought you didn't like the
No, I fucking have complete fucking utter respect for the system because I understand its origins.
The system's completely flawed. I don't understand how you can think the system is
now you hate the government
and be a flat earther. That makes no sense.
So?
Like, aren't the same people that are doing all this bullshit on flat Earth to you the same motherfuckers that are making these laws?
They aren't doing
How can you
dick
be
to
on
me, dude.
one side
This
and
is
not
my
the other?
point. This has been my point for a long time, Branch. Is that the idea that, like, no, we're not being like, we live in a society where I can be a flat earther because of the system, because of religious liberty.
It just seems
So
weird
therefore,
because religion is
how about
the
this, Branch?
legal side.
Take it a step further.
Sir.
It's of my opinion. That your side, or not your. I'm not going to lump you in like that, but like, there's a group of fucking people that want to take us into, the kind of godless world where instead of having a constitution, we have a human rights declaration or some bull fucking shit like that. And I think they want to destroy the very system and one of the only systems that proposes that there is a creator. And so their goal is to demolish the system so then they can shut people like me
Here's the
up.
thing:
Hold on.
you keep saying their system, their shit, right? But then you go ahead and say that the legal system's fucking gravy. It's the same they that are making
No.
the laws.
What I'm talking about, how about this? What I'm saying is, like, there's a United Nations agreement that everybody wants to sign on to as the constitution of their fucking state, right? And what I'm saying is that if America were to
You want the
sign on
United
to that,
Nations if you want, but we were talking about
right,
America.
and those rights are called human rights, right? And the definition of human is not a man. It can be broken down a lot of ways. In Ballantyne's dictionary, the term Ballantine or Bouvier's, the term human is classified as a monster. And also you can look at it like hue is a prefix, right? Which means like unto, but not the same as a man, right? So a human is not a man. And a man was given dominion over the earth. A human is cattle. So there's a complete distinction. And the beauty of it is that this is in.
Hold on. Are we still talking
It's
about the EU?
defined in the law book.
Issa, real quick, are we still talking about the EU? What are we talking about now?
We're talking about the fact that the term so do you think your rights are human rights?
Okay, so now I'm not sure where the conversation's progressed to.
That's fine. I'm sure it's
That's why I don't understand the context of your question anymore.
Deep philosophical questions for you, Branch. But the point is that the definition of human, which is a UN, like they use that in their human rights charter or whatever the fuck. And my point is that can suck my nuts because we have the United States Constitution, which says that God granted me rights that the Constitution is going to protect. There's a difference between some kind of godless fucking state where you're defining yourself in godless terms, which I reject wholeheartedly. So that's why I like the system, because it says in God we trust on it, and there's a semblance of hope for me in it. And the idea of the human rights godless paradigm, I think they can suck my nuts.
Yeah, I think that America seems to be the only country that has this fucking Declaration of Independence and the fucking Statue of whatever. We don't have any of that in the UK, South Africa. It just seems to only be America and.
Well, you know what though? I will say this in a sense, in a voice of fucking hope for you is the idea that everything that's under the IMF goes back to this system that I'm kind of referring to. So even in your system, and I've said this before, if you're in another country, study our Title 18. Study our Title 18, and you have those same protections in your country.
Well, what's Title 18?
Title 18 is a part of the Constitution that protects civil liberties and civil rights.
Okay.
So it's or Title 42 or Title 18, Title 42 is a bunch of different sections. Forgive me, I used to be really savvy with knowing where everything was. But there's all kinds of protections, and those are protections that you have as well in your country, from my estimates of things. Because all of these countries, you can't get a flag unless you go through the Queen. So every country that's got a flag is a part of this treaty with the Queen, and the Queen has a treaty with the Vatican. And the Great Britain has they have treaties with the Vatican since ancient treaties, and so they operate off of those treaties. I'm not going to get into too much of the historicity of it, but all these systems emanate with the same roots. That's why I say you could look at our Title 18.
Issa, with the whole, we do have a lot of rights in America, right? and they're fucking awesome, right? You know what I find funny is like, don't you feel like a lot of those rights are hidden from us? It's like, unless you're a lawyer, unless you've been in trouble before, right? You usually don't really know how to use the law to your
Well,
advantage.
hold on. First off, unless you're a liar, like you know what I mean. Like, are you trying to accuse me of being a liar or something like that?
No.
Real slick,
I'm
like,
talking
like you
about.
know. I'm just saying. Well, no, because real quick, like the idea is that you have protections under the system. You know what I mean? And like the point is, those protections come from God. So you have a secular system that has said explicitly it cannot teach you. Fortunately for myself, I come from a fine heritage of legal scholars, right? So fucking my thing is that like I know that these rights aren't necessarily taught to everybody, and they weren't necessarily taught to me. I had to seek it all out, and
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
but at the same time, like these are things that your family were supposed to teach you because you go to a secular school and live in a secular society.
why would your family know about? If your family is completely law abiding, they never got in trouble in their whole lives, never had to use these rights. You know, even like, I'm talking about rights you have against police, rights against interrogations, all this type of shit, right? Nobody really knew about it, you know. But that is changing, though. I gotta say, like over the
Well,
last
what
10 years,
makes you
crap,
hold on.
YouTube is changing that shit. Now because
First
of
off,
YouTube, everybody knows what the fuck's up.
First off, the American tradition is that the man of the household was to be the lawyer and businessman of the family. So that is the American tradition. It's American tradition to like at least for the fucking, Europeans or whatever the fuck, to have their religion taught to them at home and to have, these things taught to them. And like, and having and understanding their rights as children of God on the earth versus what the secular system would teach you. The problem is that we have a whole bunch of like people that don't teach their kids that stuff, but that doesn't, thankfully, that doesn't take away any of my privileges knowing what I know. So regardless of someone's ignorance to this issue, these are the American traditions.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I come from a slightly weird type of background because I grew up in England. I'm in America, and I'm Indian from heritage, right? And so being a Hindu and shit, it's actually very different for Hindus. Like at least most of the people I know that are Hindu, the women in the family are the ones that encourage religion more than the men do. The men generally don't really give a fuck. Um, it's the women that really like keep up the traditions and the religion and all that shit.
Yeah, you ever go to the Punjab spot on Houston and A?
Punjab SWAT house?
A little spot is a Punjabi spot. It's like a taxi spot, but best fucking little food. Actually, I think they're some of them are Sikhs, but a bunch of them Hindi too. Anyway, I was wondering if you ever been over there, Avenue A in Houston.
Is that New York?
Yeah, that's New York.
No.
Okay. But yeah, I think like regardless, like that's why it's like in our system, it doesn't tell you like what God. It's about the way you behave. Your actions speak louder than words. Like in that quote.
Well, I haven't really looked at the Constitution and stuff like that too much. And when it says "In God We Trust," and it is definitely written in the lines of a very Lord-fearing type of way. But um, you're kind of right. I wonder if they are talking about the Christian God.
Well, I mean they are, but I think like in our court system, that term God can apply to how you see fit. You know what I mean? It could be Brahma, could be Christian, could be, but as long as your moral code is there, because even like with like the Masons, it's like the Masons were almost like, in some sense, I see it like people who weren't so dogmatized by their religion that they could communicate with other cultures and travel, and it wasn't a problem. And I
Masons
think,
are predominantly Christian, aren't they?
well, there are all kinds of religion. There's Hindi, Christian, Masons. There's all kinds of Masons, man. Every religion has them. So like, but my point is like in that sense of like our system being kind of based in some of that as well. It's very lenient about the ideas of of the quote unquote term God.
Yeah, man. I can totally see, like, not short term future, not our lifetimes, but I can totally see this whole God part being taken out of American law. The whole swearing on any type of holy book, all of that shit, I can see being just completely removed out of American law one day.
Right, but where have you been outside of New York?
I don't live in New York.
Oh no, forgive me. I thought you did.
Bro, I'm in Texas.
Oh, you're in Texas. Oh, so you should fucking know that there's mad people
I've
that
been
aren't.
all over the place though, man. Like,
Yeah.
I'm pretty traveled.
Yeah. Oh, fair enough. But you would understand, like maybe even in Texas, like it'd be hard to get people to vote the Bible out of things, right?
Oh, definitely in Texas.
So I'm just saying,
That's
like,
probably the
I don't
hardest.
know how
Maybe
that.
Mississippi versus Texas might be one, but like Texas is pretty fucking hard. We're in the Bible Belt. This is the end of the Bible Belt.
And so like I just don't think that'll go over too well. You know what I'm saying? That
Yeah, but that's kind of why I said not in our lifetimes.
I don't think ever, bro.
I think it's getting there, bro.
I mean, right now you've got like a reactionary movement of like traditional Christianity happening, also, because people have had enough of this fucking.
Listen, man, I had this conversation once, and flat earthers don't like this conversation, right? But like, you know, back in the days, they thought the Earth was flat, right? And today, if you believe the Earth is flat, you're considered a little bit crazy. And I'm just talking about like, I'm not calling you crazy. I'm just talking about, you know, general population thinks that. Right? The same way with religion, like back in the day, being us right now, believe in a God. In the future, they're gonna think of this whole belief as a God as being crazy, the same way that people think of flat earthers as being crazy. Make sense?
Well, I think if they're still sitting there waiting to go to the moon, probably not.
I'm talking about a time where they've been to the moon, they've fucking colonized Mars and shit. You know, shit like that, right? At that point, they're gonna be like, well, God, what the fuck is God?
Well, you'd have to get there first. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do sometimes go out
We're
there.
still waiting on the moon. We're still waiting on the moon vacations.
But I do like to contemplate the future, and I guess that's where I'm at.
Right, but are you contemplating like Arthur C. Clarke's vision or your own future?
I'm not sure what Arthur C. Clarke's vision was.
He's the guy who invented satellites. He wrote a couple of books. There's a good one called Childhoods.
Yeah, but I don't know what his vision was.
Basically, your modern cosmological wishes, hopes, and dreams. That, like, you know, basically, and it's interesting at the end of the book, it's like the elite people like get on the rocket and leave Earth to like a bunch of dancing savages. You'll love it.
I don't, you know, the way I hope shit goes down is like if we ever do colonize Mars, I hope it's not the elite and the rich. I hope that, you know, it's just a group of regular people, and they're given the freedom to run
like,
the way they want to run it.
This guy.
But yeah, I hope that it ends up becoming that way. Like, I don't think it will start off that way. Obviously, you know, it's going to be the people that colonize it that run it. But then I think hopefully there'll be a revolution, and it becomes the people that take over, and then Mars is eventually its own planet that's completely separate from Earth.
Yeah, I don't know. I think all that shit's gay. You know,
I mean, now we're talking about a long time in the future.
Unimpressed with, like, you know, like that was like, you know, I watched Star Wars. You know what I mean? I'm over it. Like, I just think like I don't know. I'm more interested in the idea that imagine if you went like due south anywhere and you came across like other ponds and other star systems, and I think that's more intriguing to me than the idea of like the idea that like extraterrestrials are coming from like somewhere south from another fucking pond. That's what I think. I mean, that to me is more like, oh, that's a movie I could watch, you know. But like fucking sending rockets and someone's a hero in space, fuck my nuts.
Yeah, I mean, as a there's a really fucking way the fuck out there answer to that statement you made, and that's do you believe in a multiverse?
Nah, I think it's gay.
Okay, so you think that's gay too?
Yeah, fake
Well,
gay.
you know, the reason I bring that up is, you know, sometimes I wonder whether we're gonna figure out interdimensional traveling faster than interplanetary system traveling. So basically, it's gonna take us a long, long time to figure out how to get to another planet outside of our solar system. I think before then we may figure out how to go to another dimension. Sound crazy?
Yeah, it just sounds. I don't know. To me, it's like childish. You know what I mean?
I don't think so, dude. I mean, the notion of a multiverse dates back to Hinduism. I mean, Hindus believe in a multiverse.
Hold on, come say that again, bud.
And kids believe in Santa Claus.
Hindus believe in a multiverse.
Forgive me, man. I'm a little busy here for a sec.
You're not even allowed to eat cows in India. I mean, come on. How can you leave that wonderful food group out of your diet and survive?
Never could.
Is pork okay in India? I mean, tell me at least they have bacon as a fallback.
I don't know, man. I haven't been to India for like forever, but I think it's pretty hard to find either of them. It's pretty hard to find either of them, I think.
Yeah, I made my friend eat beef, and he started to love it. Then he got married. He got arranged marriage, and she wouldn't eat meat, and then he became a non-beef eater. Oh, it was horrible. I felt so bad for him.
Yeah, I don't know. I never really paid attention to the whole don't eat beef part of the Hindu religion.
I think you'd have to if you lived in India, but outside of there, yeah.
No, fucking. I don't like. It's so gay having a dietary restriction unless you're fucking like allergic to shit, which is also gay. But I would hate that. Just eat anything.
Well, I mean, if you believe cows are legitimately holy and whatever the hell you want to call it, then it becomes sort of a moral imperative.
It's not so much that cows are holy, man. It's more like it's respect for cows. Because, like, you know, you grow up drinking your mom's milk, right? And like for the rest of life, you drink the cow's milk. You consider the cow like a mom. You're drinking her milk.
Yeah, but
like,
people drink goat milk.
Like back in the days before refrigeration and shit, right? The way that people got milk was because they used to have a little fucking. Every house used to have a fucking cow.
Right, but people drink goat milk in India. In fact, goats are still legal for eating, so it's not the milk that's the key. The cow has a special place.
Right, but what I was getting at was the fact that you drink the cow's milk, it lives in your home. You consider it like a mom.
But what about the goat?
I don't know, man. Like fucking people drink camel milk.
Did everybody have a cow, or did most people have
Know
goats?
about
I would
every
say goat milk would probably be
animal,
more preferable.
man. What do you think I am, fucking David Attenborough or some shit? What would I know about every fucking animal? So you're in IT, right?
No,
I thought you used to be in IT security.
no, I'm all cell phones.
Oh yes, right. You did cell phone towers.
Yep, 5G death towers.
So like devs, a show on Hulu, right? Fucking blew my mind, dude. I just got done watching it yesterday. And, the concept it has of a multiverse is so unique and interesting. I'm not spoiling the show by saying that, but if you haven't seen Devs, definitely watch that shit, man. It's fucking great.
Are you
Great.
dead?
Just yeah, Devs. Like
Okay. Try thinking. Yeah, I had a little trouble hearing that word. A couple of times you said it. I think you said, what did you just say?
Devs. Like weird. If you do work in IT, you use the word devs a lot. Like today, I was talking to my remote. I was saying, I'm some shit on devs, right? It cannot pick up devs, devils, and obviously I wasn't just talking to my remote. It has voice recognition, and that's why I didn't pick it up in case somebody just thought I was crazy and just talking to the remote. Yo, I said my bad, bro. Like I kind of feel bad now because like you wasn't kind of on a roll a minute ago, and I kind of butted in, make a small statement, and ended up talking till now, and you stopped talking. So my bad, man. I didn't mean to interrupt you like that, and please, um, belated, but continue from where I interrupted you if you can.
Dude, is there someone talking that I just don't hear?
Nope.
Branch, who the fuck?
Branch was talking.
Yeah, who the fuck are you talking to, Branch? Are you okay?
Talking to Issa. Citizen, so you actually didn't have anything to say. You just wanted to talk about who was talking in the room.
No, I was wondering who you were talking to. You were like, "Oh, sorry, I interrupted you." And I was like, "Dude, no one was talking." I'd asked if I thought I had someone muted because I didn't hear anything. I thought you were talking.
I thought you started talking because you wanted to add to the room and the conversation. You just wanted to talk about the logistics of the room.
Fuck Branch. fuck out of here with your trolling nonsense. I just wanted to know who the fuck you were talking to.
Oh, I get it. Makes sense, man. Makes sense.
Are you talking to me, Branch?
I was. I forgot what I even said.
Yeah, nah, I'm a little tied up over here anyway.
I was just trying to say, man, continue where you left off. I didn't want to interrupt you.
I'm good, brother. What's the news for the day?
Are morals subjective or objective?
It's a good question.
I mean, I would actually say prior to knowing that, you need to know which morals are learned and which ones are teacher.
And the best answer I've heard on this one is, things that do harm is where morality becomes at least more objective.
Isn't there a context of harm though?
Context of harm. I don't know. What do you mean?
So can you cause harm for good reasons?
Well, like beating the shit out of somebody who's raping somebody, yeah, you can.
What's up, Playboy?
Oh God.
Oh, you wasn't explicit, bro. I had to call that out.
Hey, Ben Branch.
Yo.
Why you fucking keep saying? What do you keep saying about a model? Every time I see you say something about a blender model.
Oh, I don't know, dude. So, hey, man, so what's up with your VMs, bro? You still need some help?
It's not for me, man. And coincidentally, Jeremy's not even in here right now. I told you it's for him. He needs VMs. First of all, he was asking about IP addresses. Doesn't Google Cloud only have like a handful of IP addresses, or do they have like unique ones for each system?
Nah, bro, I'm pretty sure like Google Cloud only has a handful of IP addresses.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense.
You might still be able to do it. He's trying to do that shit for like when he watches a video or whatever.
What about your whole you're funny, right? Because you asked for help with VMs. Like, what about the whole you needing to present some shit?
With the what?
Remember, you was like, I think you DM'd me about, or you sent messages. I don't know, man. Fucking about the whole the 2v2.
Oh yeah.
You figured that out? How you gonna fucking host it?
Yeah. I have to be at my house though, because my computer. Like when I'm at my girls, I'm using my laptop and it sucks. So I have to be at my house to use my computer. But yeah, or I mean, if you could show me how to do it, I could just because as long as I can stream it from like a VM.
But you could always just remote into your home machine and just run it from your home machine from your girlfriend's house.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, it's like fucking rocket science, bro.
It's always running too, anyway. So that's a good point. God damn. Sorry, dude. I made one of those.
Oh, dude. Honestly, the whole okay. Where I was getting at with the whole aiding the blender things, it's just in direct. If you want correlation to So you asking for help with VMs and shit, like.
Yeah, okay. I know, man, because I'm always making fucking shit in Blender. That's why.
He like, oh, what's up?
Yo, Jeremy called me. Okay, I thought he, because I never checked my DMs. I thought he just DM'd me a bunch. It looks like he called me a couple times.
Hey, where is all? You got yourself a bunch of tests in the rears. What are you talking here for? When you should be out testing.
Yeah, fucking Kosho. Do your fucking test, bro.
What's this? What are you talking about?
We got GPS. We got the hydrogen in a container, which you bought sensors.
Exactly.
Come on.
What the fuck happened to like you was extracting hydrogen in your fucking garage? And fucking what happened to that? What happened to that hydrogen? You was
Well, I
fucking
have 2 tanks of helium, so I mean, I'm not really worried about the hydrogen.
what happened to the hot air balloon?
Like I said, the hot air balloon. Did you? Oh yeah, you weren't in gems. Scott was talking about going to the Albuquerque thing, but fucking what's his name? What's the dude's name? Tom or whatever. I forget what he called Mars. He works. He's gonna be working the like hospitality
Hey,
for the whole thing.
Tom Mars.
No, it's just Tom. But anyways, that's that the Albuquerque. They have the biggest hot air balloon.
Damn, bro. You know what I heard? I heard Albuquerque girls are hot as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I doubt it. Probably could be. All I know is that that's where I'm buying my hot air balloon.
Albuquerque, good spot.
Well, that's what that Tom said that they sell them for like fractions what they usually go for because it's like basically a Black Friday.
But we're supposed to have a hydrogen gradient inside of a tube, and we have this GPS thing. Come on, you're dragging your feet for.
Well, I mean the GPS test is still in the works. I just don't have the device to do it. My phone only takes L1. I gotta find somebody with the Galaxy.
You're letting us down, bro. We had so many high hopes.
All right. Plus, I got other shit to do.
I used to wake up like every Sunday morning just to figure out what new things you developed in fight against the flat Earth.
Well, flat Earth's just dying away, dude.
Yeah, but you
Flat Earth forever.
I actually find it funny, like, you guys are from Gem's room, right? I personally think that like Gem Panda's room keeps Flat Earth alive more than like half of the shit that's out there for Flat Earth.
What do you mean? Like they're aligned with what? What do you mean?
Because of Gem Panda's room, there's a certain reason why Flat Earth stays alive and exciting for people to stay in.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Basically, if you shut down Gem Panda's room, I'm pretty sure the whole, at least Discord sector Flat Earth will probably start fucking dwindling out. And
Yeah, but
out.
I've always thought
Gem Panda is actually a pillar for Flat Earthers to stand on because without him,
check this, Branch. You're so right. I think like I look at it like it's like Gem and like his like crew. They've been like flat earthers for so long, and like they're just like, get off flat Earth. Like, go fuck yourself. This is our thing. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like they're just arguing to keep it alive. And Rupert Sheldrake said the enemies of an idea.
Yeah, but the problem is that it never used to be Gem Panda's crew. Like, the only reason why you consider it Gem Panda's crew is because that's like the place where people can hang out. It's kind of like saying because we're all in this room, now we're all Geo's crew. Obviously, is not the case, right?
Well, you can say that actually. It's like, yeah, you can say that.
Yeah, in certain ways, you're completely correct. You can say
But
that.
but no, but you're right in the sense that like Gem is not like the arbiter of everyone. It's like
Right,
saying
but what
what
I
he.
mean is like, okay, when you're coming at with is like, yeah, you're totally right. We can't say that, but there's always going to be people that are in a room that they never only follow along what other people in the room follow. There are people that are individual, right? They don't give a fuck about other people think.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Gems is. I mean, I remember. It's got a lot of folks in there. There's all kinds of people.
I mean, I think you're totally right. And the majority of people in Gems think the same way. It's not like everybody does. I don't.
Only regarding the shape of the Earth.
I'm a glober, and even Moyok. Part of the reason why a lot of people in Gem Panda's room don't like me and Moyok is because we don't just follow everybody else's own fucking train of thought. We actually fucking just say what the fuck's up based on how we fucking feel. That's actually one of the reasons why we're disliked in Gem Panda's room.
But who's really liked in Gem Panda's room? Is anyone liked?
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's weird as fuck.
Is anyone? It's like people go there for abuse. You know what I mean? Like that's what I think, or to abuse.
Dude, I would go in there and sit and
Yeah.
listen a little bit, dude. You know where, like, inside you feel that build up of hate, just from listening. Like, you be chilling, feeling cool as shit. You go in Jim Panda's room, you just feel the build up of hate and fucking anger, and then you just fucking, you're like, all right, fuck it, enough of Jim Panda's room. Gotta go. So much negativity. Hold on, Moyok.
Aye.
Do you feel you fit into the category of people that's the mainstream, we like each other, love each other in Jim Panda's room flow of talk? Or do you think that you're a little bit outside of that?
I don't know. It's hard to tell because like you have guys like CB who are constantly yelling in your ear, typing nasty things about you. There's also other people who don't like me, so you notice those and you put those into a bin. I think there's a good portion of people who interact with me on a cordial level, and I don't know whether I'm generally hated or generally loved.
My bad, bro. You know what I done fucked up and did? Made you conscious of some shit you should never be conscious of. Now that next time you're in Jim Panda's room, you're gonna be thinking about this conversation we just had, and it's gonna now create this question with everything people say in Jim Panda's room for you.
Not really.
Branch, did you?
Fucked up Jim Panda's room for you, bro.
Yeah, did you hear Moyak too? Did you guys hear about Lichwink, Mr. Lichwink?
No.
Yeah, he kicked it last year because of the virus.
Oh shit.
Yeah, a year ago.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, I know.
You know it's really fucked up.
Yeah. What?
How'd you find out?
Actually, what's really fucked up is this one of the first thoughts I had, and secondly, the thought I had was nobody actually questioned Linkwink from that time to the point now that we figured out he was dead.
Question what?
Nobody asked where the fuck is Linkwink.
Yeah, we did actually, man. We were talking about it not that long ago, and
I mean, this is
I've been thinking about it for a while.
What I'm trying to say is this, yeah, like the fact that it's a surprise that he's been dead for over a year is
Yeah, but that's because there's no way to. There's no way
No.
to.
It's a shame on us. It should not be a surprise.
Hey, listen to how I found out, dude. Okay, because I was cleaning out my servers. I was like going through servers, just trying to leave some, and then I noticed I was in a fucking one that only had like 10 people in it, and it was all in German, and had like 2 rooms. I was like, what the hell? I guess I guess I joined it a while ago with Livestream, but everything's written in German. So the last thing I saw on that server was a post from Lichwink, and it was in German. And I was like, I mean, it looked kind of weird, so I was like, I translated it, and then that's what it said. It said his daughter, it said that was his daughter. She logged into his account basically to just let everybody know that's what happened last May, and yeah, that's it.
Wait. You send that to which server?
No, it was some German show. I don't even know. I could invite you to it. But,
How was you in that German server?
I don't remember. I mean, I used to hang out with Lichwick and this other German dude a whole bunch back then.
Okay, so you and him used to hang out in this German server that you don't remember actually going to.
Well, I mean, I'm in the server, so it might have looked different back then. I don't know. There was this old dude back in the day, started with an A, but he had a better accent than Lichwick. But Lichwick learned English on Discord, so.
Okay, do you mind if I kind of ask like what other servers do you and Linkwing go to together?
Well, we used to go to my server.
Okay.
Ladyboy.com?
No. Here, I'm gonna post his post. It's sad though, man.
Yeah, no, I don't feel guilty at all. I mean, I saw him where I saw him, and people disappear from the community all the time.
Oh, guilty because of what Frank said about not realizing it. Yeah, I don't feel guilty for that either because I've even messaged him a few times, and yeah. I mean, he could have just left that. Honestly, I remember when we brought it up a couple months ago. Somebody joked around about him, having COVID or something. I just say like that's probably why he's not there, but as a joke, but it's actually the truth. All right, here's the thing. He used to make shit in Blender more than anybody. Every argument that there ever was, he always had a fucking animation he made in Blender.
Yeah, he made the animated factory job that he used to have making paver stones.
Yeah. I remember he did a crepuscular rays one that I used for a long time.
Good thing he made it because you can't even say it.
What did I say? What I even say?
Yeah, crepuscular.
Yeah, whatever. Crepuscular, right? Crepuscular rays. Anyways, I don't want to sit here and reminisce about. I was kind of sad about it all morning.
Wait, Kosho, do you say he's about to just go away?
Wait, what?
You say he's about to go have a smoke?
Who?
I thought that's what you said.
No. I said I'm not going to. I don't remember. I've said something about listening because I've already been, bumming about it.
I mean, Link, he died a long time ago, man.
Well, I mean, not really. It was a year ago, but
It's a little bit pointless. Fucking.
Pointless. What?
The point is getting like all sympathetic and shit about it now. Like he's been dead for a year and shit.
That doesn't make a difference, dude. If you just found out that somebody that that's been gone for a year,
What the fuck up, Coach Show? Did you just find out? I thought you and him were hanging out in fucking these old time German houses and shit.
German houses. What are you talking about? No, that was. I mean, the last post he did was on May 5th last year, 2021. But we weren't. He wasn't in gym.
Oh, he was in this German room with you.
No, I don't. I honestly, I don't even know.
You literally just told me this was some German room that you and him were in.
Yeah, we would talk to the other guy, Atlas. That was his name. That dude was a smart dude.
Is dein Deutsch gut? Or kannst du sprechen Deutsch?
Ich bin nicht Fräulein Juttemeier.
In Fraulein flattert.
Why are you saying it like that?
Ich habe eine große Schlange.
The German accent. You gotta say flattert. That's how they say flat Earth in Germany. Flattert.
That doesn't sound fucking German at all, dude.
Flattert. How? Okay, you tell me then. How would a German person say flat Earth? Come on, Kojo. Dude, you don't have to be fucking serious and shit. Have some fun, motherfucker. Talking about the shape of the fucking Earth. This is not a very serious conversation.
What are you talking about? I had to. Someone's at my door, but yeah, I'm gonna be back anyways. Yeah, if Jeremy comes back in here, Branch, that's who you want to ask about the VM thing. He's the one asking about it.
Kojo. Don't fucking. All right, Kojo. Yeah, you just making those blenders. Blenders, yes.
I said, hold on,
Branch.
You know what's really helpful, but you guys gotta say, right? What's really helpful for proving the shape of the Earth.
Branch, can I ask you something?
The gifts made from Blender.
Branch.
No, bro. I don't want to hear what the fuck you gotta say.
I just want to ask you a question, man.
Nah, man. You know what you're like. Way you fucking like branch, leaky motherfucker. Nah, fuck that, man. It's like almost like you're trying to suck my dick now. Back up, bro. Are you flirting?
What? Can I just ask you a question, bro?
Are you flirting, bro?
No, I'm not. Can I ask you a question?
If you want. I'm not
What is dark light? What's dark light?
The same shit when he said dark. So there's been a light and photon.
So what?
What's the difference between light and photon?
Between light and a photon? I wouldn't say there is any difference.
All right. Well, so
I mean, it's hard. That's a weird question. It's like asking.
It's not a weird question because
it is.
You told me. Hey, let me explain to you why it's not a weird question.
It's like asking what is the difference between water and H2O.
All right, hold on, bro. Let me tell you why it's not a weird question. Because when I first bring up dark light, you talked about. I've heard of dark photon, but I've never heard of dark light. And then while I was typing, you responded there, and I said it's all about dark energy. So we're basically saying the same shit. Photon and light, dark light and dark photon is the same thing.
I think so. But dark photons deal with, isn't it dark matter?
Dark. When you talk about photons, again, because of the whole fucking principle of energy and mass, they fall in an area that hits up matter and energy, right? That's why they fall between dark energy and dark matter.
What? I don't understand what you just said, bro.
I mean, I'm not going to repeat it. You can rewind it back and
Please?
listen.
Come on, man. Just
I'm not
repeat
gonna
what
even
you
try
said.
to re-explain it. Like I said, bro, you can go back and re-listen to it, and then you know, even half speed, and then you may get it.
Yeah. Anywho, dark photons, it's like it's supposed to be the force carrier for dark matter. It's not a dark energy thing.
Yeah, man. I mean, now we're getting to a situation now where you're basically saying, well, my dick is way bigger than yours, and this is
I'm
why.
not saying that. I'm keep on bringing up dark energy. It's got nothing to do with dark photons. So I still need to know what dark light. Ah, shit.
Yeah,
someone's calling me.
I thought you was talking about the size of your penis,
What?
metaphorically.
What's up with you and penises, bro?
So, I mean, when I say metaphorically, by size of penis, I mean your ego. I think that what you're trying to do is boost your ego. And
I'm
bro,
not trying to boost my ego. I'm trying to understand what dark light is. That's all. I just want to know what dark light is, bro.
Okay. So here's what's up, bro.
And please stop referencing penises or sucking dick or anything gay like that, bro. It's weird.
All right. Hold on. We'll reference whatever the fuck I want to reference when I talk to you.
No, you won't, bitch.
You won't. You will not tell me how.
I'm gonna tell you how you gonna reference shit, especially if you want to talk about my ego. You ain't ever gonna compare my ego to a penis, bitch. You hear me?
Hold on a second. Who the fuck is you to tell me how to talk? What the fuck is wrong with
I'm your superior. I'm a better human being than you are. That's who I am.
All right, man.
Don't ever equate my ego to a penis ever again, Branch.
All right, you know
please
what?
tell me what's dark light.
Dickhead. Fuck up.
See the penis references. Come on, man, stop it. Just tell me what's dark light.
Speaking of white holes, they found a white hole.
Well, no. Did you like the dickhead reference though? I mean, I thought that was
Not really.
Dickhead, because we're talking about penis.
Yeah. No.
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 Go ahead then, bro. Bro, what would you rather talk about?
I want to know what dark light is. Come on.
I already told you what dark light is. Honestly, the simplest explanation of dark light is exactly what light is for us, but in reference to dark energy and dark matter.
That makes no sense.
Google it then, bitch, and tell me what the fuck you find out.
I can't Google it. My hands are busy. That's what I'm asking you.
Shut up.
Oh wait, the answers you give me make no fucking sense.
Listen. You obviously have not studied this fucking part of physics.
I've never heard of it. I don't know what the fuck dark light is. You're the first person I've ever heard reference dark light. So I'm asking you, what is it?
You're talking out your ass, and I want you to stop.
How, bro? You talking out the side of your fucking neck, telling me dark light is what light is to us in reference to dark matter and dark energy. What the fuck does that mean, Branch?
Out the side of your neck reference.
What?
How can I be talking
You
outside?
talking? It means you've never heard that before. No one's ever told you that you talk out the side of your fucking neck.
No.
What you explain to me how I can be talking outside the side of my neck?
It's just a saying, Branch. Come on, dude, don't take it literally, man.
Explain it then, bitch, because it makes no sense.
What do you mean? All right, then how does talking out of my ass make sense? But you don't understand what talking out the side of your neck means.
Or you can fart, and that's a form of conversation. I want you to explain to me. What did you mean by that?
It just means that, you're talking trash. You're talking throat, basically. Talking out the side of your neck, talking throat. Like the truth ain't reaching your lips and tongue. You just got lies stuck in your throat, and it just coming like out the side of it.
No, sorry, it's not a real phrase. Nobody's ever heard it before.
Talking out the side of your neck? You guys have never heard that? There's a whole song titled "Talking Out the Side of Your Neck." I don't believe you've never heard this before.
Hey, look, man. I'll tell you what, right? If me and fucking Moyoc agree,
that just means you and Moyoc ain't culture.
No. Hold on.
You all ain't got culture.
Hold on. You gotta understand why I'm saying this. Yeah, if me and Moyoc agree on something, we check between us almost every box possible. Right? Like between me and Moyoc, we consider every type of group of motherfuckers. Yeah, apart from the Australians, we pretty much can represent.
Yeah, this is some kind of modern phrase that comes out of a song.
No,
it's like horseshit.
It's not modern. The phrase has been around longer than I've been alive.
What? That's since 1990?
I was born in
been around a
1993.
while.
Yeah, I was born in 1993, and the song that had this phrase came out in the 80s. It's a pretty old saying, man. Talking out the side of your neck.
Maybe it's just a New York, New Jersey thing.
Really?
I'm from
'cause
New York. I don't think I ever heard it. But I left
Let me
New York
find
in like 94.
No, the special kids learned this.
All right, yeah, I just found the song. I just posted it. That song came out in 1984.
Okay, like I said, special kids.
Maybe special kids. It's a pretty common saying. Y'all just ain't culture. That's all. Y'all ain't from the streets. Y'all grew up in little, suburban gated neighborhoods with white picket fences.
Listen, bro.
Y'all's moms cut the crust off of your sandwiches. Like y'all ain't from the streets. I swear to God.
No, I've always driven by the streets.
He was driven by the streets.
Alright, man. What I'm saying is that fucking music video you just posted, yeah, that's not getting played at the block party, bro. You're going to the bullshit party be hearing that shit.
Yeah, it's an old song, bro. No one listens to it anymore today. No, get the fuck out of here.
Alright, you know what? Conversation's done. Let's talk about something.
It's AA slang for from the 1970s.
It's what?
AA, I'm guessing African American.
Oh. Wait, I think African American is racist now.
Yeah, same. I don't think you're allowed to say that word in Moyoc.
That's why they said AA. You questioned it. I had to answer it. Sorry.
What is it? What's the new way to say it?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
People of color, or is that wrong now?
I don't know. Brad should know. You like the darkest among us. You should know this, Brad.
How would you know how? I would actually say that I'm probably lighter than you. I'm pretty light-skinned brown person.
No, you're not.
If you have any melanin, you're darker than me.
Post a finger, Branch. Just post one finger.
Definitely not white. Like I've also seen like you could be like Indian-ish.
Who, me?
Some white people, Like, have you seen the guys in Nepal? Those girls are so white, but they still look Indian. They're whiter than most white girls. They just don't have the same. It's just still a different color. I don't know why I'm only talking about
What are you
girls.
talking about, Branch?
They just don't shave.
Bad. What was it? I just want to fucking. I just don't get it. It's the problem. It's not me. It's you.
Okay, looking at the
Good God.
Nepalese women, I would hit them.
About to cry, man. Huh?
Okay, how many unmarried girls are there in Nepal?
Doubt is that many?
100,000. 72.
Me was Branch breaking up.
Or 621. Sorry, Mark, man, I was fucking around. But you're trying to make some point about like how many girls have I seen from Nepal?
No, just when I looked at
Me was Branch breaking
pictures of Nepal women from Nepal, then the next question or the next thing that came up in Google was how many women or single women are there in Nepal. So I went to.
Oh, my bad, bro. You know, I usually know how many single women there are in Nepal, but because of COVID, those numbers are all fucking off now. So I'm not sure. You may have to Google it.
The article I'm reading is so disjointed, I can't figure out what the hell the number is.
I mean, why do you think the number of single women in Nepal? I would assume that the
Is a story.
It's because no, dude. It's because all the males have gone to work in the Middle East for like slave labor. Nepalese and Bangladesh.
Is that why he said that?
I'm pretty sure that's why the population of women is completely.
I think I was asking him why he said that.
I told you why. Can't help it if you didn't listen.
Well, I had to ask you again. You obviously didn't fucking express it really well, did you?
I said basically I went into search. You said Nepalese women are light colored, and I said okay, let me look at an image search. And then the next question that came up in the people also asked, and I clicked on it.
Mayak, what are we fucking talking about right now?
It was a sidebar from you said Nepalese women are all light skinned.
Right, and they pretty much are. Have you ever seen Nepalese women?
Now I have.
Do you think they're light skinned?
Broad spectrum. I couldn't get a demographic on how many are, but there's quite a few.
Right, and I think like it's pretty similar to when I say Nepalese women can be as white women. It's very similar to me saying Japanese women can be as white women. And if you consider both, I would say that, that you're gonna have people with great amounts of pigment in their skin and lower amounts, right? So what I'm talking about is the possibility that a substantial amount of the population is white as fuck in Nepal, and the same way they are white as fuck in Japan.
Well, long and short of it is there's 2 million extra chicks over there in Nepal. So if you need to go get some chicks, that's where to go.
Dude, if you think that's legit, you should see Lebanon. Lebanon is like it's wildly skewed though. It's like
I don't want a Lebanese woman. I know
what
what Corporal Klinger looks like.
you know what it looks like.
And they like in Lebanon, don't they have like they have these fucking enormous fields, right? There'll be this little door, like and because they're bunkers because of the wars and shit, right? Like there's this one door you go in, you walk down the stairs, and there's this whole fucking enormous party underground. Crazy shit in Lebanon, bro.
Lebanon, yeah, for sure, dude.
Yeah, it sounds like a lie,
They
Branch.
basically said, "Fuck all these wars and shit." They took the bunkers and made them party houses.
Well, they're basically in between a bunch of warring places, so they're by extension always they have like the Hezbollah is there or whatever. But yeah, it's usually because of the Israelis and Syrians and then Turkish.
Jordanians. Yeah.
Yeah, Jordanians. Yeah.
Fuck those guys, right?
No. Why?
I don't know. I just felt like saying something controversial. See what your response will be. Do you think for a second I actually meant fuck those guys? Like I don't like that
Hard
particular.
to know when you ever mean what you say, Branch. It's
I
really
mean,
hard to
if you're
know.
not fucking Georgians, why would I have anything against Georgians?
I don't know, Branch. It's hard to know when you mean what you say.
Well, you know what? We are in our flat earth chat room.
We are. So, Branch, if you was a flat earther, what would be your best piece of flat earth evidence?
So I think, right? We spent a lot of time using the senses that we use today to figure out the shape of the earth, right? Like, you know, we combine our senses to make extremely great measurements, figure out what shape the earth could be. But what I personally think we need to start doing, start using other senses to figure out the shape of the earth.
Are you just gonna ignore my question, or what?
What I've
What the
started
fuck?
doing is I've started to try to smell the shape of the earth, taste the shape of the earth. So let's start using smell and taste to figure out where we actually live. That is what I think I'm going to be doing to figure out the shape of the earth. Everybody else.
Thanks for ignoring my question, Branch. Thank you so much.
Are y'all two on a date right now?
Why would I be on a
What,
date?
Kosher? Kosher sounds jealous.
No, I just came back and you guys sound like you guys were
Who
like.
the fuck will be on a date this early in the morning?
I've been on dates that early.
Yo, Kosher, how did your date go with Dawn and your girlfriend?
We never Don. He never met up that night. He wanted me to meet up yesterday. We're gonna have to meet up on Wednesday.
I feel like you keep ducking it, though.
And John might fuck your wife. I mean, your girlfriend.
His schedule's not into my schedule, and I'm working on this big thing for my job right now. I've just got it done.
Job?
What do you do for a living, Kosher? You ain't in the army no more, right?
No, it's worse than that.
What do you do?
Are you doing that fucking $200,000 a year shit you talked about? Like Kosher,
What's your
What's your job title?
$200,000 a year job, right?
Like, if I come to your place of work, what does it say, like, on the door of your office, Kosha?
Welcome on the doormat, motherfucker.
Branch, do you know what Kosher does for a living?
He's just chilling. He's enjoying life and he's driving a little bit of people around. I'm also doing some
This
other
is
stuff.
nice, Issa. This is nice.
He's doing some other stuff, and I wish I could talk him out of it. Like,
I'm trying to avoid the channel becoming like a Glober channel.
we're talking shit about people, bro. Alright, Aisha.
This is nice, man. This is nice. This is better than listening to Branch talk.
Sounds like you're like
Shut up, Branch. Oh my god.
listen to me, like my man Nate. Some of the great. Oh, it's funny. Man. You know my jock is like mad. Kosher is pissed at me. I said that he's on fucking was jocks too. I want to be jocks. That's the question.
That was lovely, Issa.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
I thought I'll keep talking while you was playing, and that way when you stop playing, I'll stop talking to help you out.
Yeah, man. Working on my my new tune for you, Branch. It's I fucked it up, Branch. Gotta start again now, Branch. Fuck me up. Oh, it's horrible, man. Let me see if I can get my fucking thing over here. Antipodal neighbors on the other side. How did you get there? Have you lost your mind? Antipodal neighbors all upside down. I feel like I'm upright, but I'm sure it's the same in your town. And so much spinning, I could understand why you think you live on antipodal land. Antipodal neighbors sailing on the sea. Because of different stars, you think that you're under me. When you think about it, what can you say? Antipodal neighbors just seems a little gay. Antipodal neighbors are upside down. But how would you know with your feet on the ground? Antipodal neighbors upside down. But how would you know with your feet on the ground? Oh. Antipodal neighbors on the other side. How did you get there? Have you lost your mind? Antipodal neighbors all upside down. I feel like I'm upright, but it's the same in your town. It's so much spinning, I could understand why you think you live on antipodal land. Oh, and antipodal sailors sailing on the sea.
Hey, Issa, is this gonna be like a 10-minute song?
Stars, yeah, fuck yeah. You think you're under me? Oh,
Say, man, you may want to get a fucking, I don't know, a drink.
Yeah, the lyrics to this song are hella weird, Ethan. They don't make any sense, man.
I mean, Issa, you can't just fucking. You know what happened right now. Issa? You know what happened was this, yeah. You started getting so into the flow of the song that you actually forgot what you were speaking about, and the words just started flowing out your mouth, and it was pure poetry, right? Pure poetry. You stopped thinking. Everybody in the room just shut up. And that's what was happening, wasn't it, Issa?
like I said, I was just trying to avoid this channel becoming like your typical Glober channel.
Well, I thought there was a little bit more beauty to what you were trying to do than that. Sounds to me like basically what you're trying to say is this: I hate these people. I don't want this to be this type of fucking global shit. Hate these people. Let's be like your
Well, I
type.
mean, if you're over here asking somebody like, so
I
what do you
got
do
so
for
much
work?
hate for us globers, bitch.
What do you do for a living?
What have
How
us
fucking
globers ever
boring
done
is
to
that shit?
you?
What's wrong with talking about that, Issa?
I think it's boring as fuck.
I'm sorry,
All right,
Issa.
what do you
What
want
have
to
us
talk about?
globers done to
No,
you,
it's just,
bro? Why you
just
hate
busting
me
it up.
so much as a glober? Why, Issa?
No, I'm just saying y'all are boring.
What do
Issa,
you do for a living, Issa?
so much hate for me, bro. Like, what's up with this? Come on, bro.
There's no hate.
Issa, what do you do for a living?
Why would I tell you?
Because we homies, bro. Why not?
Well, I can wait until we're better homies, right?
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
It's like that.
But it doesn't have anything to do with
what's
anything.
interesting? What's interesting though? I still have no
It's
idea
like playing
what
a game
the
at the
fuck.
bar, dog. You guys are boring.
But
You're
no,
like
no,
you guys
hold the
instead of
fuck up.
watching the
Hold
football
the
game
fuck
at
up,
the bar to
Issa.
try to make friends. Like, dude, it's just like I feel like, come on, bro.
Issa. I just gotta
What's wrong with making friends with people?
There's
I mean,
nothing wrong
we
with
talk to each other almost every day. We might as well get to know each other, right?
Fair enough. That's fine. It's just
Yeah,
generic.
you know, we're not gonna get some shit out.
Well, I mean, does it talking about the shape of the Earth become generic if you talk about that
I'd
every
rather
single
play
day?
music. I'd rather turn my fucking music on. That's all.
It's weird though, because if I ask you about your music, you have so much to say, but that's kind of generic.
So
why can't I ask what you do for a living?
Because it's boring. This is boring.
Okay. I hear you.
Issa, do you remember what you didn't answer me because you thought you need to prevent answering his question, more importantly, answering mine?
Yeah, you guys were under some deep truths, and I was like making sure they didn't get out.
No.
Yeah, that sounds more
No, you know what?
plausible and realistic. You was trying to silence us.
You
I believe that.
you sounded like
Yeah, I definitely believe
full on
that.
bitch, yeah. Seriously, bro, that
Charlie,
was
I
the
was
worst
a
answer you
gatekeeper.
could have given.
Issa, you're a
Thank
bloody
you, man.
gatekeeper.
Are you fucking blonde, Issa?
I've got to change my profile.
Hold on, Issa. Are you a blonde? Not only a blonde, the blonde that got dreadlocks.
What?
And
wait, you did get dreadlocks, and you're a blonde.
Why would I
Get
tell
the
you?
fuck out of here. For real, Issa? You got dreads?
Why would Why would I have dread? I have no dread.
No
Okay.
joke.
I thought Brad said you did have dreads. My bad.
No, I used to have long hair, but I don't think.
Well, nobody knew you had dreads until you just fucking admitted it, bitch, and I feel so bad. I did not know.
It's okay. I used to have fucking one dreadlock in my back, but no more, man. No more dread for me. Just a beardy. How about you? I can see you rocking dreads. Out in some Swami style. Some like fucking the Untouchables hanging out.
Me, bro, my hair used to be crazy as fuck.
Yeah. I can see you rocking dready.
So like, I used to have really weird hair, right? Like, I can go fucking straight afro and shit. Or be fucking just like curly, like fucking handled, right? Weird as fuck. I used to fucking rock fucking raves and shit, just full blown afro. Dyed fucking luminous fucking colors and shit. I don't know. I used to have fun as a kid.
Anyone else got anything to talk about? Shoot. So. Rich guys like rockets, sailing waves. Guys making rockets. Just make it rich guys like rockets and silver lanes. So rich guys making rockets. Rich guys like rockets and silver babes. So rich guys making rockets. Put a car up in space. Rich guys like rockets and silver babes. So rich guys making rockets. Rich guys like rockets and silver lanes. So rich guys making rockets. Just to get laid, just to get laid, just to get laid, yeah, yeah. Just to get laid, yeah. Just to get laid.
You know, it's funny, bro. When you see these fucking lyrics and shit, I mean, you're talking about in a room. You know,
Just to get laid, just to get laid, just to get laid, yeah, just to get laid. Yeah. Guys, thank you. She walks among us in the rain. Even tell you there'll be sunshine again. She'll take the food right from your plate. She'll steal the crumbs that you wanna save. She'll take your moon and your stars away. So many miles. She'll take your moon and your stars away. So many miles. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, it's dead in here too? Damn it. Where's everybody at, man? Where everybody hiding at?
A bit too late. Told her.
Really? New globe Earth proof, Nate. What do you got? What do you have? Come on, Nate. If you're gonna put it out there, put it out there. Don't keep things hanging.
Yo, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Where the fuck is everybody? Hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Yo, extremists. You there, bro? Extremist person. You there? Hello? I'm talking to you. You there, bro? Geo? J Dar? J Dotree? J Dotree? How the fuck you saying name? No one? Come on, you guys can't be that busy on a fucking. What is today? Tuesday. How are you this busy on a Tuesday? Like, what the actual fuck? What the actual fuck? Don't need to stop pretending to be busy. Not funny. Yeah.
You in the bathtub or something?
Yo, what's up, Dancer?
Hey!
Hey, how you doing, bro?
Oh, I'm doing alright, brother. Going alright.
You up late? What's the time over there?
Man, oh no, I just got up again. I'm
Oh,
fast
oh.
asleep.
You have to wake up to go pee, and like you can't get the sleep back. Is it?
Yeah.
I hate when that happens. Yeah.
Come
So,
outside, have a smoke
yeah.
and whatnot, and anyway, seeing your
Hmm.
throwing out a challenge there. Reckon you got some new age bloody woo woo to bring to the table?
Not really. I was just trying to get people into the VC.
Oh, really? So you got nothing? I knew that. I actually
Well,
knew it.
nothing you would accept. You know, I have nothing you would accept.
See,
Unfortunately.
so my comment was spot on. You got nothing.
What was your comment? What did you comment?
underneath the one that you
What
had.
a little troll you are, Flat Daddy. Well, I actually do have something, since Flat
What do you
Daddy
got?
wants to be funny. Neutrinos. Neutrinos
Okay.
prove Earth is a sphere.
Are these those things that apparently are passing through us all the time?
Yes, yes. They are
Yeah,
the cousins of electrons.
my boys have told me about these things that are zipping through me quadrillions at any one particular time.
Mm.
Yeah. So yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
I do know a little bit about
Most of them,
these things.
yeah, most of them are made during nuclear decay. So when, like in the center of the sun, when you have fusion, right? Because these two hydrogen atoms are being pushed together to form helium, and in that process, neutrinos get released. So
Okay.
most of the neutrinos that pass through us come from the sun.
So how do we know that they're coming from the sun?
Because we detect them. We have these machines called neutrino detectors. Number one. Number two, because we can do the same process on Earth, and we see neutrinos being produced when we try to use two hydrogen atoms together.
Okay then. Yeah. But
Yeah.
so do we have like this? I don't know, like this radar-y sort of thing that we point towards the sun and it catches a neutrino?
Kind of, basically. Yeah,
Okay.
basically.
Yeah. I'm just trying
Yeah.
to wrap my head around the technology now. How do we know that it's just not coming from, I don't know, the sky in general?
Because in the sky, we don't see decay of hydrogen, spontaneous decay of hydrogen. We also don't see fusion or fission of hydrogen atoms in the sky. Like there's nothing happening in empty space that would cause this to happen. You need high pressures, high energies, very contained, densely packed systems for this to happen, such as the core of stars.
Okay then. Okay,
Yeah.
so this thing is like two hydrogen atoms fusing together. Is that what a neutrino
Yeah.
is?
No, it's a particle. It's an elementary particle. It's a lepton. But it's basically within the family of fermions, right? So it's a very close cousin to the electron, but it's way lighter than an electron. It almost has basically no mass, and it can travel very close to the speed of light. And there are many ways you can make them, but the simplest way is to fuse hydrogen fusion to fission, and we see this happen within stars. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So so how is this globe proof, for argument's sake? How is it globe
So
proof?
I'm remembering this off the top of my head, and I'm clearly doing something with my hands. But when I'm done, I will Google the specific thing I'm talking about. But basically, I think it was 2012, 2013. They were doing experiments up in Massachusetts. No, not Massachusetts. It should be Connecticut. It should be close to Caltech. There was like this underground neutrino beam they had, and they were shooting neutrinos through this beam. So it's like a tunnel, and they let off neutrinos in the beam. And the thing was now, the time taken for the neutrinos, so remember, this tunnel is like a cord cutting the surface of the Earth, right? So if Earth has a spherical surface, its circumference is being cut by this cord.
Yep.
And so they were shooting neutrinos through this cord, and the time taken for the neutrinos to go from one spot to the other, it didn't agree with most of physics because it looked like they were traveling faster than light.
Right.
Mm-hmm. which is impossible. Nothing can travel faster than light. Maybe slower, but never faster, especially something that is mass. Even something that doesn't have mass cannot travel faster than light. And
Not that we know of.
okay, not that we know.
Yeah.
Of. And what they realized is the reason their measurements were off is because they weren't taking the curvature of the Earth into consideration. So these neutrinos had to travel along. So remember, they're traveling through a chord. But if they had to travel along Earth's surface, which is curved, it's a longer distance. So it should take a longer time. So that way, the time it takes is within the speed limit of light. So neutrinos prove that Earth is a sphere. Earth has to be a sphere for us to get the measurements we get when measuring how fast neutrinos travel.
Hold on. So they shot these neutrinos through a chord. So from one end of the tunnel to the other, they measured the speed, right? And that their figure was faster than the speed of light. But then when they took into consideration the curvature, it worked out to be slower than the speed of light.
Yeah, because it was violating all known physics.
Well, but okay then, hold on. If they've dug this tunnel and it's a chord, right? So it goes from point A to point B, and they shot these neutrinos through the chord and they measured the time. Okay. So now they've gone, we can't use the measurement, the length of that chord. We have to give that length a different length, which is going to be the curvature of the Earth. And now it works out to be a different measurement, even though that wasn't the length of the chord.
I'm not explaining it properly, but yes, but no. Hang on. Let me just. My hands are free now. My hands are free now.
Yeah, but
I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying, and I understand why you interpreted that way from what I said.
Yep. Cool. All right.
And you were 90% there, but it's just that part where the actual distance they needed to calculate was the distance that includes the curvature of the Earth. They didn't do that though, is what I'm trying to say. So they did it incorrectly.
Okay, then, but why would they have to include the curvature of the Earth if it was traveling through a chord? If they've dug a tunnel, if they've dug a tunnel from point A to point B, a chord length through the Earth, and they've shot these neutrinos in it, and they've taken a measurement, and they've gone, oh my God, these things move faster than the speed of light. And then all of a sudden now they go, but if we actually make that chord Earth, so we put this arbitrary figure to it, which isn't the length of the chord, it's now longer. Now the figures work out, but that's not the distance that the neutrinos traveled. They only traveled the length of the chord, but now they had to make up a different measurement to get the figures to work. That's kind of what I'm getting from what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's exactly the way you explained it. They dug a chord, they shot neutrinos through a chord, the measurement worked out to be faster than the speed of light. They worked out that they didn't take into consideration the curvature of the Earth, but they didn't have to because they dug a tunnel and shot it through the tunnel. So that's the only measurement they should have taken into consideration, not the curvature of the Earth. You see what you said?
Yeah, I see what I'm saying. I'm explaining it wrong, Ben. So just give me a second. Yeah.
I'm
Give me a second.
Yeah, I knew what
No,
you
you are interpreting what I'm saying right, but I realized that I explained it wrong. Just give me a second of thinking.
All right, buddy. All right.
So it was from Fermiland to Foden.
No wonder I wouldn't accept that evidence, being the way you explained it.
Very funny.
He's a globe liability.
Oh, damn.
No, it's just I give you guys proofs you've never heard before. It's just because this is stuff I looked into without really taking into account the shape of the Earth. It's hard for me to put it into a flat Earth global context, because it's just a normal
Listen, Mike.
everyday experiment. But I've realized that this experiment kind of proves the shape of the Earth.
Well,
so I just got to word it correctly.
My Glober list from the bottom up goes that drunk Australian helicopter pilot and Gems, Lael, and then Nate.
Get the fuck out of here. Wow, bro. Like you definitely at the bottom of the flat Earth list, Jeremy. Like you,
bro, I'm
down there. Nah, you like bottom 20. You down there with Jin, and them guys.
Jin, damn.
Jeremy's down there with Jin, and who else? Jin and what's his face? The guy that talks about clones.
Jin is Jeremy is down with upside down plane man. Drinks gonna fall all over your lap. Really?
No. Jeremy's down with what's his face? Who's that guy Bansel that always talks about clones?
Oh, Dallas
Dave.
Dallas Dave. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, Dallas Dave and Jeremy, they're like in the
Oh.
same tax bracket,
Damn.
Yeah,
Jeremy, you
same
gonna let
IQ level.
Them's are fighting words. Them's are fighting words.
Jeremy, you gonna let them disrespect you like that?
He knows it's not true.
And who's them? Who's them? There's only one person doing it, crypto.
Can I just ask? Can you guys hear me okay right now?
Yeah, it sounds like
Yeah.
you're in the back of a van getting abducted, but yeah, we can hear you okay.
I mean, I'm not. Apart from the abduction part, it's all true. So.
Free candy.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. So. I think Crypto wants to say something.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh no, you're good, Karen.
Yeah, I explained it right. It's just the premise was wrong. So they shot it through the tube, and that distance they had through the tube didn't violate the speed of light. That distance they had shooting it through that cord was consistent with all known laws of physics. The thing is, though, if they had now that distance isn't the actual distance between the two places where they, where detector 1 is and detector 2 is, from where this neutrino beam is being shot. It's a chord. It's a short distance. It's a straight line. If they're taking the actual distances between these places, the actual distances you see on a map, that distance is actually longer than the distance of the tube. And that proves that Earth is a sphere. Because if the distance on the surface is longer than the distance underground, you can only rationalize that with the distance on the surface being curved.
So,
do you get what I'm saying?
How long's the tunnel?
The tunnel was about
the cord. How
off the top of. You making me guess, bro. I don't know. I don't remember. Okay. Just look up the Minos experiment. That was the name of the experiment. It was a very controversial experiment because they were getting results that violate physics. This is what led to the whole debate as to whether or not neutrinos actually have mass or not. But they fixed it and they realized that they do have mass. It's because of this thing I'm talking about now. Just look up the Minos experiment.
The minus, as in minus, plus minus.
Sorry, Minos, Minos. My bad. Okay, but I found something. Yeah, okay. I'll post this image. Hopefully, this explains what I'm trying to say. So they shot it from Fermilab to Soden, right? This is like in the northwest here, and so the actual distance between those places. So I think the distance they had underground was shorter than the actual distance by 12 kilometers. You see that there where it says 12 kilometers? That's showing you the difference between the chord and the actual surface distance between Fermilab and Sodom. So the chord is 12 kilometers shorter. So it's traveled a distance of 12 kilometers less than what it would have traveled on the surface. And the difference in distance between two places can only be explained if one of the lines is better.
Okay.
Does it make sense? Sorry that I explained it so bad earlier.
So did they just shoot this thing through a tunnel?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Like a vacuum tube almost. Yeah, it's kind of like LIGO type stuff.
Oh, is it really?
Almost, yeah. Because they don't want it, interacting with other particles as it flies through the neutrinos. Even though they already have a very weak interaction with, baryonic matter, they interact very weakly. They do interact strongly with the electromagnetic force. So if they were charged particles or anything down there that could produce some sort of magnetic or electric field, it would have effects that we don't want. But yeah, so that's proof. That's another proof that Earth is a sphere. How you like them apples?
Well, it's far from proof yet. Like I've only just started reading this.
Okay, not proof, evidence. It's evidence.
Yeah, and give me 3 minutes,
Take
and
your time.
I'll pick holes in it.
All right. Take your time. Go for it. Mm. But you managed to find the experiment I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, just on Wiki.
Okay. This was like 2012, 2003 when I just started.
2000.
Well, when I just finished community college, so it was all the buzz in the physics community.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
So, what's the one-way speed of a neutrino, or do they only have a two-way speed?
I think it's a one-way speed because it doesn't travel at the speed of light. But I think with this beam, they shot it two ways because there were two detectors involved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but do they measure it like the speed of light? Like it's a two-way speed?
No, because it's not light.
Yeah, but yeah. So they shoot one of these things. They've got a fellow with a speed gun. They line up the neutrino and read how fast it's going.
Pew pew. No, I mean they know where the two detectors are. There's a near and a far detector, so they already know the distance. They just clock it. They shoot it. The moment it hits the detector, you know what time the beam was launched, and you know what time the detector picked up a reading. So that's how long it took to get to the detector. It's not traveling at the speed of light, but they're moving very fast. And then, and because they're not like the actual particles, so you could trace the path this particle took. It's not like a beam of light where it's hard to trace the path a photon is taking.
So they've got mass, these things. Yeah.
Very small amount of mass. Very, very small. Neutrinos and
mass with no charge.
I always say it wrong. Muons. Sorry. Neutrinos, muons. Yeah. Very light particles that can travel very far. They're very fast.
And what's the refraction of a muon? Do they refract?
What do you mean?
Or do they refract?
What does what refract?
The muons. Or do they
Why would they
propel it?
refract? They're not. They,
Okay. Okay. So what's the curvature path of a muon?
what do you mean? These aren't light particles. It's not light. It's an actual
Yeah.
particle with
Yeah.
mass. You know,
It's
mass doesn't get
exactly.
refracted.
Well,
I don't understand.
Okay. Well, they
Yeah.
have a path of travel, don't they, from point A to point B? So how far do they bend in this path? What's their drop?
Why would they have a drop? They're not interacting with the world around them.
Well, of course they are. They're interacting with gravity for starters, right?
So they're
Apparently,
definitely going to have drop.
It's a
so
very light.
they're definitely going to have drop. They're definitely going to have
It's
drop.
going to have drop if it's got mass. You shot something out that had mass.
Yeah. Yeah. I told you I'd pick holes
Fucking
in it.
gremlin just now.
Hang on, no, hang on. Okay, cool. Maybe they have drop. I've never thought about it, but I guess if they have mass, they have drop. But because they're so light and you know they're moving so fast and they have so little mass, I think the force that's accelerating them is going to overpower the force of gravity any day of the week. You know.
Oh no, not at all. Not at all.
Mm.
Because it's impossible. All right. Firstly, they're in a medium. All right. So that's going to interact with them straight away. Then you've got gravity. So that's going to interact with them straight away. So as soon as they're fired, they're constantly dropping. And now all of a sudden, now they're bouncing off the wall. They're bouncing off the wall of this tunnel. Bing, bing, bing,
No,
bing, bing,
they.
bing, bing, all the
But
way
Bansel,
along.
that's the thing. Remember, I keep saying they have a very weak interaction with baryonic matter, so they wouldn't even bounce off the walls of the tunnel. They would go straight through it. The main force affecting neutrinos, as far as I know, is the weak nuclear force. You know, the nuclear forces. I know because, as Jeremy keeps pointing out, they don't have charge. They're not affected by electromagnetism.
Yep.
And I think because they're very light, the force of they almost masses the force of gravity
They
would
got
have almost
flavor
no
though.
effect.
They
got
got
flavor
flavor.
though.
They got flavor, yeah. They have flavor charge. nice, Jeremy.
So these things which are almost massless, but they do have matter and they are affected by gravity. These things apparently are coming from the sun all the time, and they pass right
All the
through
time.
us. I'm getting a
Right now, yeah.
right, and they're passing all the way through the Earth and all that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. This is the way these things
Yep.
work. They penetrate anything. Yep.
Exactly.
Okay then. So now in your little neutrino tunnel, right? How do you know that you measured the neutrino that you fired and not a neutrino from the sun that penetrated the Earth and got into the tunnel and got to the other? How do you know that? What marker did you put on the neutrino to make sure it was the neutrino that left the neutrino gun was the neutrino that got to the other side?
I know there's something they've done with the tubing that prevents it's like it like insulates it. I don't know or remember off the top of my head. I'll look into it for you. But there is something they've done to the tubing that prevents neutrinos from outside getting in. I just don't remember, Banser. But that is a very good question. That is a very good question.
I told you I'd pick
Yeah,
holes in
I
it.
just off the top of my head, I'm not able to answer.
Hold on,
you
they
know?
got
I mean,
a
this is
neutrino
something
blocker.
Yeah, apparently.
I don't want to call it a neutrino blocker, but yeah. But there's something they did do.
I know you thought you had
Nate.
something, but yeah.
Shaky, Nate. Very shaky.
At best.
Yeah.
I know why you were hesitant
What?
now, Nate.
Lael's about to pass you.
No. Hold up. I just don't have the answer to that question, but there is an answer there. So it's just I'm too lazy to think about it right now, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a very good question, but it doesn't, prove anything.
No, obviously, because it's obviously neutrinos from the sun that are getting to the other side. We've just established that.
I think it's also a thing that high energy neutrinos can be stopped.
Really?
Yeah, so I think the neutrinos they were shooting through this tube were high energy neutrinos. They must have had a very specific wavelength or quote unquote energy signal so that the detectors were able to differentiate them from the neutrinos released by the sun. They must have. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, Banster, because this is stuff I did like so long ago, like almost 10 years ago, man. You know, and I'm going off of memory right now. Yeah, go easy on me. But I think this is very strong proof for Earth being a sphere.
Well, it's sounding very shaky at the moment, that's for sure.
Why?
Well, because neutrino blockers, no such thing.
Yeah, I don't think it was there was something they did, man. It was a combination of things in order to isolate the neutrinos that are in this tube, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
What video game are you guys talking about?
It sounds like that, doesn't it, Gio?
Yeah. I got my neutrino blockers and gonna upgrade my laser gun, my photon gun.
Hey, do y'all ever think there was a time like everyone knew or thought or believed that the world wasn't a sphere, and then when that got put into the mix, they were like, "Oh, you're an idiot," you know, like you think you live on a ball, you know, the opposite of what's going on now.
I'm sure that happened, yeah. I'm sure the dudes saying Earth was a sphere were getting ridiculed, man.
Oh, there was a dude like Xanax sitting there talking about you're a science denier. We know the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. we got Tripiolus, you know, that proves that we're not moving. Like it's
Hello?
Yo, my mic. Am I getting clipped? 3, 4, 5, 6. When'd you
No.
hear me start talking?
3.
Start counting. 3.
3.
I got a new phone on the way. Me a
You
new
need
phone.
new AirPods.
It's not the friggin' AirPods. It's blasphemy.
Well, wasn't it the case that it, like, even as early as the 1800s, when these kind of global ideas were being pushed, that was seen as the heresy and this deception that was kind of being pushed into like schools and churches and things like that, like that the globe model was being pushed and it was seen as like a bizarre deception that was being pushed, like even at that time? Like, I don't know if people were being ridiculed for thinking it was a globe per se, but there was definitely a lot of resistance that was going on when they were trying to push it in, because obviously there was no proof for it, and they were being told to change their entire worldview into this idea.
Mm-hmm.
Like World War I probably took care of that problem for these people that wanted to push it, though, because after that they were able to sort of reset things in a way that they were able to just push it.
Are you saying they reset history after World War One?
Well, World War I itself was a massive reset event, yeah.
What? But then how do you know that any history is true, Gio?
Mass
How can you
genocide,
make
restructuring of society, money, countries. Yeah, I mean, a lot that happened then was a. I'm not saying it's a type of reset where it was like a flood or something that killed everybody or anything like that, but it was definitely a type of a reset. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, maybe like a changing of the, like a new world order. It's no more shit is run by certain European monarchs that were in power during the late 1800s. Maybe now you have America, Japan, China, all these other countries emerging as superpowers. So there's a new restructuring. But it sounds like you saying history was rewritten. Like the things we know about history might not be true after World War One.
Are you referring to things I've said in the past, or you mean right now, or? I mean, World War One. I mean, it's at least somewhat verifiable. I mean, trying to talk about the ancient Greeks thought the Earth was a globe. That's a pretty absurd thought. To think that far back they were sitting around going, "Yeah, we're on a big ball." That's a different kind of history rather than the idea of World War One, which some of us probably have grandparents that were alive, or great grandparents that might have been.
But then I could also say that the idea that the ancients, people before and times of antiquity, thought the Earth was flat. I could say that's also a reach, right? Because that's even older than the Greeks.
Yeah, the only thing though is that that's like woven into their very complex systems of cosmology and their ancient texts, and so it's deeply woven into these traditions that have been existent. Like you look at the Vedas, the ancient Vedics, which is what all of Buddhism and Hinduism, sort of stems from today. But the ancient Vedics had a very complex system called Bhumandala, which was essentially a planar Earth system and all the layers of the ether, and so.
Maybe it's fake, Gio. It's so long ago. History's been rewritten so many times. How do you trust those sources? It goes both ways, don't you
5 minutes ago, Nate was saying, but all of this stuff in history that we know, are you saying it's fake? Then not even 5 minutes later, he's the one assuming the position that history is fake.
Yeah, I'm being facetious, Crypto. Like, if you can't tell, I'm joking. I'm being tongue in cheek because I'm just trying to show Gio that if he wants to say Aristophanes didn't exist, and whatnot, I could say the same about these ancient Vedas. I'm just trying to prove that point.
No, I mean the ancient Vedas exist by. It's like a person existing, it could be hearsay, but a thing existing exists based on its own existence, right? So whether these Vedas exist or not is unquestionable because they exist. You can refer to them. Whether a person existed or not doesn't that needs more proof, right? Because
but there was ancient Greek.
I don't even know how to, like, that's such a simple concept that I actually I'm having trouble explaining it because it's so simple. But regardless, I just wanted to back Gio's point. Like, I've looked quite a bit into Norse mythology. That interests me quite a bit, and they also had a flat cosmology with Yggdrasil, the world tree, growing through the middle of the Midgard, or the Middle Garden, as I like to call it. And where all the gods existed on a separate plane above them in Asgard, or the Ascended Garden, as I call it. I don't think they call it that, but that's how I kind of refer to them, as the Middle Garden and the Ascended Garden. There's no concept of a globe in Norse mythology, for sure.
And also, you have to be intelligent enough to realize how history could be rewritten, or, whatever, if you want to call it fake. I mean, they're rewriting history right now, and it could be wiped out digitally and replaced, and you would never know the difference. Your kids, your grandkids would never know the difference. You have to realize
my question is, how would you guys know the difference? How are you guys able to tell what history is real and what history is fake? How are you guys able to say, I'm not done. How are you guys able to say that the ancient Greeks, a group within that society thinking Earth was a sphere isn't true, but Norse mythology, they were really a group of people that wrote these things, Like, how are you able to differentiate history like this?
That thing Rocky just said, we literally Rocky had just said we literally caught him doing it. Jeranism caught him with the SpaceX launch or landing or whatever. Like, it's just bytes to take out bytes, you know, and you can change history right
Taking a
now.
live video and taking out parts of it, and then sending it out as live video again, and going, "That's
That
the
doesn't
history
answer
I
my
want to be
question.
thinking." Yeah, well, I get your question. Jeremy just, inputted that, but I don't. I've never said that anyway. I don't know who you're applying that to. Maybe people
Yeah,
are saying it.
not you,
I
but it
don't think you can.
seems, maybe
I
I'm
don't think
wrong, but
you
it
can.
sounds like Crypto and Geo was saying they know what
Well,
parts of history are true and what
I don't think they're saying they know
Maybe
that.
I
They're
should be
just
allowed to
saying
answer
that it
then.
they
can be,
know.
or it seems like
Okay,
it to
maybe I'm
them.
wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think you're reading too much into it. I think the possibility is there, and if you're not intelligent enough to see that how it would happen, how easily it could be done. I mean, like you. That's the whole point. You wouldn't know. That's how easy it is.
Yeah,
There, I
maybe
agree with you. Yeah, I totally agree with you there, Rocky. Sorry,
maybe
Crypto.
me or Gio can answer that thing is that the criticisms were levied at us. Gio, I don't know if you want to address that.
I think Geo's busy, man. But you can go ahead, Crypto.
Theo don't
Yeah,
give
so
a shit. He just spouts off nonsense and leaves. It's ridiculous. He should be kicked off the.
Okay, cool. So the way I would address that is twofold. First of all, you don't need to know what was believed in the past in Norse mythology because Norse mythology has adherents today, and you can talk to those people. I have done so, and that is what they believe. So whether that tradition was passed down by their great whatever grandparents, I can't verify. No one can. The second thing I would say though is that there's a very interesting dichotomy between kind of what I would call hard media versus kind of soft media. So the idea of having like information written on walls or written in tablets or written in books and all the rest, you can't go back and edit this stuff later. The reason that we have a real issue nowadays is because most information is shared via the internet, which is a soft media, in the sense that you can edit it and it's as if the original never existed, right? So that's really concerning because you can have, say, I don't know if you know about, there was a feminist movement called Operation Wikistorm, and basically what they would do is that what the operation was based on, you can look this up if you want. Funnily enough, I don't know if you'll find anything on it now because it might have been erased from the internet, but which kind of proves my point. But the point is, if you look at Operation Wikistorm, it was a feminist movement designed to go into Wikipedia and basically feminize any topic that they thought needed feminizing, right? So why, if that information was already accurate, why would it need a feminist lens in the first place?
Crypto, so
Well,
sorry. Did you say Operation Wikistorm or
yeah,
Winterstorm?
Wikistorm. It was called WIKISTORM. So if you look that up, I don't know what will come up because I'm driving at the moment, but otherwise, remind me about it later on, and I can find you some sources. I've got sources saved on my laptop. But regardless, why would otherwise accurate information need to have a feminist lens? I don't know, but that's the issue you have with the internet, is that it is subject to the kind of post hoc editing from a political bias that's got nothing to do with the actual information itself, and that's very worrying.
I've always wondered why we aren't carving shit in a rock before we lose some of this critical, crucial information that humanity, I don't want to say needs, but could definitely use. Like, I could go down to Lowe's right now, buy a Dremel and some bits, and just start carving shit in a rock. But really, nobody does it. Say the asteroid comes down that wiped the dinosaurs out. Humanity gets bottlenecked, maybe a few people survive. We'll be sitting here looking stupid trying to reinvent a computer chip for the next fucking however many thousand years or something, right? Whereas you could just carve that shit into a wall, the instructions. Obviously, you wouldn't start with that. You would start with like something simpler like the alphabet or numbers or something, whatever. You get the point. Anyways, did you have a response to that, Nate? You just bodied your whole. You fucked your whole question up.
No. Yeah, he's okay. So first he said, if I want to find out what the Norse people thought, I can just speak to someone today that practices Norse mythology. Fine, but I don't think if I spoke to the majority of people that still practice Norse mythology, they would tell me Earth is flat. You know, Norse mythology is kind of being brought forth as evidence for the Earth being flat, and it's
Has it? I've
allowed this
never
discussion. What?
heard it be. I've never heard it be flat Earth evidence. Norse mythology.
Well, Crypto was saying that the Norse people believe Earth was flat. There was this tree coming out from Midgard, and it was a flat plane. You know,
Did he say
because
all that?
I mean, the whole. How did you miss that, Jeremy?
I don't know. I must have zoned out or something. My bad.
Yeah, are you high?
Yeah. My bad. All right, go ahead, guys.
The whole context of this conversation is that how do we know which parts of histories are true or not? Because Gio made the statement that World War I seemed to be a rewrite of history. So if I bring up the ancient Greeks and Aristophanes and all of these people with their Pythagorean ideas, how do we know that really happened? That could be fabricated. And I'm just giving pushback saying it goes both ways. The same could be said about these Norse people and the people Gio brought up, these Indians in the ancient Vedas. The same could be said about them. If we're talking about any type of ancient history, it goes both ways. That's all. So I just want to know, how do people discern from what history is true and what history isn't? And then Rakia brought up the ultimate point that you could basically never know. And I kind of agree with that.
Yeah, I don't know how you would know in the past. There's no way to verify it because you weren't there. How many?
Yeah, there's no way to
100%
verify it. Yeah.
Well, how many people would it take? To it gets passed down. Especially the farther back you go, the harder it's going to be because now you're talking about
exactly. Yeah, I would have more faith.
My mom tells me something about the 60s. I can be like, all right, that probably is true. But now you're talking. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and wouldn't you have more faith in something more recent? The Greeks are over 2,000 to 3,000 years more recent, closer to us than the ancient Vedas are. But I'm just saying, Jeremy, if somebody came to you with two pieces of evidence and one piece came from the Vedas, who we don't even know when these people were here. Like, they are so old, we don't know when they were a civilization or a society, compared to the Greeks, who, if you believe that they existed, we can chart a line from them to us. The Vedas, we don't know where they fall into modern human history. They are so ancient. Which story would you believe more? You would believe the Greeks over the Vedas.
I don't. Do I have to believe one of them? Why?
You don't have to. I'm just saying hypothetically, Jeremy. In a hypothetical.
Listen, I'm sure Gio has his reasons for believing in the Vedas or the Vedic text.
Definitely. But he can't believe in the Vedas and then turn around and say history has been rewritten. You see what I'm saying?
That's
I never.
Yeah. Yes, he can.
Sure, hold on.
How?
He just did it.
Gio can answer that, Chris.
Go ahead, Gio.
Well, technically, I never use the word rewritten. I'm not saying that there hasn't been things that were rewritten. I use the word reset. I said World War I.
Reset. Okay.
But, well, I mean, I think there's a lot of factors to what you're talking about. I mean, I think when it comes to the Vedas, I mean, there's extensive amounts of documentation and ancient texts and traditions that have been a part of humanity. And like Crypto is saying that, even today you can, I mean, they have huge temples in India that have huge flat earths, essentially, like the Bhumandala system. And they have all of the eclipses and the sun, moon, and stars are all rotating within the actual building, within the church building. So, I mean, it's like deeply built into their cosmology that is even still alive today in the traditions. Whereas something like the claim that Pythagoras, and the ancient Greeks were seeing boats going over the horizon, there's not very much documentation for that. It's like a story.
What?
So there
No,
is
there's so much documentation. What do you mean, Joe? These things are well documented. We have books written by these people. You know, we have all of their writings, their whole mathematics. Euclid, he's one of these people. We have, you know, his whole geometry set, all of his postulates and axioms. Like, we have all of these things well documented. You can't say that.
Yeah, but none of that's based on a globe. That's based on an XYZ axis. That's based on a planar
But
axis.
these people, most of them believe Earth was a sphere. They
Where are
put
you-
that in their writings. They wrote down, this is the model we have of our known solar system, with Earth being a sphere.
Well, that's what most people would write down today without even going to measure curved water. They'd just see boats disappearing from the beach and go, yeah, it must be a sphere. That's the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard. I mean, if you think water curves, it takes shape, then you would want to measure that shape. You can't optically see it. That's even told to us by mainstream science. You can't see water curving from the beach. Is my mic breaking?
No, I heard you. It's just that's like it's like kind of changing the whole discussion. I don't know.
No, well, I mean, boats going over a curve and what people believe was brought into the discussion. That's what I'm talking about. Of course, most people today believe that they live on a sphere with water curving from their feet in all directions because since birth, that's what they're told by their authorities. And when they're told something different, maybe right now on Discord or by a family member, they automatically think that person is wrong or dumb or whatever, and usually won't spend the time to, find out themselves. They're just going to go with what they've been taught, for years and years and years, because it's the easy way out. I mean, that's the default, right now. Doesn't mean it's going to be the default 100 years from now or 400 years from now. Dude, I sat down with a group of kids yesterday, a family, and they had 5 boys. I think they have 7 kids altogether. And none of those boys think they live on a sphere because their dad told them, they trusted their dad, and then they went out and investigated and then read the scriptures which they trust, right? But not only that, they've gone out and done stuff. So you'll have a 6 or a 7 or 8-year-old or a 12-year-old or an 18-year-old or a 24-year-old going, yeah, I think living on a sphere and, blah, blah, blah is the thing that sounds ridiculous, right? Living on a flat plane with water being held in by the land and basins and water flows downhill because, elevation changes, slope, that adds up and makes sense to everybody. The more ridiculous claim is that, someone's perpendicular to you right now, to your vertical, and water flows uphill, and, there's water underneath your feet 6,000 miles away or whatever it may be. That's the more ridiculous stance. Roger, out.
Xanax
Yeah, I
got
mean,
water
that-
going up. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Nate.
Oh, well, let me say one more thing.
No,
By the
go
way,
ahead,
I'm at the top of the Mississippi Bridge, one of the Mississippi bridges right now. And this is one of the rivers that supposedly runs uphill. Yikes.
I could see a spot running uphill for like a second from the momentum of the river. So I don't even know how that would happen. But
That's not what he's talking about, though.
I know. His shit's going for like miles.
Yeah,
Xanax
he's not
got his
talking
shit
about
going
being
for.
pressured up or forced up in a small section and being, going up
Yeah.
elevation a little bit and then dropping back down. No, he's talking about actually being pulled uphill basically by gravity. That might be the wrong way to say it, but not what you and I are thinking.
Yeah.
Anyway, like I said, the easier stance or the more logical stance is the flat plane where water is contained and air is contained. The more, seemingly illogical stance and the one that we have to be kind of spoon fed and just trust in the people who have known this or discovered this, these one or two people, and then everybody trusts them, throughout history. And then it's written in all the books and taught by all the professors. So then it's become some type of logical fact. No, that's just theoretical jargon that's been taught as fact, and people now, restate it as fact. It's not. It's just theories put down in books and taught by professors, professing, right, that they know. Beware of profane babblings by science so called. It's a scripture in the Bible. Now, why would they put that in there? Who do you think they were talking about? I guess they were talking about me.
I have an issue with books because if there was any books, I mean, these people, we're talking about these people, the people I'm talking about, these elite motherfuckers that are running the show, they're the type of people that bought all the printing presses when it came out and shit. And they own the Vatican, like shit like that, bro. Like, these people could do shit.
Yeah,
I don't think.
Yeah.
You don't trust books?
Yeah, and they've co-opted and hijacked the world essentially to the point to where who knows what they've rewritten and changed. I mean, that's what like the discussion we were having before, Nate, about these different, claims about ancient cultures and things. I mean, the thing is that I would say that there is a true history, and then there's fabricated, inserted, rewritten type, fake information. So that's the thing.
But Gio, how do you discern the difference between the fabricated, woven things and the true history?
You use discernment and logic.
Yeah, and you can also look at whatever that information is and match it to reality today to see what correlates. So if we're told a story about Pythagoras and how Earth was a globe, we can go test that and see if Earth is a globe. Whereas if we're looking at a story about, the Earth being a planar surface, so I mean that's one way would be to test it in today's world. But I mean, otherwise, yeah, I mean, trying to discern history, it's when you don't have the way to physically do it, it's perhaps more of a philosophical or like even a metaphysical type quandary, because you're not going to be able to.
You also can look at, people express it like follow the money. Who stands to gain from what they're spouting off, right? When you have one group that has nothing really to gain, they're just telling you this is the way it is, right? This is how my grandfather told me, or this is how it was passed down in history. This is where it was changed and for what reason, right? They changed it so they could gain control over everybody, or whatever the excuse may be, right? Like, who gained from it? Who financially gained? Who gained control? And then you can use your discernment on, well, if they did it to, for finances, then they might have, hedged or fudged, or, some of these things might not be true. So we see that throughout history, throughout present day, and we'll see it in the future. You can bet your bottom buck.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you could still go to ancient tribes today and ask them what they think the Earth is, and they don't have a globe Earth cosmology. You can go to South America, certain tribes in the jungle. You can talk to Native Americans in different regions, and I mean, they still have their original cosmology, which is our planar Earth cosmology. So I mean, you can talk to them today, whereas you can't talk to Pythagoras today. And then you can look at the people who are pushing the globe and who are benefiting from it. So it's kind of, you could put two together in terms of like.
What about the
like who's pushing that model and that history together, versus the history. Talk to Native Americans today and get a direct understanding of what their traditions are.
Yeah, but you have ancient Muslims. You have Muslim societies that have been in the Middle East for the last 1,300 years, and within their teachings, Earth is a sphere. So I mean,
do you know what the Quran says about the Earth?
Yeah, the Quran says Earth is a sphere.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about?
Yes, it does.
The Quran says that the
What are
earth
you
is laid out
talking
like
about?
a
Have you
rug.
read the Quran? No, that is not what it
Yes, it
says.
does.
It just
No, it says that the
Allah
earth is laid out
Allah is
like a
talking
rug.
about have
I've never seen a spherical rug in my life.
yeah, you're misinterpreting what that whole
No,
saying
I
is
Yeah,
haven't.
talking about.
No, I haven't.
Yes, you
You,
are.
yeah, that's like
Yes,
people
you are.
saying I'm misinterpreting the Bible. The Bible
bro,
is no 100% a flat Earth book, also. And people say I
no,
misinterpret it, but when you go back to the words, the true meaning of the words, it's all face, breath. That all means flat. Universe even means a flat plane.
So, bro, with regards to the Quran itself, like, I'm not personally a Muslim, but I've spent a lot of time in the Arab world, right? Spoke to a lot of Muslims about this kind of thing, and
Yeah,
I don't know.
but I am a Muslim, and I'm telling you, the
Then
Quran
you
doesn't say
should
Well,
know.
Earth
then
is
you
flat.
should show the respect and let
You
him
should know
talk.
the stuff I'm about to tell you very, very well. First of all, there is a culture within Islam where the scholars have the lead interpretation of the Quran, right? You know that. So, which scholarly interpretation of the Quran can you present to me where it says that the earth is a sphere? Because I can present to you many where it says that it's laid out like a rug, like a
All right,
carpet, like a
cool.
bed,
I'll
and
post
there's
all of
many
them.
different scholars that say this.
I'll post all of the hadiths. I'll
The
post
hadith is
everything you
not the
want me to
Quran.
post.
No, that's bollocks. Don't post hadith. That's not the
No,
Quran.
what you are asking is a scholarly interpretation of the
The
Quran,
hadith
and
are not
that
Quranic.
is what a hadith is. A
Hadith
hadith
That's
interprets
not.
the Quran
No,
as
Nate,
well
that's
as
wrong.
interpreting. Hang on,
Don't
the
bullshit me. Don't.
hadiths, the
You might be able
hadiths
to
which
bullshit other
come from
people.
Muslim
No, Nate,
scholars
shut up. Shut
give
up and
us
listen.
insight
You
into
might,
what's
No,
in the
Nate, why?
Nate,
Quran,
you're absolutely
and
wrong
also
there.
insight into the life of
Hold
the
on, guys.
Prophet. They tell us what
Nate,
is Sunnah.
Nate,
Yeah.
just
And he
slow
just won't
down.
Hold on,
shut
You're
up.
crypto.
wrong.
Why? What's going on?
Because
Yeah, what's
I
up with
want to
crypto?
repeat. I made the point about the Quran. You might be able to bullshit other people, but I've spent a lot of time in the Arab world. I know about this stuff very well. The hadiths are not from the Quran. Don't
They're not.
bullshit.
And just a quick correction. A
I
hadith is
didn't
not what you're
say they're
talking
from the
about.
Quran.
Nate, you're not talking about hadith right now. You're using the wrong word. You're talking about tafsir.
No,
Hadith is
I'm
not
being.
what scholars
I
say.
know exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, you're confusing tafsir with hadith right now.
Hadiths give us two insights into what things from the Quran say and the life of the Prophet. They tell us what is Sunnah, the right thing to do.
Correct.
And yeah, it comes
But
from
they're
both
the,
sources.
But hold up, they're the actual sayings of the Prophet, like narrations of what he said or did.
Yeah,
Right.
and
It's not
everything the
scholars.
Prophet
It's
said or
not
did
scholars.
is in accordance with the Quran. The
No, but
Prophet
first
isn't
thing
going
you
to say
said.
something that contradicts or goes against the Quran.
Hold up. The first thing you said was that it's the scholars. What the scholars are saying, like scholarly exegesis, and that's wrong.
No, that was what I said.
No.
I said
So what
that.
crypto asked for? Yeah, that's what crypto asked for.
You
So
said that
let
was
me
the hadith was.
clarify.
Anyways, continue.
I've been involved in this conversation. We were talking about. I said that the Quran describes the earth as being a rug, laid out like a rug or a carpet. Some scholars interpret it as a bed, but all of these things are wide and flat. Nothing getting close to a sphere. Now, I was saying that. So with the Quran, you get like certain leading scholars who will interpret the Quran for the people who will follow those adherents. It's a lot more important in Islam than it is in Christianity to have like a scholarly interpretation. So I was just making that point. And with regards to the Quran versus the Hadiths, the Quran itself doesn't describe the earth as being a sphere. I don't care what the Hadiths say because they're not from the Quran. It's not my point.
I want to see what hadith he's talking about, because if it's a sahih hadith, I've never come across it.
What crypto asked for was scholarly interpretations of Earth being a sphere according to what is within the Quran.
Yes.
Right?
Quranic.
Yeah. Say what?
But then you said hadith, which is not what scholarly explanation is.
Never mind, bro. Never mind. But I'll give you what you want, crypto. Don't worry.
All right, well, I got to go, but I'll catch up with you guys.
Yeah, Islam doesn't. I mean, only now with Muslim
What do you mean only
apologists.
now, bro?
With Muslim apologists, modern
I
day
mean, why don't you
apologists.
tell people about
Why are you all of a
the
sudden
the
interrupting everything?
Qibla and stuff like that?
Hello, is this emotional for you? Like, are you like you
It's
usually
not.
don't
I'm
interrupt?
just saying.
Okay, let me finish what I'm saying.
So let
Yeah,
him
So
bro.
only
finish. I'm
now,
trying to learn you.
with the Muslim apologists, has it become predominant that people like that this belief that it came, that it's a globe, and with the ayah that they cite, "الأرض كيف ذلك دحاها," as if he made it into an ostrich egg. That's not a classical thing. If you look at Ibn Abbas, the preeminent scholars of the day, and this guy, he was alive during the time of the Prophet, and he was really close to the Prophet and to the Khalifa Umar afterwards, and the tafsir of them is quite clear. It's crystal clear that they believed that it was flat.
I mean,
It's
crypto
inescapable.
said.
But what
Crypto said
about
it's like.
the
My bad.
Ibn
the
Kathir,
Qibla
Ibn Abbas, if you look at
percentage?
their tafsir, their scholarly, exegesis of the, of the ayah and of the Quran, the Hadith, it was quite clear. It's only through a modern day lens that they're taking this, which isn't even grammatically correct. Dahaha is a verb. You can't say
How modern is modern when you say this? Because we
modern
have things
that it's
like
predominant. Even maybe 500 some years ago, there was this opinion, right? Because of you had the Greek and whatever, you had heliocentrism,
that's not true.
and because of that, they've kind of they took that on board. But it's only now
Yeah,
kind of so commonly misconstrued that this thing that
that's not
isn't even
true.
grammatically possible for him to be making, it's for the claim that it means it's shaped as an egg. You can't take a verb and turn it into egg shape, made into an egg shape. It doesn't make sense. An ostrich egg
I
shape.
mean, crypto said it's laid out like a rug or a bed. That's not. That sounds like flat shit to me. Is that what
Yeah,
the
but
Quran
that's not
says?
how anyone interprets these
Yeah,
surahs. Number one.
I'll be
Number
my own
two,
interpreter.
percentage.
I just want to
You
know, does
keep
it say that?
go and read it, Jeremy, and you'll find out what it says.
I don't
Percentage.
have
You
time
keep
to.
And
ignoring
then
things
furthermore,
like.
there's
Hang on. I'm
if you,
not done, bro. Please,
go
please,
ahead, man.
please. You keep
Oh,
ignoring
go ahead.
the direction, the Qibla. I mean, this has been around since the beginning of Islam, and the way you calculate that is by taking Earth into account as a sphere. It's always been within Islam that Earth is a sphere. Come on, bro. Like
That's not true.
you're making it sound like we just decided yesterday all of a sudden. The
That's
sphere.
not true, man.
I mean, come on, bro. It's been that way within Islam throughout the majority of it.
Yo,
That-
does it
Being a
say?
sphere.
That's
I don't know
not.
where you're coming from with this idea that it's new and novel and it's modern. It's a modern
Let me
misconception.
ask you. How did they
What
find the
nonsense,
Qibla?
bro?
How did they find the Qibla during the time of the Prophet?
During the time of the Prophet? During the time of the Prophet, they didn't need to worry about that because the Prophet was within a vicinity where
And
that
then when he
didn't
went
need
to
to be
Medina,
taken. Hang on. Yeah, if you're going from Medina to Mecca, it's easy to know where Mecca is. But if you are
okay,
halfway across the world, or if you leave the Middle East and you go to Northern Europe, you go to Spain, because now all of the Moors are in Spain. You have a bunch of Muslims there. It's hard for them to know where Mecca is. So
how?
now they need to use the
What
Qibla.
if I told you, they knew, they just had kind of these reference points farther away from the Qibla each time, from Mecca each time, but in each one they knew the direction from which they came, and they just from the next position they just calculated that simple direction.
Yeah, no, I would say that's not true because we are taught it. A lot of Muslims are taught how to do this at a young age. It's not a difficult thing to
Really,
do.
how are they
You
taught?
can you can Google how to calculate the
How are they taught?
direction of Mecca. Like it's not that difficult.
Yeah, you're saying it's simple,
What do
so
you mean? How
explain
are
it
they
simply.
taught? I don't remember off the top of my head, and I'm not here to teach you, bro. Like I
Do you
said,
think
you
they
can
use
Google. It's
modern
not that
equipment?
difficult to do. Who now? The kids doing it today? I'm sure. Why not?
Do you think that that's what the religion, intended? That you rely on? What if you don't have
That's
it?
a totally different story.
It's
What
not
the
totally
religion
different because
intends and
Islam's
whatnot.
supposed to be made for
But
every situation, right? So if
at
you're
the
in the
at the
middle
end of
of
the day,
somewhere and you
percentage,
don't have
the
a compass or
Qibla
something,
takes into account Earth being a sphere, and it's done this for over 1,000 years. To say
that's
it's
not
novel and new is
that's
is
not
just
true, man.
that's
You're just
ridiculous.
saying that, but that's not actually true.
Cool. But I have all of Islam to support me in saying this. So I don't
Not
know,
true,
bro.
man.
If you want
I'm
to
pointing out the
decide
inaccuracy of what you're
if you want to
saying.
decide history is different, you got to prove it then.
At what point did they start using compasses and start assuming, like, at what point did they need a globe?
I just gave you an example. Moors in Spain, bro. Come on. It's like
And
you're
when
not
did they
listening
need a
to me.
globe?
When they were too far away from Mecca to know what direction it's in,
So
come
they had a
on, man.
globe that they actually looked at somehow,
They
and
they
they had
they
it
already
perfectly mapped
knew
out.
at that time it was a globe. They didn't have the whole thing mapped out, but they knew we're on
So
the
what's the
sphere.
calculation that they added on?
Like I told you, I don't remember off the top of my head, but you can
You're
Google it.
making an argument from ignorance, man.
I'm not making an
So this
argument
is
from ignorance because I posted 2 articles backing what I'm saying. So
no,
it's
does it say
there. You can look at it. Just read the wikis that I've been posting. It's all there.
does
I
it say
mean,
in the
of course
Quran
it
that
does.
Earth's laid out like a bed or a rug?
It does multiple
It's
times.
in some people people interpret it that way, Jeremy.
Is
It's
there a
not
different
interpreted
language?
that
Is
way.
it like a
Literally,
language thing,
that's what it
or are we talking
means.
about interpret as in like, that makes me think it's flat or something?
Yeah, I mean, we can have this argument all day long, but Islam believes the Earth is a sphere.
Is there a
It
different
always
word
That's
has.
for
not
rug or
true,
bed?
mate. You got to
It always
stop just
has.
saying that, because if you're like,
It's
I'm
the
telling
truth,
you
bro.
how that's not the case. I'm
You
telling you every
telling
ayah.
me
Every
doesn't
ayah
make it
says it's a
true.
wide expanse. It's laid out like a rug, laid out like a bed, wide, a flat expanse. So you could say, yeah, it just seems like that, and it's actually a dome, or a globe or something like that. But then you have to point to where it says that. And if you do, you'll point to the ardi kayf dhalika dahaha, that one ayah that says, that it's again a wide expanse, but it's been misinterpreted as dahya, an egg. And then I'll say to you, well, that's actually a verb, so it's grammatically impossible for it to be saying it's made into an egg, because that is a verb. It's like a whole sentence in that one word, which is a verb, so it doesn't really make sense grammatically. And then aside from that, Earth isn't also egg shaped. Eggs are flat, like they're fatter on one end. And they're not oblate spheroids. And then thirdly, I'll point to you to another ayah that says that the heavens. There's actually an ayah that says the heavens will be rolled up like a scroll. And like, if you have a globe Earth, then how do you have flat heavens? It doesn't really make sense. And then all of the different the earlier scholars are the most, they're the most relied on. The closer you are to the time of the prophet, those are the exegetes, the like scholarly opinions that hold the most weight. And all of the preeminent scholars say that means that, just like all the other means that it's a wide expanse, a flat expanse.
Nate, you're getting bodied on this shit, like from the audience's point of view.
Bro, it's just ramble right now. I don't know how to respond to that. At the end of the day, I've posted evidence to back what I'm saying, and you can disagree, percentage, but you got to prove that what we've been told about the history of Islam is not true. And just sitting here saying, this is what I actually meant to say, I don't know, bro. It's not gonna cut it, man. Because you're making a strong claim right now. if I got 10 random Muslims from all over the world, none of them would agree with you. That's how
That's
strong the
fine.
claim is you are making.
Because most of them have been
So,
brainwashed.
yeah, cool. I mean, you got to prove it, man.
I
I
just gave
mean,
you the proof. You look into it.
yeah, I'll
you're
look
biased,
into
so
it, but I'm sure I'm not gonna find what it is you
all
said.
right.
But I'll look into it. I'll look into it. It would be nice if you could just post it though. But yeah, I'll look
I
into
mean,
it.
I'm telling you, look at the tafsirs of Ibn Kathir and Ibn Abbas, who's supposed to be like the father of of Arabic and like the Arabic language, and he's sorry, fiqh, the jurisprudence, like the Sharia law and stuff like that, and he's like he's undeniable, and they try to the apologists try to move away from the earlier scholars to the later scholars, but that's after they basically mutated this verse, the haha thing, to meet their services. And another undeniable that the heavens being rolled up like a scroll in on the day of judgment. How is something like, how do you have flat heavens like a parchment, a scroll? How do you have flat heavens over a globe earth? Because Islam literally believes that heavens are literally above, like the seven heavens are above the seven.
So you think they're going to literally roll the sky up into, or the heavens into a scroll?
Well, it's probably better to say skies, but yeah, that's what. The day
That
of
makes
judgment,
no sense.
it'll be literally rolled up like a scroll.
Yeah, I don't know percentage. It's been very controversial. Very, very.
From talking about something that you don't know about.
No, I mean, I know what it is you're talking about. I've just never heard this side of the argument.
I'd love to see the
goes
hadith that says
against.
it's a globe.
Odds are not a lot of people have heard about the argument.
But I mean, even beyond that, what those two WikiLeaks I've posted, it's such strong proof percentage. Like, I don't know why you keep ignoring that.
Present it, man. I'm like too lazy
Just
to look
look
at
in
your
Livestream.
whatever you've posted.
Too lazy. I'm like that. Never mind, bro. But at the end of the day, the question still stands: how do you guys discern real history from fake history? And I've shown how my neutrino beam is evidence of Earth being a sphere. You also got that to worry about.